Taylor Schabusiness was found guilty yesterday. The jury deliberated for less than an hour. Earthquake again. I'm sorry, I have a dog underneath the camera right now. The jury deliberated for less than an hour, and they found that she was guilty for the murder of Shad Therian. Now, in Wisconsin, they do things in two phases, which I've actually never experienced or watched before in a trial, so it's pretty interesting. We did a phase 1 where it was the guilt phase, whether or not she's guilty. And now we are in phase 2. Phase 2 is where they find if she was basically insane or not during the time the murder had happened, and if she's, I don't know, I guess culpable. So she could either be sent to like prison or maybe like to like a mental facility. And so usually in trials that I watch, usually both of those are kind of like combined into one, where, you know, you have psychologists, psychiatrists, they both testify, you know, do the evaluations and stuff like that. But at the same time, you also have the detectives testifying, talking about the evidence, interrogations, and that's usually combined into one. And then like for the Letitia Stock one, for the example, right? She was playing not guilty by insanity. And so that was all done in one go. So kind of interesting to see how, you know, different states do different things. But we're going to start with the phase 2 right now. And again, they're going to be doing the opening statements again today. So I think it's going to be pretty short, actually, for this entirety. So they're going to do the opening statements again. And then what else is there? Opening statements. Oh, and this time the burden is on the defense to prove that Taylor was maybe had a mental defect at the time that the murders happened. So they're going to present first, and then afterwards the state's going to go, and then maybe there's like rebuttal or something like that. But hello, guys. I hope you guys are doing well today. And let's... Oh, wait. Hold on a second. Oops. Did it go live? I just got a notification that we just went live. Oh, no. I don't know. We might have just missed all that. Well, I recorded it. So if you missed it, it'll be in the recorded version. If you're on the live stream, we're watching the Taylor Schabusiness Trial. Hi. Hello.
Okay, be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you had a good evening. This is the second phase of the trial, and I'm going to give you these instructions. The defendant has been found guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse, and third-degree sexual assault. We will now proceed with the second phase of this trial. During the second phase, you will be asked to determine whether the defendant is not responsible by reason of mental disease or defect.
Boost the audio
Before
bit.
you may find the defendant is not responsible for the criminal conduct, the defendant must satisfy you to a reasonable certainty by the greater weight of the credible evidence that at the time the crime was committed, the defendant had a mental disease or defect, and as a result lacked substantial capacity either to appreciate the wrongfulness of the conduct or to conform that conduct to the requirements of the law. This issue will be presented to you in the form of two questions. First, at the time the crime was committed, did the defendant have a mental disease or defect? Second, as a result of the mental disease or defect, did the defendant lack substantial capacity either to appreciate the wrongfulness of the conduct or to conform that conduct to the requirements of the law? You will be asked to answer the second question only if you answer the first question, yes. If you find the defendant is not responsible...
I have a feeling this might all be done in one day, by the way. Possibly like a day and a half, but it's possible this could just wrap up today.
For the criminal conduct, the defendant will be committed to the custody of the Department of Health Services and will be placed in an appropriate institution unless the court determines that the defendant would not pose a danger to herself or to others if released under conditions ordered by the court. The only issue at this second phase of the trial is the defendant's mental condition at the time of the offense. The lawyers will now make opening statements. The purpose of an opening statement is to give the lawyers an opportunity to tell you what they expect the evidence will show so that you will better understand the evidence as it is introduced during the trial. I must caution you, however, that the opening statements are not evidence. And ladies and gentlemen, because this phase of the trial, the burden of proof shifts to the defense, the order of questioning and presentation will change, and Mr. Freilich will go first. Mr. Freilich, are you prepared to make your opening statement?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
Mr. Freilich, welcome back.
Mr. Saunders, prosecutors for the state of Wisconsin. You're going to hear some testimony in this case from the defense expert, Dr. Diane Litton. She's from the Menasha area. She's a PhD. She's a forensic psychologist. You're going to hear testimony from the state doctors as well, Dr. Matthew Seipel and Dr. Christina Engine. The burden does shift to the defense in this particular case. We're in phase 2 now, and the burden shifts to the defense, to me, to ask you to consider.
And I personally find phase 2 to be more the interesting part of this trial. Phase 1, it was like we knew she did it, she admitted to it, and it was just like gruesome. But phase 2 is like kind of interesting because, you know, we get to hear about, you know, what the psychiatrist thinks about her and the evaluations and stuff like that. So I personally think this is the more interesting part.
Whether the defendant, Taylor Denise Schabusiness, is responsible or is not responsible by reason of mental disease or defect.
Like, was it
and
drugs,
Wisconsin law,
or was
under
she
Wisconsin
suffering from
statutes
something?
971.15,
Or both?
does require the defense to satisfy you jurors to a reasonable certainty by the greater weight of credible evidence that at the time the crimes were committed, which was February 22nd of 2022, that Taylor Schabusiness had a mental disease or had a mental defect, and that as a result, she lacked the substantial capacity either to appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct or to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law. So that's packed with a lot of information that you're going to have to consider. I did tell you yesterday that you're kind of like analysts. You're going to have to listen to the testimony, listen to the facts, assess the credibility of witnesses, assess the information that you're receiving, and then you'll have to make some decisions and considerations on these.
Do I think she'd be judged insane and responsible? So I've already listened to a little bit of this, but I had it in the background. So I was like listening to bits and pieces here and there. From what I've heard, I mean, maybe when I listen to it again, I'll change my mind. But from what I've heard so far, it just seems like it's mostly just like all drug related, like the stuff that she was experiencing, the possible psychosis or the hallucination and stuff like that. And that like she actually started experiencing those once she started doing meth. But let's listen.
Important legal issues. The defense did retain Dr. Diane Litton. She interviewed Taylor Schabusiness. We believe that the evidence will show that she did a thorough evaluation of Ms. Schabusiness's mental status.
Good, he's speaking to the mic
That you'll
today.
hear about Dr. Litton's extensive experience in the field of psychology. When you have experts, you kind of heard from other experts, and they have a resume or a CV. In the field, we say CV, curriculum vitae. It's a list of their experience in training and education. And you're going to hear that Dr. Litton has been a psychologist since 1993, that she has extensive experience, that she has approximately 3,000 hours of postdoctoral training, that she conducted hundreds of forensic evaluations and GI competency evaluations, things of that sort. You'll hear testimony that she worked at Mendota Mental Health Institution.
And just a spoiler alert, I think the two witnesses testified today. Was there more? Her dad for sure testifies, and this doctor. I don't know if there was a third witness.
Here in Wisconsin?
I think just these two.
That she looked at many different evaluations performed on Taylor Schabusiness, including from Dr. Tracy Lucetta, Dr. Matthew Seipel, Dr. Christina Engine, Dr. Deborah Collins. And you will hear that Dr. Litton, we believe she'll testify that she looked at a whole myriad of records, including jail records, mental health records, a court order, an order for civil commitment, mental health order, an order to take psychotropic medications, basically a medication order. She will, I believe, testify that she reviewed Nicolay Psychiatric Center mental health records from Brown County. She will talk and testify about her contacts with Ms. Schabusiness on the different occasions that she met with her, one being a situation where a chair was thrown by my client at her before I got involved in the case. She will testify that she did have another interview with her at the jail, and she asked me to sit in. So you're going to hear about all of her findings, her observations, and her opinions in this particular case. We believe that she has extensive experience. She's been in this field for a very long time, and that you need to pay close attention to what she says and give her opinions strong consideration. Give it due weight. And we believe that her testimony will be that she's of the opinion that Taylor Schabusiness does qualify for the NGI plea based on her diagnosis of a serious mental disorder. And that she has some other opinions, and she'll tell you about those when she testifies. You will hear, I believe, testimony from my client.
So you're going to hear NGI a lot. I don't know if he already specified it, but he might have. NGI is just a short term for not guilty by insanity.
My father, Arturo Coronado. And I believe that he will come here. He's been summoned by the defense by subpoena to answer some questions about his daughter growing up, how she was,
her dad is in
what kind
jail
of issues
for.
or problems did she have, what kind of mental health issues, and what he did to try and help her get treatment.
Arturo Coronado, let's see.
You will hear from Dr. Litton about my client's mother, that she lost her mother at a young age, and that was a pivotal event in her life. Dr. Litton will also provide some testimony about the fact that she believes there may have been a budding personality disorder, and that she saw a really disturbed teen when she assessed all of the school records. She looked at all the school records and did a table or a chart. She looked at the mental health history. She did a one-page chart on that. The burden of proof in this case does rest with the defense on the NGI issue. I think that the testimony from all of these different professionals, these different doctors, these psychologists who talk about behavior and things of that sort, You're going to hear their testimony about all of the different problems, all of the different mental health issues, all of the different behavioral issues that Taylor Schabusiness had growing up as a kid, as a youth. She had a lot of obstacles that she had to face growing up. We believe Dr. Litton will also provide some testimony about my client's prior treatment with antipsychotic medications. She will testify about my client going off these antipsychotic medications sometime after her inpatient treatment in 2021. And Dr. Litton will set up and provide the background history and information on Taylor Schabusiness's life and upbringing. So the defense does have the burden of proof on this issue of whether our client is responsible for these crimes. But we believe that the testimony and the evidence will show that at the time of the offense that she did have a mental disease or defect. We believe that the information and the testimony will show and hopefully lead to you to conclude that she lacked the substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct or to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law. And what I ask is that you just sit back, carefully listen to what these experts have to say, and then render a fair and just result. Thank you.
Hey, that's her defense lawyer. Next, we're going to have the state that's going to go up there. And honestly, when her dad testifies, though, I mean, we get like some background information, but in my opinion, not really that much. No, this is not the sentencing. Oh, sorry. This life. So Wisconsin does things very differently. And it's something that I learned recently as well. So they actually do their trials in 2 phases. So you know how like we're used to watching, like, say, for example, like Letitia one, right? Where it's like it's one trial and they can either say guilty, not guilty by insanity. They could say or just not guilty, just rent normally. But in Wisconsin, it could be divided up into 2 trials. So for Taylor Schabusiness, they've already deemed that she's guilty. The jury already found her that. But right now, they're doing a second phase of the trial where they're going to do the opening statements again. This time the defense goes first because it's their burden to prove that Taylor Schabusiness was basically mentally insane at the time the murders happened. And the state's going to argue that she wasn't, that she was probably just on drugs or something like that. But yeah, so now we're in the phase 2 of trial. We're not at sentencing yet. So this is the part where they kind of figure out if she's going to go to like a mental institution, get treatment, and then maybe one day get released into the public, or if she's going to be sitting in prison for, however many years she's sentenced for, or the rest of her life.
Hi. Go ahead. Good morning.
So very
I said
interesting.
In opening on Monday that this case is about choices and responsibility. This is what we're referring to, right? The responsibility phase is what we're here for now.
Yep.
Essentially, you're being asked, what was the defendant's mental state at the time of the offenses for which she's convicted, and whether she should be responsible for that. Let's address the obvious.
Okay.
What Ms. Schabusiness did to Shad is disturbing. It's conduct we don't see often. It's conduct that you may hear about and think, my gosh, that person must not have been.
And I want to say, listen carefully to his words, because I think he does a pretty good job at kind of explaining the confusion that we all have, right? So the confusion is that, like, oh my God, like someone who like did something this disturbing, they must be mentally insane. They must be mentally fucked. And there's like, I can't imagine like a regular person doing this. But the way that he explains it, it's like, could be drugs, could just be that, she's still responsible for it. So I don't know. I like the way that he explains it. I think he does a pretty good job.
In their right mind when that happened. I'm not going to sit here and try to convince you otherwise. But you've already carefully listened to the evidence and followed the law that the judge gave you. And you'll do so going forward as well. Because you will be told what a mental disease or defect is and what it is not. A mental disease is not antisocial conduct. It's not conduct brought about by use of a controlled substance, a temporary mental state caused by a controlled substance. A person is not mentally ill just because they commit something that's unnatural, that's so enormous, that just is beyond comprehension, right? You'll be instructed that those are not mental diseases or defects. So as disturbing as the conduct you already heard about is, and maybe, that's not where the analysis ends. You'll hear from several experts. Defense already went over Dr. Litton and her qualifications and how she supports Ms. Schabusiness's NGI plea. But you'll also hear some issues with Dr. Litton's methodology, her analysis, and ultimately her conclusions. The state will call several psychologists of its own, both of whom were actually court-appointed, not by either party, by the court, when they did their analysis and meetings with Ms. Schabusiness. Dr. Matthew Seipel will talk about some of the issues that he had with Dr. Litton's methodology and her conclusions. He'll testify about those. You'll also hear from the court-appointed expert, Dr. Christina Engen. Again, came here on a court order, not retained by either side, and she'll tell you that she does not believe Ms. Schabusiness is suffering from a mental disease or defect, or that she was unable or lacked substantial capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of law or appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct. Okay? So you'll hear from a variety of witnesses, some of whom are experts, some of whom are lay witnesses or civilians. You'll hear about, and you've already heard about, confounding all of this is the defendant's drug use immediately before the offense. We've all heard about that. Defendant's admitting that and acknowledging that.
Mm-hmm.
You'll hear about how methamphetamine
Trazodone
has those effects, has effects of psychosis, that has that result in people. And again, it's not a mental disease or defect if you're using controlled substances and it causes that result. So you'll hear from these experts and witnesses, but ultimately, in our state, whether somebody is suffering from a mental disease or defect is a jury determination. It's up to you, based on the facts and opinions that you hear. Certainly the opinions of the experts will be valuable for you, but you've already heard all the evidence. You know more about this case than any of these experts likely do. You heard testimony about Ms. Schabusiness's mental state both before and after, in close proximity to the offenses that she's convicted of. You've heard her friends, her roommate.
Like, I think for sure she definitely has like some sort of like mental issues, but like I think she was still responsible for the crime. But you know, like I said, I was listening to the testimonies in the background for today's trial, so I'm going to listen to it again with you guys and very closely.
Officers who had contact with her, Mr. Hendricks, Ms. Pakinich, described their interactions in close proximity to this offense and reported nothing out of the ordinary. Some of whom are her friends who've known her for quite a while. Mr. Gannon, Mr. Tomes, you've already heard about their observations of the defendant. But more importantly, you saw the defendant's own words. Hours after all of these offenses occurred, really close proximity. You saw her be able to recall, be able to talk about it, and more importantly, you saw her mannerisms, how she was talking about it. Did not appear anyone was suffering under some manic episode. She's calmly talking about it with officers, providing information that is consistent with everything they're seeing. What does that indicate? She's aware of what's going on. She remembers everything. This isn't somebody who is not appreciating what happened. So that's why we call all these experts, but ultimately, at the end of the day, it's a jury determination. It's a factual issue for you. And the state believes that when you hear all that evidence and consider the evidence you heard in the first phase, that you'll find the defendant has failed to meet her burden.
Hey, Vicky.
That
hey,
she should
Kim.
be held responsible for the conduct that she's convicted of and what she did to Shad. Thank you.
Oh, yes. My witness is on his way up, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay, first witness of the day. So first witness for Taylor Schabusiness. Is it her dad? Might be her dad. Actually, you know, I'm kind of interested in looking at her facial expression. I think it's her father. Her father's going to go up there and testify, talk about her childhood, talk about how her mom died, young age, and things like that. So you could hear the chains jangling, I think. He's currently incarcerated right now.
Okay.
I think she's happy to see her dad. Hey, Deb. I mean, she's obviously very amused and or confused. Yeah, maybe she gets a lot of like unwanted, intrusive thoughts. Because a lot of us do, but typically we kind of keep it in our head, you know?
Mr. Freilich, this is.
Arturo Coronado.
Sir, if you could just stay standing and turn and face her, and as best you can, raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Arturo Coronado.
Okay, Mr. Freilich, the witness is yours.
Thank you. Mr. Coronado, good morning.
Good morning.
Sir, how old are you?
51.
What is your date of birth?
5/24/72.
5/24/72. Hold on. I'm looking him up really quick, and I'm just making sure the birthday matches. 5/21/72.
Are you currently married, sir?
I am not.
You were living in Green Bay, correct?
Yeah, you know that, Chris.
Okay. And your daughter is Taylor Denise Schabusiness, is that fair?
She is.
Who is her mother?
Marla,
Okay. And you were married to Marla for a while, sir?
of course.
How many years was it?
We were married about 10, together about 15, 16.
Oh yeah, this is his record right here. Oof. We got 2nd-degree sexual assault of a child. guilty due to no contest plea. There are 2 counts. Does that mean like 2 children are involved? We got bail jumping, which that's what Taylor Schabusiness tried doing a couple times. I think she tried to jump bail, and that's why they had a warrant out for arrest. Bail jumping. Jeez. And then there's another Arturo here as well. I wonder if that's Arturo J. I think that's her brother. So maybe like just the entire family just has a history of like criminal shit. Jesus.
Did you live together in Wisconsin or some other
Illinois.
state? Illinois.
Illinois and Wisconsin.
Okay. And where was your daughter Taylor Schabusiness born?
In
Yeesh.
Evanston, Illinois.
Does Taylor have a sister or brother?
She has a brother that passed away last year.
Okay. What was his name?
AJ, Arturo Drep.
Okay.
JREP.
Oh yeah, he's in the
Why did he
system
pass away?
too.
What happened?
July 1st last year. Motorcycle accident.
When you were living in Illinois with your daughter Taylor Schabusiness, was she ever brought to a hospital at all?
No.
Okay. Did you ever receive any mental health treatment when you lived in Illinois?
No.
Did something happen to Taylor's mother at some point?
She passed away.
Okay.
She passed away May 20th, 2009. In her sleep.
Okay. Did that take a toll on your daughter Taylor?
Well, of course.
Can you tell me a little bit, sir?
On my son as well and me.
Okay. Took
Wait a second. Oh my God, is this all recent? Sentencing here. He had a sentencing hearing on July 18. That's like less than 10 days ago. Judgment of conviction 7 days ago. Oh my God, this is like all recent. Jeez. When was he charged though? Sorry, I'm just being nosy right now. Oh my God.
told everybody
Goddamn.
correct.
Did she testify at his trial? Now I'm wondering.
But yeah.
And when her mother passed away in,
Testifying
May
for
of
each other.
2009, how old was Taylor?
11, probably 11 and a half.
Okay.
My
Yeah.
son and daughter were about 9 and a half and 11 and a half years old.
Okay. Did Taylor go to school that day that her mother passed away?
I tried to get him to go to school, but they knew something was going on.
Okay.
He came back.
Can you describe a little bit how the death of Taylor's mother took a toll on her or impacted her? Can you give me a little bit of commentary on that?
Well, they were pretty young. I mean, obviously, her mom's not around anymore, and Marla she was ill, so just I guess they kind of knew what was going on, but it was unexpected. We watched the movie the night before and fell asleep, and I woke up and my wife was already cold, already passed.
Oh, wait, I found this actually. I think this would be kind of interesting. It's relevant, so I'm not like jumping around. Sorry, I was just finding some information. Okay, so this is something that her attorney had filed. Now, this is when she was given, I think, $2 million cash bond. That was her bond at the time. Jeez. The defense seeks to reduce the 2 million. Sorry, I said 2,000. I meant 2 million. 2 million cash bond down to $500K or 1 million cash bond. Sorry, I'm going to pull up the chat. I can't see you guys. Okay, I can see you guys now. Hello. Defendant has resided at 1130 Moran Bay, Green Bay, Wisconsin. That's how I made sure that was her dad that I found in the court records because I wanted to make sure that the address matched. And that's how I found this document. Defendant Taylor D. Schabusiness is 25 years old. She is the mother of one child, Mateo Coronado, age 2. Her child currently resides in Texas with the paternal grandparents. The father of her child is Warren Shabao. So Schabusiness is not even like their last name. It's actually Shabao, and I think she just changed it like Schabusiness. They probably just like that name better, I guess. Who is currently in custody at Federal Detention Center. The defendant previously lived in Temple, Texas. Defendant reports that she was married to Warren Shabao on 2/14/20. Oh, Valentine's Day. Which marriage is apparently still intact. Defendant attended Cotulla High School in Texas and graduated in 2016. Defendant attended Grand Canyon University where she studied electronics computers for 6 months. Oh, I didn't know she graduated high school. I don't know why. I thought she didn't graduate high school. I thought I remember hearing that. Defendant reports that her mother, Marla, died in approximately 2009 due to cirrhosis and alcoholism, which is extremely difficult for the defendant. Her father is Arturo Coronado Sr., and he resides at The defendant has family in Green Bay community. The defendant could potentially reside with her father during the pending of the action. Defendant was born in Chicago, Illinois. She was raised by her parents until the age of 11. At the time, her family relocated to Wisconsin. Defendant does have one brother. Taylor attended grades K to grade 4 at Millbrun Elementary School in Illinois. During her 4th grade year, her family relocated to Wisconsin, where she completed 4th grade at Forest Glen Elementary School. Taylor attended Lineville Intermediate School for grades 5 and 6. She completed grades 7 and 8 at Bayville Middle School. My God, why was she moving to so many different schools? Damn, that sucks. Taylor attended Bayport High School between grades 9 and 11. During 12th grade, Taylor was apparently expelled from school for fighting with a female student. She then moved to Cotulla, Texas, where she completed her senior year while living there with her paternal grandparents. Taylor completed her secondary education with an estimated GPA of 3.1 cumulative. 3.1? Not bad. Okay. Defendant has attended a substantial amount of her schooling in the state of Wisconsin. Wait, are we still talking about Taylor Schabusiness? I'm just interested in reading this because I feel like we don't really hear too much of her background story. We hear like bits and pieces here and there. And I don't think we really get too much from her dad. Defendant has worked for a sandwich shop as a teenager. She worked as a seasonal employee for Shopko Optical. Taylor worked for Saputo Cheese from January 20th, 2018 to February 11, 2020. That's like 2 years that she held this like job for. 2 years, okay? She worked as a machine operator for this Wisconsin company. I'm just trying to figure out if she just has a history of like, I don't know, shit, or if she was like, okay. Defendant also had employment in the state of Wisconsin. Defendant has many ties to the Wisconsin community. Defense asserts the defendant needs to have receive inpatient mental health treatment. The current cash bond is blah, 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 blah. Okay, I just want to look at her history really quick. This is just basically them arguing because she got like, I think her bail was $2 million, and defense is like, dude, $2 million? No, that's too high. And he wanted to be reduced to like $1 million or $500K, but whatever. I think $2 million is good enough. All right, well, that's like actually the only bit of information that I've only found on Taylor online.
You found her?
She's laying next to me.
Okay. And what about the kids? What about Taylor? Did she see her mom in that state?
Here, I'll report it.
Fell asleep and I woke up and my wife was already cold, already gassed.
You found her?
She's laying next to me.
Okay. And what about the kids? What about Taylor? Did she see her mom in that state?
They did not see. No, I did not allow that.
Okay. But were the kids in the house?
They were upstairs in their bedrooms.
Okay. After that occurred, did you see any changes in Taylor's behavior, first of all?
She's a little rambunctious. Nothing. I mean, she played volleyball. She had a good amount of friends she hung out with. She was a normal kid.
Normal kid, rambunctious.
Did things change at all for her?
I wouldn't say too much. She got in trouble a little bit at school, but I don't know, something with a band instrument.
What happened with that?
Oh, she just took somebody's band instrument
And
and then returned it, but nothing major.
when did you come to Green Bay? What year? Do you know?
2000. I started working here in 2007.
2007. Where did you work at?
I worked for Verizon
Okay.
before. It was GTE, then turned into Verizon.
Okay.
18 years.
Right. And when you came to Green Bay, did Taylor go to school here then?
Of course.
Of course. Where did she go to school?
She went through the Howard Sonical School District.
And then did she go to Bayport High School as well?
Yes, sir.
Did you get information that she was having issues at school?
Well, yeah.
What can you tell me?
From what I can recall, just normal, just kind of acting out, I guess. Just there's a couple of little instances that happened in high school, but it's kind of why I yanked her out of there and sent her to Texas so she could graduate and kind of get away from the issues that were going on here.
She went to Texas to live with her grandparents?
Correct.
When was that, do you know?
2017, I believe. I'm not sure.
Okay. How old was she in 2017? Do you know?
She was 16 and a half, probably 17.
16, 17. How long did she live with her grandparents then in Texas?
About a year, a little over a year until she graduated. Maybe 2 years. About a year, maybe a year and a half.
Was that Cotulla, Texas?
That's correct.
Was there a point where she got pregnant?
Well, about a year and a half ago, maybe.
Okay. And
Yeah.
then she had a baby, correct?
Yes.
Oh,
she
that
did.
time
And the baby
jump's
is currently living in
confusing.
Texas with the grandparents, correct?
Yeah. How's that relevant to anything here? Why do we need to talk about him?
Let me ask you this. So,
Jesus, spicy.
That's correct.
was there a point where she got pregnant?
Well, about a year.
Is he offended that the baby ended up living with the father? So her husband's family has custody of their children. I'm assuming him and his family, I don't know, maybe they were bitter about
A year and a
that.
half ago, maybe.
Okay. And
Yeah.
then she had a baby, correct?
Yes, she did.
And the baby is currently living in Texas with the grandparents, correct?
Yeah. How's that relevant to anything here? Why do we need to talk about him?
Let me ask you.
Oh, man.
Let me ask you this. So, before the baby was born, was she
Dude, she's luring for your daughter, okay? Chill.
placed at Nicolay Psychiatric Center?
Before the baby was born?
Yeah.
Possibly.
Okay. Did you see her at the Nicolay Psychiatric Center?
Oh,
when she was
yeah,
there?
yeah. I'm sorry. It's just so much going on.
It's through Brown County.
Yeah, I went to take her there myself, actually.
Okay. Why did you
Yeah.
take her there?
She just wasn't in the right state of mind.
Was she suicidal?
I probably.
Was she psychotic?
I guess
Objection, I don't think this witness has the ability to answer that question.
Rephrase the question.
Okay. All right. Was she experiencing like hallucinations?
She just, yeah, she was not in the right state of mind at all. So I feared that she would hurt herself. So that's why I took her. We both agreed. We both went there together and tried to get help. And then ended up releasing her, and she came home, and that was about it.
Okay. Was she prescribed some medications and things like that?
She was at that evening, no, but yeah, she has been on some medication that she didn't. She never liked taking those pills. I mean, they kind of messed her up even worse.
Did they cause her to hallucinate or cause her to have
I think
problems?
it all started with a Seroquel that was taken, back. I don't understand too much about those prescription drugs. but
Seroquel?
They never agreed with her at all.
Okay. And do you know the other medications that?
Seroquel, as an antipsychotic medication, treats several kinds of mental health conditions, including schizophrenia and bipolar disorder.
That she was asked to take?
ADHD, Adderall, I believe.
Anything about Haldol?
I don't know.
Okay.
But I know she was prescribed some stuff, but I don't know the names.
Did you talk to some of the doctors or psychiatrists at the Nicolay Psychiatric Facility?
Judge, I'm going to object. I think this witness can offer his observations and the facts that he's aware of from what he observed in Ms. Schabusiness with respect to what he learned from doctors about her mental health conditions. We have professionals who are going to answer questions based on the records. Those people are better equipped to answer those questions. The information he received from doctors is hearsay.
It's not hearsay. I didn't ask what they said. I just asked if you talked to the doctors, Your Honor.
Sure. So the question that's pending isn't asking for hearsay.
18 hours on Seroquel? Is that one of the side effects where you just like fucking just sleep the fuck for like, holy shit?
I think the objection was made because it sounds like that's what we're
Is there
headed.
like an adjustment period?
You can answer the question that was just asked, and then I'll just indicate, Mr. Fairlight, that objection is probably coming if you go to the next step. But the
Seroquel's the worst. My dad was hallucinating big time on it. Jeez.
question that's pending can be answered. So I think the question was, did you talk to anybody at Nicolay?
I did.
Ask another question.
Okay. Did Taylor live with you in Green Bay for a while?
For a little bit, yeah.
Was that in 2021 or what year was it?
I believe so, yeah. But again, speaking to them and her being an adult, they really, even being a father, weren't allowed to disclose anything.
Right.
You know,
Sure. When she lived with you, sir, what address did she live with you at?
1130 Maureen Way.
And how long did she live with you?
Just a few months.
Did it ever come to a point where you didn't want her to stay there anymore because her behaviors were getting worse or her mental status was getting worse?
No, I love my daughter, so I'll do whatever it takes to help her out.
Did you ever review any of her records at all?
Objection. I don't think he can testify to the content. Again, I think it's the same objection. He can answer whether he reviewed them. He can't answer anything about the content of the records.
Your Honor, the state, what they're trying to do is they're trying to anticipate an objection. They know this one is not an objectionable one, in my opinion. And any good parent, when you go to the doctor, you're going to talk with the physician or the psychologist or whoever it is about the status of your child. So I'm just asking that.
It's not like I didn't try. I tried talking
Hold
to
it.
her.
Wait. So I'm going to overrule the objection at this point, and the question can be asked. Mr. Fairlight, why don't you ask it again so that the witness has it in his mind?
Okay, Your Honor. I kind of forgot, so hopefully the...
Did you review some of the records of your daughter? Did you review any of the records?
Like at the facility?
Yes.
Again, she was an adult at the time, and I can't, yeah,
The
she
answer
was,
was no,
she was,
Mr. Fairlight.
Okay. When she was living at your house there on Moraine Way, was she ever experiencing any hallucinations or anything like that?
yeah.
Can you tell me about that?
Just know that she wasn't in the right frame of mind, kind of see things. She liked to walk around, and, we take a walk, cemetery, just right down the street. But she just needed, just to kind of get out and walk around and, I guess, ease her mind.
Did you have concerns about her from a physical or mental standpoint?
Always.
Okay.
Always.
All right. Thank you. Nothing further. I appreciate that.
Do you have any cross-examination?
But was she on meth during
briefly,
this time?
Mr. Coronado, were you aware of whether or not your daughter was employed during the time that she was residing with you on Moraine Way?
She was not at the time, at that, no.
Do you know anything about her employment history as an adult?
Sure.
And had she held jobs in the past?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Do you know where she worked?
She worked for Saputo. She worked a couple years, Saputo, 3.5 years probably.
And is that relatively recently? Prior to her arrest, of course.
Yeah, right, prior to.
And
She was doing really well there, too, until her boyfriend/husband got out of jail. That turned everything upside down.
okay. In part because of the methamphetamine use, right?
Yep.
So Taylor was doing pretty well, and then she started using the drugs.
So they're saying that like the boyfriend/husband/the simp is the one that's responsible for her methamphetamine use or introduction of that.
No further questions.
Pretty bad drug, too.
Anything on that, Mr. Fairlight?
What was the drug?
No, meth, heroin, whatever else. I don't know.
Marijuana?
Yeah, I don't know. The kid was already doing that shit before, and just a fucking loser, and he got my daughter involved in that shit.
Thank you, sir. Nothing
I
else.
wonder what the husband thinks about that.
Okay, thank you. You can step down. Next witness, Mr. Freilich.
I call Dr. Diane Litton, PhD, Your Honor.
I don't know. I actually didn't expect that. I thought her dad was just going to be some guy who just like didn't give a fuck about her. Was just like, I don't know. She did whatever she wanted. I didn't really care, whatever. But seems like there's, I don't know, maybe decent family. But even though they are all like, they all have like criminal history, but within their own family dynamic, I don't know. It seems like there was like support for each other and stuff like that. From what little we've seen. Okay, so the next person that's going to go, I believe, is the hired, I want to say psychiatrist. I think her title is psychiatrist. She's going to be up for a little bit, and she's going to say that Taylor is not guilty by insanity, and then she'll talk about why. There's some things that she mentioned that I was just kind of like, and then like towards the end where it's like, well, what kind of testing did you do? And she's like, well, I don't need to do this type of testing. I could just, I don't know. Her attitude towards the end was a little bit like,
Name for the record.
Diane Litton.
Okay, Mr. Freilich, then the witness is yours.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Diane Litton.
Good morning.
Morning.
State your name for the record again.
Diane
Oh, shit,
Litton.
my bad. Ah, hey, what's going on? Come back. Maybe come back. Okay, we're back.
All that.
Lytton.
And what is your occupation?
I'm an independent forensic psychologist
Psychologist.
where's your office?
Just kidding.
in Oshkosh, Wisconsin.
And are you a PhD?
I am.
Does that make you a licensed psychologist?
Well, I earned the PhD first and then became a licensed psychologist.
Okay. Could you briefly provide me with your educational background?
Sure. I have a bachelor's degree, a master's degree, and a PhD doctoral degree. All three are in the field of psychology.
How long have you been a licensed psychologist?
June 1993.
And did you work for UW-Madison?
I was during my PhD program at UW-Madison, during the graduate program, I was what's called a research assistant for the professors, for my professor. So that was my work while I was getting my PhD.
Okay. Initially, when you got your PhD, where did you work?
I worked for the University of Wisconsin, initially in an internship, administrative internship through University of Wisconsin system. I did that for a year, and then I became a research scientist at UW-Madison.
Did you work at Mendota Mental Health Institute?
I did.
Could you tell me a little bit about that?
After taking off about 5 years for family matters, I then retrained to become a clinical licensed psychologist, and that took me 3,000 hours at Mendota Mental Health Institute in Madison, and then they hired me as a staff psychologist. And so I was at Mendota for about 7 years, 1991 until 1997, when I became independent forensic psychologist. And I was a therapist too for some years too.
Okay. As a
Wait, sorry. Damn, her dad was sentenced to 12 years. 12 years and extended supervision, 18 years. Jesus. Okay, sorry, I'm back.
psychologist, do you conduct NGI evaluations, competency evaluations, psychological evaluations?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of patients did you treat as a forensic psychologist?
A variety. The ones inpatient at Mendota Mental Health Institute in Madison.
Okay, I mean, Dad loves his daughter, but he seems like a piece of shit still. Holy fuck.
We used to have what called the adult and teenage and child, not forensic units, but child units. For a while I was on a juvenile adolescent unit, and then I worked for a couple years on what's called a civil unit, adults.
Rain.
They're no longer at Mendota now. But then the last part of that 7 years, I was in the forensic units, people who were committed under the insanity, NGI, And then also, so most of the patients I dealt with had been found not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect, and the other patients were there for competency to proceed to trial evaluation. So I had both.
Did you also deal with guardianships?
Peripherally when I worked at Mendota, but since being privately employed, I do numerous guardianship evaluations for Outagamie County.
Had you also been involved in doing sex offender evaluations as well?
Yes.
Now, you have a curriculum vitae, correct?
Yeah, very small one. Yeah. Resume.
And you did provide that to me, is that fair?
Yes.
Counsel, just to clarify, we're starting over with numbers. This is Exhibit 1.
Okay. Thank you, Judge. Mark, can I have permission to approach?
You may.
May or curriculum vitae contain information about your educational background?
Yes.
Does it contain information about other patients or cases you've worked on?
Well, it summarizes my jobs over since 1975. So, yeah.
Okay.
And the type of cases that I do for the last 32 years.
Okay. And your license is still in effect, correct?
Yes.
Is everything in that curriculum vitae Exhibit 1 true and accurate as of today?
Well, except I wasn't able to do the online renewal of my American Psychological Association membership. I found that out this year, so I had to call them up and do that. So that's the only thing. As far as I know, that's the only thing that's not accurate.
But you're licensed in the state of Wisconsin?
Correct.
Offer Exhibit 1.
Any objection?
No.
One will be received.
Thank you. Now, were you provided with some brief background information about this case?
Yes.
And were you provided information from prior counsel and from me?
Yes.
What kinds of information did you review in this case?
It was voluminous, and I asked for more information too. The records, though, discovery included the criminal complaints for the offense, prior offenses from 2020. That's the police records and the formal criminal complaint. And then inpatient, a 21-day inpatient psychiatric hospitalization at Nicolay.
Can I stop you right there? Did you receive those documents?
Yes.
Did you receive the order for civil commitment?
Yes.
Did you receive an order for psychotropic medications for Taylor Schabusiness?
Yes.
And you looked at those legal documents?
Yes.
What year was that? Do you know?
Which year?
When those orders were entered, the civil commitment order?
2021, I believe, for 6-month order for civil commitment and the order to treat.
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibits.
Yes.
And Exhibit 3?
Wait, just said in the caption, Taylor Shoe Business.
That is a state of Wisconsin, Brown County order for involuntary medication and treatment.
Is that for Taylor Schabusiness?
Yes.
Is that from 2021?
Yes.
Do those documents indicate that she was mentally ill at that time?
Yes.
And that she was court-ordered to take some medications?
Exactly.
Are those documents that you reviewed as part of your evaluation in this case?
Yes.
Offer Exhibits 2 and 3.
Any objections?
No.
Yep, Dr. Lewis from Letitia. Yep.
So, Dr. Litton, you can carry on. What other documents or things did you look at as part of your evaluation?
Dr. Lewis was just like, she was just kooky, man. Dr. Donhus was a gossiper. Who else was there? Dr. Curry, amazing. Dr. Spiegel, bizarre. And Dr. Lewis was kooky.
Reviewed the other evaluators in this case, their reports.
Hello.
And then the 2 inpatient psychiatric hospitalizations from Bellin here in Green Bay. I reviewed voluminous school records, which I don't often get in these cases. But the school records for Ms. Schabusiness covered kindergarten through 11th grade and all the behavior incidences. So I think that's about it. And then the Prevea, we've asked for those records, but they haven't been received yet.
The what?
Did you review Nicolay Psychiatric Center records from through Brown County?
Yes.
Did you review the report from Dr. Christina Engine,
Yes.
Dr. Tracy Lucetta,
Yes.
Dr. Matthew T. Seipel,
Yes.
Dr. Deborah Collins?
Yes.
Those are all psychologists, correct?
I think they all said that Taylor Schabusiness was either like feigning her symptoms or like that she was actually like okay during the time of the murders. I think those were the people.
Yes, they are.
You also
I think those were all like court ordered ones.
Did you also review the criminal complaints and police reports and other case materials?
Yes.
Were you able to, before I get into that, did you prepare 2 tables so
I
to
did.
speak? Okay.
Yes.
Can you tell me what the tables are?
The simpler table, one page, is Ms. Schabusiness's mental health history with just the names of the records, the date of the treatment, if it was known, her age at the time, and then the diagnosis, medications, and the conditions. So that was the one page. And then the other one was prepared by her school, and it reflects 6th grade through 11th grade, but this is just the table that the school had prepared. I had also, though, reviewed her kindergarten through 5th grade. So this table is 6th grade through 11th, but I also reviewed kindergarten through 5th grade, too.
Okay. And
Yeah, I just had it up actually. Her dad recently was sentenced, like a couple days ago, but it was 2 counts, or actually, he was initially charged with 2 counts of second degree of sexual assault of a child. The initial charges were 1st degree child sexual assault, intercourse with person under 16 using threat, use/threat, or force/violence. There was 2 counts of that, but I don't know why it's like duplicated. But yeah, and then it changed to 2nd degree instead.
you brought
You got
these
12
tables
years for that, it
here
seems.
and provided them to me, correct?
Yes.
They've been provided to the state?
I guess. I don't know. Were they provided to the state?
Yes,
Oh,
sir.
there's so
Okay,
many of
yes.
them here.
Yes,
Your Honor?
yeah, you told me that.
Thank you. Can I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. Exhibit 4 is being presented to you. Exhibit 5 is being presented to you. Can you comment on Exhibit 4 first, please?
Exhibit 4 is a one
And he also got a bail jumping charge as well back in like 2018.
page table, Taylor Schabusiness mental health history.
Oh, 2 incidents?
With
Maybe,
the record,
yeah.
the information came from the date, if it's known, of inpatient or jail records, her approximate ages, and then the conditions during that, either psychiatric treatment or in jail, the conditions, if they did make any diagnosis of her, and then medications, if there were medications prescribed. So that's what Exhibit 4 is.
Could you take me through that in a little bit more detail as to the treatments she received and the medications?
Yes. From the age of about 7 through 14, she was treated, and again, I can't remember how the Prevea, here in Green Bay or this area, probably outpatient, so ages about 7 to 14, and we know the 14 is definite. She was seen for, and she was under psychiatric care, and I believe therapy, I think, counseling, for attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, depression, and she was begun on Zoloft, an antidepressant, 2 to 3 weeks when she was 14, before the admission to Bellin. So that's on the next line. Bellin Health Psychiatric Center Adolescent Unit. She was there for 3 days, 2012, age 14. From the medical records, the conditions that they saw, the psychiatrists, the mental health people at Bellin, a thought disturbance, hallucinations, delusions, suicidal, depression. She was initially diagnosed with bipolar 1, depression, severe, with psychosis. She was put on an antipsychotic medication, Seroquel, and they discontinued the Zoloft that she had been taking 2 to 3 weeks before the admission. And the reason they discontinued the antidepressant medication is sometimes it can trigger worse symptoms in a person with bipolar. When she was discharged after the 3 days, no longer suicidal, she was then diagnosed with a mood disorder, not otherwise specified, without psychosis, but still, the psychiatrist noted there was still some paranoia. You want me to just continue?
Sure.
Okay. The next admission, psychiatric, was to the same facility, Bellin Health Psychiatric Center Adolescent Unit, inpatient. That was for 3 days, 2 years later, in 2014. She was diagnosed with a mood disorder with prior history of psychosis. She had a history of diagnosis of mood disorder, suicidal, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, history of hypomania, and marijuana use daily. She was prescribed medications to treat some medications, Lithobid, there to manage bipolar disorder. She was prescribed Abilify, which is an antipsychotic medication, and they stopped the Seroquel that she had been on since the age of 14. The next is St. Mary's emergency room. She was there for just a brief visit, the ER, March 22nd 2021. She was 23 years old. She was observed to have hallucinations, paranoia, delusions, and she was using, or she had a history, but I think she was using at that time, marijuana, methamphetamine. Okay, so that was one day at the ER. Then, and I believe, if I have this right, I believe she was in jail for 2020 offenses, and I believe she went to the emergency room in 2021 from the jail because of the psychosis. Okay, then we have the Nicolay Psychiatric Center inpatient from March 22nd, 2021 until April 12th, 2021. At that time, she had a 6-month civil commitment with an order to treat, which was what those exhibits 2 and 4 were, I think. Okay, this was 2021 for 21 days. The records indicate bipolar disorder, substance use, hallucinations, delusional, paranoia. She was initially on Abilify that she had been prescribed since age 16. And again, she was 23 during the 21 day at 23 years old during the 21 days at Nicolay. So they kept her, I believe they kept her on Abilify, an antipsychotic medication, but then put her on and injected to make it easier. So you get the injections of an antipsychotic, Aristada, I think, Aristada, I can't pronounce it, Aristada. They put her on that, so hoping that she'd be more compliant. Easier, you go to the psychiatrist, get a shot. I don't remember if it's once a week. Some of them last a month, so I'm not sure about that one. And I think I said she was diagnosed with bipolar disorder, substance use, had hallucinations, delusional, paranoia. The last records were the jail, Brown County Jail mental health records. That was from a stay 3 months in 2020, June to September 2020. She was 22 years old, and that regarded 2020
Why are we jumping all over the place? I thought we're in 2021. Why are you in 2020 now, ma'am?
offenses, criminal. She was noted to be suicidal, bizarre behaviors,
Messing up my notes.
hallucinations, and had used methamphetamine and heroin. Then, from the ages of 24 to 25 currently, records from the jail were from January 4th, 2022 to July 9th, 2023. She had, and I'm getting these from their mental health records, psychiatrists, mental health.
Did she not okay, this is what you need to do. When you're reading someone else's notes, I mean, this better not be her notes, but when you read someone else's notes, you got to reorganize it into your notes, okay? Don't be lazy. I don't know. Maybe she is reading off her notes, but she wants to be all over the place to confuse us.
People at the jail. They noted she had suicidal ideation, bizarre, self-injurious behaviors, many conduct reports. She was nonverbal and isolative in her cell at times. She smeared and drew on her cell walls with feces and menstrual blood.
Thanks.
She was naked at times. She had hallucinations, intense anger at times. She was prescribed Risperdal, an antipsychotic medication for, quote, psychosis and impulse control. But she was usually non-compliant. Then, as far as I know, the antipsychotic olanzapine is currently her medication prescribed at the jail, but she has typically been non-compliant with taking it. And that's it for that exhibit.
Did you generate a report in this particular case?
Yes.
Olanzapine. This is the defense psychologist. Oh.
At this time, I'll offer civics.
Oh. man.
Some of them have already been admitted. I'm assuming the only one that hasn't been admitted is 4. Any objection?
No.
4 be received.
I don't know. I tried writing that timeline. I don't know if I did a good job. We were kind of all over the place, but this is where I'm at right now. So from ages 7 to 14, she had like some psychiatric care / therapy for ADHD and depression. 7 through 14? Is that right? She was on Zoloft. When she was at a different health center, this was 3 days when she was 14 years old. Apparently delusional, hallucination, suicide, diagnosed with bipolar 1, depression. Discontinued Zoloft, was given Seroquel. Then was diagnosed after she was discharged at 3 days. Then was diagnosed with mood disorder without psychosis, some paranoia. Years later, in 2014, she spent 3 days, had mood disorder with history of psychosis, suicidal, ADHD, hypomania, marijuana use daily. She was on Lithobid for bipolar, and Abilify for, what was Abilify for again? Is it antipsychotics? They discontinued Seroquel. She went to the ER, had hallucinations when she was 23, paranoia, delusional, using marijuana / meth though. 2020, when she was 22 years old, she was at some jail, mental health, hallucinations, meth, heroin. Maybe 2021 had psychosis in jail. I don't know. March 2021 to April 2021, 6-month civil commitment with order to treat bipolar, substance use, paranoia, delusional, hallucinations. Was on Abilify and antipsychotic meds. January 2022 to 23, suicide ideation, bizarre self-injurious behavior, many conduct reports, nonverbal, isolated in jail, smeared and drew on the walls with her feces and blood, naked, hallucination, tense anger, Risperdal, psychotic med for olanzapine. Her current med is olanzapine, and she's non-compliant, meaning she's probably just not taking it.
You are. Dr. Litton, you prepared a written report, correct?
Yes.
And was that dated July 3rd,
Hello.
2023?
Yes.
Was it 15 pages?
But she was kind of all over the place, so I don't know if my notes are good or not.
About that, yes.
Did you sign it?
Yes.
I wish I could just read the
Oh,
notes
9
myself.
pages.
She sucked at reading it to us.
You did review her medical and mental health history, correct?
Yes.
Her background, correct?
Yes.
Her family and social background, is that fair?
Yes.
Alcohol, drug abuse, and education?
Yes.
Sexual, physical abuse history, fair?
Yeah. Yes.
Jobs,
Yes.
charges?
Now, I don't think she talks about the sexual / abuse history.
Yes.
I know they mentioned the husband, but I don't think they talk about that.
Tell me about the first interview that you did with her.
That took place February 7th, 2 attempted interviews, February 7th, 2023, at the jail in a conference room. She remained nonverbal the entire time when I attempted to interview her, and she suddenly ran to the corner of the room, picked up a plastic chair, and threw it at me. I called the guards. Took them a couple minutes to get there.
A couple minutes to get there? What? Why were they not outside of the... Oh, my God. A couple minutes? Jesus.
She sat down. I sat down.
She could have died.
Tried to calmly ask her why she threw the chair. She, again, was nonverbal. The guards came. I explained the situation. They initially said, yes, I should terminate the interview, but offered the possibility of taking Ms. Schabusiness to a secure booth to see if she'd interview. She nodded that she would be willing to go there and talk to me. We got there, and she again was nonverbal. That was the first 2 attempted interviews, February 7th, 2023.
So you had 2 interviews with her on that day?
2 on that day.
The one interview, was that in a room with just you and her and a table?
Yeah, yes.
And in that interview room, they have a stack of chairs there?
1 chair in the corner.
Okay. And then later you went to a more secure area where there was glass. Did you talk to her there?
I tried to, and she again was nonverbal.
Hey, Storm.
That was before I got involved. Is that fair?
Exactly.
Then did you have the occasion to meet with her on a different date?
I did. When the last attorney, the original attorney on the
Mr.
case,
Dolly?
after she threw the chair at me, was nonverbal on February 7th, 2023. Her defense attorney went, like the next day, went to discuss things about, why did you throw the chair? She didn't have an explanation. But she agreed, and she was verbal to the defense attorney. She told him, yes, she would then interview with me. He said, I'll come back tomorrow to double check. He returned, I guess, the next day. She again said she was verbal with him and agreed that she'd interview with me. So I returned on February 13th, 2023, and she refused to even come to the interview room. So those were the first 3 attempted interviews.
Okay. Was there an occasion where you had another interview with her?
I did, yes.
When was that?
On June 19th, 2023.
And was that at the Brown County Jail?
Yes.
In the interview room?
In the conference room, yes.
And what is the conference room? Can you describe the layout there?
Not a huge room, but there's a table, a bigger table in the middle, and plastic chairs, thank goodness, plastic chairs. And then there was that the people sit on. And then, one plastic chair in the corner. Not a huge conference room.
From the incident on February 7th where the chair was thrown at you, did you have some safety concerns, precautions?
With her or me?
Yes.
She was handcuffed to a waist belt.
But I mean, did you have concerns from the incident on February 7th where the chair was thrown at you?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Okay.
First time in 32 years. The chairs, anybody I've interviewed ever did that.
So on June 19th of 2023, you had another interview with her?
Yes.
Did you make any requests at all?
Well, for you to be there, but, you had already met with her several times. She had not been aggressive with you. Ideally, I wanted to meet with her in that conference room as opposed to behind plexiglass in a little tiny booth. The June 19th, 2023 interview where she did talk was in that conference room.
And you asked me to sit in?
Yes, I did.
Did I interfere in any way?
No.
And so tell me a little bit about that interview on June 19th of 2023.
I was only with her for 2 hours. She had a great deal of difficulty with paying attention and concentrating. My impression of her at that 2-hour interview was she was psychotic. She had visual, auditory, hearing, visual hallucinations, auditory hallucinations. She was delusional. She was paranoid. She answered some of my questions. My impression of her was that she was really trying to answer questions, and she was verbal. This time she spoke with me. She was verbal, but my impression was that she was really trying to answer my questions. But her thinking was very, what we call disorganized, very delusional. She was actively hallucinating, hearing things.
Do we have a video recording of this? I'm just very curious because remember when Taylor Schabusiness was being interviewed by the police? She made her sentences were complete. She was talking fine. The audio was pretty crap though. Maybe we missed the part where she was going a little bit crazy. There are times where she inappropriately would laugh at certain things and make funny faces like how she's doing right now in trial. But yeah, she made complete sentences. Do we have to see the interview?
Train, a loud train whistle that she screaming, which she told me she hears in the courtroom too. As the 2 hours went on, she became so distracted
so
and very,
afraid.
Footage. You could see it on her face, fear, because of the delusions she was experiencing right then, and she got more and more scared about what she thought she saw, a train, and of this louder whistle. So after 2 hours, that was it. She was so, in my impression was that she was so distressed. I didn't want to continue the interview. Then I felt I would be inflicting more harm on her if I continued the interview. So she gave me some information about her bipolar condition, her mental health history, family. Yeah, that's...
Dr. Litton, thank you. Do you have an opinion on whether or not Ms. Schabusiness's memory for remote or recent events was impaired?
Yes.
Tell me about that a little bit.
Not only did I see that memory issues, impairment in the 2-hour interview, but I see it in her records too. She can sometimes remember remote events, pretty well, where she lived, approximate dates, the approximate time her mother died, and so the date when she got married, roughly. It's a little fuzzy, but yeah, better remote memory. But she often will, in the same interview with treaters, evaluators, she'll be confused. And I saw memory impairments during the 2 hours, memory gaps.
Drug use?
Kind of a person with bipolar disorder or other psychotic disorder like schizophrenia, when
Like,
they're
how would
actively
she be able-
psychotic.
How would she be able to parse it out between like, you know, whether or not it's like bipolar or like schizophrenia or whatever, or if it was just like from like the drug use and stuff, like all the meth and the heroin?
We sometimes see memory gaps for the time they were very psychotic, or with bipolar 1 disorder, when they're in a manic state, they can often forget what's going on. Then when they come out of the psychosis, sometimes they'll have a spotty memory. Sometimes the whole memory will come back of what they were doing, what happened during the psychotic episode. But sometimes it's totally blank. Sometimes it comes partially back. And sometimes they try to reconstruct what happened, and you get a kind of a funny reconstruction. How do they explain their behavior when they were manic with bipolar or psychotic from schizophrenia, for example? They'll do a funny, not funny, haha, but bizarre reconstruction. Well, let's see, if I did that, if I got married while I was psychotic, well, let's see, I must have liked the guy. Or I've heard some really odd memory issues.
What about her speech? Can you give me any commentary on her speech from the observations you made?
Her speech is generally, you can understand, I could understand her. She generally speaks in what we call connected sentences.
Okay,
So
that's what I meant.
you can understand her speech.
That's
She's
like
not. There's
sentences.
there's another term, word salad, for somebody who's psychotic, who just blah, blah, blah. You can't understand. It's called word salad. I've never, in her records, and when I interviewed her, she's never been like that. So you can understand her speech, and she'll speak in brief, what we call connected sentences. Sometimes they're logical, lucid, but other times not. They don't make sense. They're going off track. Whatever we're talking about, poof, she goes off track and says something totally different.
Are you saying that she goes off on tangents?
Very much so, yes.
Was she going off on tangents in the police interrogation? I felt like she just like kind of like answered the questions, and like there's one part where she was talking about like, oh, it felt like she was like in a TV show. She woke up and like, I don't know, it felt weird or something like that. But I felt like she wasn't going off on like crazy long tangents like I do. But
Not always, but yes, I observed that in the records too.
When you discuss certain topics, is she
Show the
connected or
footage.
disconnected?
Sometimes, like in the 2-hour interview, sometimes and again, my impression was that she,
yeah, so maybe she's laying the foundation right now, Rain. Maybe she's just like telling us, you know, the interactions, and then afterwards she'd be like, okay, well, I administered like XYZ test, and this is how I got my findings and all that stuff. So maybe she's getting to it. We're just laying the foundation. Just taking forever.
tried really hard to answer my questions. Sometimes she was connected to what I was saying and to reality. Other times, no, definitely not connected, in my impression.
During the 2-hour interview that you had with her on June 19th, was she distracted by any internal or external stimuli?
Yes.
Tell me a little bit more about that.
She was distracted by a clock and this is one of these tangents, a clock on the conference room wall. She was distracted by a cord. We had just been talking about past suicide attempts, and she had tried apparently to hang herself. So when she was a teenager or younger, and she was distracted by a cord and a voice telling her to hang herself with that cord. But she said, I'm controlling it though. She had a train. She thought she saw a train and a whistle that got louder and louder and louder. She was delusional in her thinking. So those are just some examples.
Did you ask her about her mood on a scale of 1 to 10?
I did.
And what was the response you got?
007, which was bizarre. And I think a reference to James Bond.
What could you take from that?
My impression was that, again, it was some tangent, and it sounds pretty goofy, bizarre. I asked her to clarify that, and she really didn't. It led into a discussion of mania, bipolar 1 mania, and we discussed that, her impressions of bipolar, and has she ever had a manic episode.
Is obsessive compulsive disorder a mental disorder or issue?
Is it for her or just in general?
Just in general.
Yes, it's a mental disorder.
Did you talk to her about any compulsive behaviors or any issues like that?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
I brought up the issue of hypersexuality, also just obsessive compulsive symptoms, traits. And she said sometimes she's will touch her hair a lot. She'll wash her hands 30 to 40 times with germs. But then I asked her about hypersexuality, which is sometimes seen in a person with bipolar 1.
I don't know. Washing her hands a lot, because like maybe like being germophobic. Is that something that like comes and goes or something? Because remember when they did find her, she still had dried blood all over her hands and on her sweatshirt too. So like, does that OCD come and goes with like the germophobic thing, or like, I'm a little confused about that, I guess.
Disorder when they're in a manic psychotic state. This
Oh, like it could only, I don't know, because I would assume that if she was like manic when she killed Chad, wouldn't she also be like obsessed with like washing her hands, getting the blood off, and like, I don't know.
hyper, too much interest, arousal with regarding something sexual. And she was very surprised. She had never heard of that. But she clicked on it. It was interesting. She clicked on it like, oh. And then she described some past obsessiveness, and I think she said in 2020, for about a year, when she and her husband viewed a lot, and she called it, obsessive, adult pornography.
Does hypersexuality give you concern or pause as it relates to mental health issues?
It does, because, and this wasn't the additional evidence about it, that she has likely, well, in my opinion, she has had hypersexuality during the bipolar disorder, when she was diagnosed at least age 14, but probably before that. She made inappropriate sexual comments in her classrooms while growing up at school. Then when she was inpatient, I believe the 21.
I mean, when I was a kid, I did too. How old was she? Like, was she like in like second grade? No, I mean, I don't know. I guess it depends on what kind of comments. Could we get some specifics, please?
Days, I think it was Nicolay, and was it 2021? She was inappropriate. They caught her in the bathroom, 2 separate incidences with two different male patients. I think there's been some incidences in the jail. I don't remember that exactly. But yes, that's definitely a concern. I've seen other people with inpatient, outpatient, who are hypersexual, and again associated with bipolar mania, manic episode, or could be schizophrenia, but typically bipolar disorder. I've certainly seen that at Mendota, and when I treated or evaluated people. It's not incredibly common, but it's one of the kind of classic symptoms of a bipolar manic episode.
Did Ms. Schabusiness say anything about her thinking and her feelings on that?
Yes.
What did she talk to you about?
You mean during that 2-hour interview?
Yes.
Yeah, and I'd have to look at the exact quotes here. But she hears screaming in the courtroom. It sounds like quite constant, she said. I'm looking here. Yeah, she said she reported she hears screaming all day long, and not from the other jail inmates, telling her to wake up. Screaming happens, quote, a lot when she goes to court. It, quote, very much so, end of quote, affects her ability to concentrate on a daily basis and when in the courtroom. And then the voices, the screaming, are scary and tell her to do stuff. So her thinking I always ask people I evaluate, how is your thinking and memory? And to me, it's just the thinking it's difficult for her to think because of the bipolar symptoms of psychosis thinking. It affects her attention, her concentration, and messes up her thinking. Difficult.
As part of your complete analysis in this case, did you find that Taylor Schabusiness is married?
Yes.
And did she provide you with any information about the marital relationship?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
She said that, I hate to say this about someone not here, but she said that her spouse, who I believe they married in 2020, got her involved in methamphetamine use. He was a dealer. He was, again, her reports about this vary, but she has reported.
I think that's why he actually went to jail for dealing drugs. I feel like we read that somewhere.
That he was very physically abusive. Hit her. Well, she told me that he hit her on the head numerous times. That was when I was evaluating her. Any head injuries ever in your past? And she mentioned that he had hit her on.
Man, and this is the guy who's like sipping for her on Facebook, hashtag free Taylor Schabusiness and stuff like that. My queen, my love, like
on the head numerous times. So very controlling person.
Abusive, controlling, drug dealer.
She had gone to a neighbor's house at one time in 2020 to ask them to call 911, and another neighbor, when the police came, another neighbor said that she knew them both, and she said, yeah, he was abusive, controlling, drug pusher, addict, yeah. But she is still married. I believe but she was going to in 2020, she was going to try to get the marriage annulled, but I don't think that's happened at this point.
Oh, man, imagine him even hearing that. I wonder if he knows that.
While you're changing topics, I think we'll take our mid-morning break. We started a little bit later, but it's quarter to 11 right now, folks. We've been on for about an hour and a half. We'll take about a 10-minute break, so all rise please.
Yes.
No breaks for us. I'm just kidding. Get up, stretch. Get up and stretch. Oh. Oh. I don't know. Like, great and all that she's describing all this, but I feel like it would help to see some footages. And then maybe we should talk about like all the testing stuff that she did, but I don't know. Well, yeah, no, the defense attorney and the witness on the stand actually speaks pretty slowly. The judge speaks at normal speed. So like 1.5, he sounds really fast. And these two just sound normal to me, in my opinion.
Did you see in the records that she was a really disturbed teen?
Yes, that was my impression.
And did you indicate that you felt that it even went beyond that?
Yes.
From what Taylor and her dad said, she started using meth, I think. Was it meth and heroin? Well, psychologist says that Taylor told her she started using meth when she met her husband, but we don't know when they met. They got married in 2020, but we don't know when they met. Dad also says that like when she met her husband, that's when she started getting to drugs. Oh my God, I didn't brush my hair this morning.
Which was later confirmed when we later received the Bellin inpatient records from when she was 12 and then again at 14, and was diagnosed with a thought disturbance, bipolar 1, depression severe with psychosis by age 14.
Did you have a chance to review a colleague's evaluation, Dr. Tracy Lucetta?
Yes.
Is she a PhD?
She is PhD.
And she reviewed or examined Taylor Schabusiness in the past, correct?
Yes.
So you had a chance to consider her report, correct?
Yes.
Did you also review Dr. Matthew Seipol's report?
Yes.
And he's a forensic psychologist from the Wisconsin Forensic Unit, correct?
Yes.
And then did you also have the opportunity to review Dr. Christina Engin's report?
Yes.
And these are reports that were conducted based off evaluations of Taylor Schabusiness, correct?
Yes.
Before I ask you about whether you agree with their opinions or not, I'm going to ask you about what is your opinion as it relates to your evaluation and assessment of Taylor Schabusiness?
My opinion is that she qualifies for the not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. My opinions are that she was not responsible because of a mental disease. She wasn't responsible for the criminal conduct because at the time of the event, she had the mental disease, and it both affected, she lacked substantial capacity to both appreciate the wrongfulness.
Wait, is it my understanding that she based this off of a 2-hour interview? Do we get into the testings and stuff that she did?
Of her conduct at the time the homicide occurred, but also she could not conduct, she couldn't conform. She lacked volitional control. She couldn't conform her conduct to the requirements of law. She was lacking in her ability to control herself. The volitional control both was lacking. That's my opinion.
You said that she lacked the ability to control herself?
Yes, at the time of the event.
And do you opine that she has a mental disease or a mental defect or both?
Yes.
Both?
It's unclear. I tried to get her to be evaluated. I suggested she be evaluated, as Dr. Lucetta did too, further for possible mental defect, brain issues. That didn't happen. But my impression was that she has a mental disease, which is the most likely bipolar disorder.
Based on your training and experience, can chemicals exacerbate?
They can, yes.
Did you draw any conclusions on whether Taylor Schabusiness has any kind of chronic brain damage?
I couldn't, because that has to be done. For the first step is what we call neuropsychological testing by a neuropsychologist. Pretty elaborate testing. That's the process. And then if those test results are abnormal, then the next step would be a referral to a neurologist and medical doctor who would assess her and then decide whether or not there was enough information from the testing.
I wonder if they tried to get that, but they weren't approved for the funding of those experts.
To explore the possibility of some brain defect, brain damage, maybe, yeah.
Okay. In your report, Your opinions are on the last page, is that fair?
Yes.
And did you talk about her presentation when she presents herself? Do you have comments about that?
Yes, it's my comments about that are that it's very very unusual, what we call presentation. How is she looking? How does she talk? How does she interact? Everything. What's going on in her mind, whatnot. And it's really, really unusual. And I searched my own 32-year memory bank here, and it's exceptionally unusual presentation. How she's coming across to me, the two attorneys, other evaluators in the school.
Would you agree that she has a strange presentation?
She does.
How about her facial expressions? Can you give some commentary on that from what you've seen?
Very unusual. She's been described as smirky. Smirky. She has inappropriate, her, grinning, weird grinning when she's talking about the crimes. Look,
She watches our streams.
and people have interpreted it to be like laughing at what she did.
Oh, she definitely watches our stream.
At times, in the jail, with evaluators, with me, at times, briefly, it's very strange. Other times looking, I can mimic it, very scowly. A lot of people interpret it superficially to be grinning. Yeah, grinning at all, but getting a kick out of everything. Nah, not me. Based on my experience and training, that's
Your
a
2-hour
psychotic person
evaluation
right
with her.
that's what's causing this really weird, bizarre. And I'm telling you, to me, it's off the scale. 32 years. I've seen a lot of psychotic people, bipolar, psychotic, manic, and I just haven't seen very many.
What's that test they do? The malingering test. MPI? MMP? I don't fucking know. What was it again? Do you remember? I remember Dr. Curry was talking about, Dr. Don Hughes. Malingering test. Isn't it like MMM? Malingering. MMPI. Tested in inpatient forensic correctional populations, the SIRS has shown consistently high accuracy in detecting malingered psychiatric illnesses. 2 MMPI, 2 scales, F scales, and FK index. Dr. Curry! What does this mean?
Like this. Very exceptional, very exceptional.
Do you believe that she has a genuine mental disorder
Yes.
of a psychotic nature?
Yes.
What is the nature?
The best, my best opinion is the bipolar 1, sometimes with psychosis, sometimes not. But that after we got the Bellin records from 2 inpatient admissions at age 12 and 14, or 14 and 16, let me just double check. Yeah, 14 and 16, she was diagnosed at 14 with bipolar, depression, severe with psychosis. So that confirmed I was thinking about schizophrenia, and sometimes schizophrenia and bipolar are very hard to distinguish. Sometimes not, but sometimes really hard to tell bipolar from schizophrenia. And there's a kind of a combined one called schizoaffective disorder, and that's been applied to her too. But I think based on this
She thinks
history we have
bipolar,
from
I think,
Bellin,
right?
when she was diagnosed with bipolar, and then again at Nicolay when she was 22 years old, also bipolar. My opinion is, based on my experience and training, is bipolar 1. The more serious, there's bipolar 1, bipolar 2. But bipolar 1 can have psychosis, psychotic episodes. So that's my opinion.
Are your opinions to a reasonable degree of professional certainty or psychological certainty?
Yes.
Both, correct?
Yes.
You did prepare a report on all of these findings, correct?
Yes.
Could I approach your arm?
Brief summary, yes.
Everything in there is accurate, correct?
I hope so, yes, I think so.
Okay. And the report is dated July 3rd of 2023, correct?
Yes.
Offer Exhibit 6.
Any objection?
No.
6 is received.
Doctor, you did review Dr. Matthew Seipel's report, correct?
I did, two reports.
Okay. You read through both of them?
Yes.
You're aware of the opinions and findings that he rendered, correct?
Yes.
Do you agree or disagree?
Disagree.
Tell me why.
Contrary to how Dr. Seipel, his opinion, which I respect all professionals' opinions. I don't criticize the professional. I can support my own opinion. But in contrast, I believe that my opinion is that she has a genuine mental disorder.
And then Dr. Christina Engine, did you review her evaluation?
Yes.
And do you agree or disagree with hers?
Disagree.
Tell me why.
Similar to Dr. Seipel, if I remember her report well enough, I disagree. My opinion is that Ms. Schabusiness has a genuine mental disorder of a psychotic nature.
Okay, I have no other questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, doctor.
Hi.
Oh, that's it? What? Is it? All right, cross-examination. Here we go.
A little hidden here behind the court for us. I'll try to move over. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So you
I don't know. Based on this article that I just pulled up, it says that children can have bipolar. Or are we talking about something else? It's a common misperception that children cannot have bipolar disorder, although most people are diagnosed with bipolar in adolescence or adulthood. Symptoms can appear early in childhood. Bipolar disorder is not the same as the typical ups and downs every child goes through. Mood changes in bipolar are more extreme, often unprovoked, and accompanied by changes in sleep, energy level, and ability to think clearly. What was this article? When was this article published? Revised 2023. Is this what you're talking about, Kay? Or something else?
you testified you're an independent forensic psychologist. Is that right?
That's right.
Ooh, that is loud. Hold on. I'm sorry. That is loud.
And does that mean that you're just sort of a solo practitioner? You're not employed with a larger facility?
Right. I don't work for anybody. I work for myself.
And you've been retained by the defense in this case?
Yes.
All right. So is there a retainer agreement in place?
I have a question. He talks a little bit faster, but she talks at the same speed. Are you guys okay with this speed? Do you guys want to slow it down? Let me know.
No, the very vast majority of my cases were for the public defender. So they have an appointment letter, how much they think they're going to pay, like that.
Okay.
No money up front until the case is done. They bill,
I understand.
or he bills.
Sure. But you are being obviously compensated for your testimony.
No, I haven't been paid anything. No, I've been on this case since 20. I don't get paid till the case is all done.
Okay, but at the end of the case you will.
Right.
Okay. You were asked questions about having previously conducted NGI evaluations in the past.
Right.
How many?
Hundreds? I don't know. Maybe a lot.
All right. And how many in the last 10 years?
Many, and I have several right now. Several, many.
Okay, so like dozens?
Oh, yes, at least. Yes.
And your CV, do you still have that in front of you? I believe it's Exhibit
No.
1. You outlined some, on page 2, publications and presentations that you've completed. Is that right?
Yes.
And for instance, in 2022, you had a publication or presentation on sexually violent persons.
Yes.
And similarly in 2001, another publication on sexually violent persons.
Those were presentations. Yes.
And would it be fair to say, I mean, looking through 2009 at least, all the publications and presentations we're seeing are with respect to sexually violent persons cases?
Most
Okay.
are. Yes.
And do you have publications or have you presented on the topic of conducting NGI evaluations?
No. Other than 2018, a young colleague, and I did
Again, NGI is not guilty by insanity.
a fill-in at the Wisconsin Psychological Association just on starting of forensic practice, and we talked about the different kinds of it was to a group of psychologists who were thinking of getting to be a forensic psychologist, so we probably mentioned NGIs.
So that wasn't like a presentation on how to do NGI evaluations?
No.
Okay. I then want to ask about some of your sources of information, and counsel went through some of those with you. With respect to what occurred on February 22nd, 2022, what sort of information did you review?
The criminal complaint. You said what information did I review regarding that
Yes.
event?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, because nobody was there. Parents were upstairs. So we don't have any direct witnesses, but I reviewed the police reports, all their interviews. That's basically it. What she told other evaluators and what she told me very briefly. So that was it.
So it was when you say police reports, you're referring to like the paper report that a detective or officer wrote?
Right. There's the criminal complaint or information, which is a couple pages long, but then attached usually with it, are the basis for the criminal charges. And, with the police, I guess in this case, the police who went there, arrested her, their interviews with her.
So did you just review the criminal complaint or also all of the police reports?
All the police reports.
Okay. So then it sounds like you didn't review the recorded interview itself of Ms. Schabusiness.
Transcript, the recorded interview herself, and at least an hour and a half, 2 hours of the video interview.
I'm sorry. Did you review the recorded interview of Ms. Schabusiness from February 23rd of 2022?
What I was given by the attorney was a transcript of their interviews, and so a transcript, written type, the transcript.
Was it like the police report summarizing it?
If I remember right, it was a transcript
I hope she had a better audio of the freaking interrogation.
of the, I don't know if they had a court reporter in there. I don't know how they do that.
But not the actual visual image itself. You didn't
I only saw about an hour and a half, 2 hours of the visual, whatever you call that, video in those conference rooms where the police detectives were interviewing Ms. Schabusiness.
Okay. So you reviewed an hour and a half of that. Was that the February 23rd interview?
Yes, I believe so.
And so you didn't review the rest of the approximate 5.5 hours of that interview?
No, it didn't transmit to me by computer for some reason, so it was only roughly an hour and a half, 2 hours of what I did see.
I guess the defense didn't provide the whole interview for you?
They tried, but for whatever reason, I don't know, technology between the DAs or what, that's happened before, not uncommon.
Well, to be clear, we aren't providing you any information to review, right?
What, pardon?
The state isn't providing you any information to review, right? You're getting that information from other people.
Well, I think it goes from you all to him.
Sure.
Yeah, right, and then to me, yeah.
So then it also sounds like, Doctor, you haven't reviewed the February 28th interview of Mission Business?
I read the police descriptions of it, and I thought I had a transcript. I think it was a summary, a pretty decent summary of the February 28th. Similar, the summary, pretty decent, detailed of the February 23, the 2 interviews they did on that day.
But not, again, the actual visual image, the recorded interview itself.
Not from that one again. If it was sent to me, I couldn't see it.
Okay. And you mentioned that obviously one of your sources of information is from your meeting or meetings with Mission Business.
Yes.
All right. And the the February 7th, 2023 interview, that was the instance where Mission Business threw a chair at you, right?
Yes.
And after she did that, you said she just sat down.
Yeah.
And was calm after that point?
Very. And I looked at her, as I'm subject to doing, I used that time before the guards came in, maybe. It took a while, 3 minutes or so, and it was weird, bizarre, whatever you want to call it, because she immediately, very calmly, came back, sat down across from me, and I looked at her physiological responses, just totally blank. And again, I've seen violent patients. I got attacked once, and beat up at Mendota, got slapped. But I saw very many aggressions on the unit I was on at Mendota for the 14 most aggressive patients, males, in the whole state, and we'd have between 3 to 7 aggressions. And usually after a person does something like that, they have a red face, angry, yelling, swearing, breathing heavily, nothing.
So, those prior instances you talked about, those were with people who were at Mendota, you said?
Yeah.
So those were people who were actually found to have a mental illness?
No, not all of them. We were the overflow, we mostly had our patients were from around the state, jails, prisons, Winnebago Mental Health. They were most of them had been found not guilty, legally insane, but we were the overflow unit for the admission unit for competency evaluation. So they were not all necessarily mentally ill, but most were with a psychotic illness.
And those were the people who you made a gesture like a red face?
Yeah,
like
but
after.
I've dealt with many aggressive people in the outpatient setting too. And yeah, it was unusual. I just don't, searching my memory banks, had a hard time coming up with somebody. I've seen it before, but it's unusual for a person to not be aroused, when they're feeling so angry. It was unusual.
And then I want to ask about the June 19th, 2023 interview with Mission Business. And that was at the a conference room area?
Yes.
And her attorney was present for that, right?
Yes.
And is it common for you to have those sort of evaluations with an interested party in the room?
I always ask attorneys, going back to when I was at Mendota, I learned this at Mendota, I always ask attorneys, if they have the time, to sit in at least during the initial part, like for a competency evaluation, so I can see the attorney and the client interacting. And so it gives me more information about whether the defendant is understanding what's going on, if they're able to work with their attorney. So I always ask attorneys to do that. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't have time, whatever. It was unusual, though, in this case, that the defense attorney sat in through the whole thing. I did it for a particular reason, though.
Okay. And then you talked about exhibit number 4. Do you still have that in front of you, Doctor? It's the chart you prepared.
Oh, sure. Yeah, right.
Okay. There's a number of exhibits here. So you kind of listed the age of Mission Business at the time of various admissions. Is that right?
Right, approximate age.
So it looks like ages...
I have in my notes that it says, I don't know, because she said it pretty quickly and I felt like she didn't really go into detail, but she said Taylor from the age of 7 to 14 was seeing psychiatric care therapy for ADHD depression or something like that. And she was on Zoloft. But I don't know. She said it so quickly that my notes could just be convoluted and I just might be getting bits and pieces. I feel like she didn't really go into detail.
14, there was a Bellin Health Psychiatric Center.
Yes.
Age 16 from Bellin Health Psychiatric.
Yes.
And then there was nothing that was reviewed until Mission Business was 23.
Right.
So you reviewed no mental health history, and you're aware of no mental health history from ages 16 through 23.
Because her mom passed away in, what was it, 2009? Taylor was born in 1997. Oh, so she would have been 12 when her mom passed away.
Well, 2020, she was in the jail. Or no, I guess that was 2020 when she was 22. So, yeah, no, there's a gap. Yeah.
So there wasn't anything, I guess, from 16 to 22 then?
Not that I know of.
And when you were kind of summarizing
Yeah, what I have is from 7 to 14, psychiatric care / therapy for ADHD, depression, on Zoloft. When she was 14 years old, she spent 3 days at Bellevue Health Center for delusion, hallucination, suicide, diagnosed with bipolar 1, depression. She was given Seroquel instead of Zoloft. But then after she was done for those 3 days, she was later diagnosed with mood disorder without psychosis and paranoia. And then like a couple years after that, she went back to the same healthcare center, again, stayed there for 3 days, diagnosed with mood disorder notes with mood disorder with a history of psychosis, suicidal ideations, ADHD, hypomania, marijuana use was daily. She was giving Elithibid for bipolar and Abilify for something. I don't remember what. And that's when they discontinued Seroquel. I don't know. That's what I got my notes for her at that age. I know she's 1997. I didn't believe it either.
The chart in Exhibit 4. I noticed a few times that we were describing hallucinations. There was also sometimes then concurrently reports of methamphetamine use. Is that fair?
Yes.
And in your experience, methamphetamine can produce psychosis as a side effect.
Yes, it can in some cases.
And that was actually reported in quite a few of these records, wasn't it?
It was.
All right. So then I want to ask about the Bellin stay in 2012. You reviewed those records, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in particular, did you review the discharge summary?
Yes.
And I guess the discharge summary, that's kind of like the exit interview, so to speak. Right?
Exactly.
All right. So you would recognize that if you were to see it?
Maybe. But I have it on the chart. I believe at the discharge, she was diagnosed with mood disorder, not otherwise specified, without psychosis by the 3 days.
Okay. And that's exactly right, Doctor. So I'm going to show you Exhibit 7. Does that appear to be the discharge summary you're talking about?
Yes.
And in discharge diagnoses, you mentioned a mood disorder without psychosis.
Yes.
Nowhere in the discharge diagnosis is there a bipolar diagnosis, is there?
Yes, that's true.
And in fact, if you could flip to the last page of that, it's on page 1.
Where are we?
By the 3.
So you would know those records, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in particular, did you review the discharge summary?
Yes.
And I guess the discharge summary, that's kind of like the exit.
That's in 2012. Oh, she didn't give me specific dates, so we're like all over the place here. 2012. Was that the first time that she went to? I think so. All right, cross examination. I think that was the first time she went to the health center when she was 14. Jesus. She could have done so much better. Okay, been more organized with the timeline. Where's our charts and stuff like that?
And when you were kind of summarizing the
the
charts
charts.
in Exhibit 4, I noticed a few times that when you were describing hallucinations, there was also sometimes then concurrently reports of methamphetamine use. Is that fair?
Yes.
And in your experience, methamphetamine can produce psychosis as a side effect.
Yes, it can in some cases.
And that was actually reported in quite a few of these records, wasn't it?
It was.
All right.
Okay.
So then I want to ask about the Bellin stay in 2012. You reviewed those records,
2012.
right?
Yes.
Okay. And in particular, did you review the discharge summary?
Yes.
And I guess the discharge summary, that's kind of like the exit interview, so to speak. Right?
Exactly.
All right. So you would recognize that if you were to see it?
Maybe.
Yeah, I will say that like 1.5 is perfect for her and the defense attorney. The state speaks a little bit faster, so I can slow it down if you guys want me to.
But I have it on the chart. I believe at the discharge, she was diagnosed with mood disorder.
Or if you're watching this in the VOD, just slow down to 0.75. And I speak really fast anyway, so 0.75 might be perfect for you guys.
Not otherwise specified, without psychosis by the 3 days.
Okay. And that's exactly right, Doctor. So I'm going to show you Exhibit 7. Does that appear to be the discharge summary you're talking about?
Okay.
Yes.
Discharge.
And in discharge diagnoses, you mentioned a mood disorder without psychosis.
Yes.
Nowhere in the discharge diagnosis is there a bipolar diagnosis, is there?
Yes, that's true.
And in fact, if you could flip to the last page of that, it says page 118 on the bottom, but it's the last page of that stapled packet, Doctor. Do you see the portion that says condition on discharge?
Yes.
Okay, and it says, quote, on exam, Taylor denied hallucinations or thoughts of harm toward herself or others, a wish to be dead, or that she would be better off dead. Did I state that accurately?
Yes.
And that was
Wait,
the Bellin
what?
Health records from 2012.
Yes.
What? Wait, that confuses me then. She denied? I'm just so confused. So she went in there and they said that she had delusions, hallucinations, suicide, and all that stuff. And then like later on she denied it, or?
I then want to ask about the Bellin Health records from 2012.
Yes.
I then want to ask about the Bellin Health records from 2000.
Hold on. I'm going to slow that part down because I'm trying to write the notes too. And I'm just like, what the fuck?
Yes.
In fact, if you could flip to the last page of that, it says page 118 on the bottom, but it's the last page of that stapled packet, Doctor. Do you see the portion that says condition on discharge?
Yes.
Okay, and it says, quote, on exam, Taylor denied hallucinations or thoughts of harm toward herself or others, a wish to be dead, or that she would be better off dead. Did I
So she denied it during the time. So like, how were they able to determine that she had it? Was it because like when she appeared there, they observed that, or maybe like from the words of her father?
state that accurately?
Yes.
And that was the Bellin health records from 2012.
Yes.
I then want to ask about the Bellin health records from 2004.
Because again, her dad did say that like, oh no, never mind. That was later when they were older. Like they decided to go there together. Like it wasn't like he like dragged her there and forced her there.
You reviewed those as well?
Yes.
And
Okay, an observation period.
there was a
3
portion
days.
that contained the discharge notes as well. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Okay, I'm going to show you Exhibit 8, Doctor. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Does that appear to be some of the discharge notes from October 29th, 2014?
This was difficult.
October 29, 2014. Where are we at now in the timeline? 2014. This is when discontinued Seroquel. Okay.
Because you see at the top and all through here, pretty weird, because it's got, on every page at the top says 10/28/2014, admission, and then parentheses, discharged from assess at Bellin. So it's confusing. It was one of the more confusing medical, I've been reviewing medical records since I was age 14,
Okay.
the candy striper. And this was hard. So it's difficult to figure out, is this the final discharge? And I think I finally concluded, she was only there for 3 days, so I think it's the discharge, but it's the discharge summary, but it is confusing. You have to look at all the dates and everything.
Did she
but
wink?
this was
I don't know.
really
I missed it.
confusing.
Sure. But if you could, Doctor, flip to the last page of that exhibit. Do you see the area where it lists the diagnosis for
Yes.
Schabusiness? And there's 2 diagnoses, aren't there?
Right.
One of which is cannabis abuse, continuous.
Right.
The other is alcohol abuse, episodic.
Yes.
Okay, there's not a bipolar diagnosis listed there, is there?
No, there's not.
And there's not that prior mood disorder that we heard about in 2012, is there?
Somewhere in these pages, I believe, that
And I'm sorry, Doctor, for the question.
Okay.
Clear in the diagnosis part, neither of those diagnoses are listed, are they?
exactly, no bipolar, and what else was the other thing you said? Mood
The
disorder.
mood disorder.
Yes, you're right.
And that was the Bellin from 2012, right?
Yes, age 16.
I then want to ask about these
I'm confused. If I was a jury, I'd be like, what?
records from Nicolay Psychiatric, and that's sort of the county admission, right, to locked facility?
Yes.
Okay. And actually, the St. Mary's hospital visit you testified to on direct, that was like the day before the admission to the Nicolay Center, right?
I think it was the day of. I think that it looks, because it's March 22nd, 2021. I think St. Mary's ER discharged her right to Nicolay.
Right.
I think that's how that went down.
Okay. So when Ms. Schabusiness was admitted into Nicolay, she had a drug screen done, did she not?
Yes.
And that drug screen was positive for controlled substance, was it not?
I believe so. I don't have it written down here, but substance use, yes. And then by then, my memory is that it was meth, I think. Meth. Probably THC, marijuana.
Yeah, the jury's here. Or the jury can take notes.
Nicolay Psychiatric, right?
Yes.
And those helped you reach your conclusion?
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to show you Exhibit 9. Now I need to test your memory. I know you reviewed a lot of records. So does that appear to be the notes from Ms. Schabusiness's admission into Nicolay Psychiatric?
Yes.
And that's dated March 22nd of 2021.
Did you say 27th? It's 23rd.
March 20, you're correct. The admission date is March 22nd.
Yes.
Okay. And the date of service that's listed here is March 23rd.
Right.
And then in the history of present illness, it states in the second line, she has been using methamphetamine. She would not tell me how often and how much she has been using it, but drug screen was positive for methamphetamine, amphetamine, and THC. Did I state that accurately?
Yes.
All right. And then Nicolay Psychiatric, that's a sort of locked facility, right?
That's my understanding is it is. I don't think I've ever been there, but my understanding is it's probably locked, I would guess.
Is it a facility that's sort of closely monitored? And,
Yes. I think they do. I think I did read that they lock their units, I believe.
I guess the purpose of all that staff presumably is to watch after patients.
Well, right, because she was there on a mental health commitment, so she either had to have been dangerous to herself or to somebody else, and those are usually locked units.
So presumably, people who are in that facility aren't, using controlled substances anymore.
Usually.
Usually. So then I'm going to show you exhibit number 10. Does that appear to be the discharge notes from Nicolay Psychiatric?
Yes, this one we know because it says final summary on the top.
And that date is April 12th of 2021.
Yes.
And there still is for the discharge diagnosis, as you mentioned, a bipolar diagnosis, right?
Yes.
Can you flip to the second page? On condition on discharge, it states the patient has a bright affect. Is that right?
Yes.
That she is forward-looking.
Yes.
That she showed some motivation regarding remaining clean and sober.
Yes.
That she denies any delusional beliefs.
Yes.
That she, I guess it notes there's still some degree of paranoia is present, but denies any thoughts of self-harm.
Yes.
And that was after being in that facility for that time.
And she was just started on, she was on oral antipsychotic, but she just was started on the injected medicine, the longer acting injected antipsychotic, it's called atypical antipsychotic medication, which then she didn't stay on. After the 6-month order to treat, she...
But also on April 12th, she presumably would have been free from methamphetamine, amphetamine, and THC.
From the... So 21 days, usually in general, it would have been out of her system, but it could be still possibly affecting her thought processes. You just don't know because the testing wasn't done.
Sure.
But no, but totally, yeah, she still had some paranoia. It says some degree of paranoia was still there. However, she wasn't, no delusional beliefs, so she wasn't super psychotic, wasn't psychotic.
And actually, I glossed over two discharge diagnoses. One was the bipolar, right?
Yes.
Well, there was a second one, wasn't there?
Yes, substance use disorder, i.e., in other words, THC, marijuana, and methamphetamine.
Thank you. You talked then about some of these hallucinations that are scattered throughout the records you reviewed, right?
Yes.
And some of those are things that the defendant is endorsing. Isn't that fair?
Yes.
And what does endorsing mean?
She's saying
I believe she's on olanzapine. That's her current medication, but she did mention that she's non-compliant. So meaning like she's like probably not really taking it religiously.
self-reports. She's reporting them herself. She's describing some of them herself. Not a lot over her history. You're talking about the hallucinations?
Just the concept of what endorsing means. And
Yeah,
if you say
just
something
saying.
that's reported by a person.
Do you have a headache? And if you say yes, that you're endorsing the headache.
Thank you. And actually, while we're still on the topic of the bipolar diagnosis at Nicolay Psychiatric, you mentioned that you reviewed a report authored by Dr. Lucetta. Is that right?
Yes.
And Dr. Lucetta was a expert retained by the defense earlier in the case.
Yes.
And she prepared a report that you reviewed.
Yes.
And part of that report, Dr. Lucetta spoke with Ms. Schabusiness.
Yes.
And do you recall a portion where they were discussing that bipolar diagnosis?
I don't remember that exactly.
Would it
I'd have
assist
to look at it.
Would it assist to review
Sure.
Dr. Lucetta's report?
Wait, so what happened to Dr. Lucetta? Is she going to testify?
In the second paragraph, I guess it's the first full paragraph, sort of the last sentence of that, and it says, quote, she, and that refers to Ms. Schabusiness, questioned the bipolar diagnosis, hypothesizing that her symptoms were attributable to methamphetamine abuse, explaining that prior to admission, she had been administering the drug intravenously up to 9 times per day for 5 to 8
Jesus.
months prior to her admission. Did I read that right?
Yes.
Shit.
And that's referencing the Nicolay records that we just talked about, right?
Yes.
And that's where the bipolar diagnosis came from.
Just a second here.
Was it 9 times a day?
She seems to
Intravenous
be-
meth? Jesus.
When at the right beginning it says Ms. Schabusiness reported that she was previously admitted, blah, 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 blah. And it seems like that's what she's telling to Dr. Lucetta. But then at the point where that last sentence, she questioned the bipolar, that's, I had difficulty. I remember reading this, and I couldn't quite figure it out. I think you're right that when she's questioning, she questioned the bipolar diagnosis, attributing it maybe to methamphetamine abuse. I think Dr. Lucetta is taking that Ms. Schabusiness, that's what she told Nicolay, the psychiatric stuff there, I think.
That your interpretation is that sentence refers to what Ms. Schabusiness told Nicolay?
Well, Ms. Schabusiness told Dr. Lucetta at the beginning of the paragraph that she was admitted to Nicolay. Okay, so that's her self-report. She was vague about why admitted, bipolar. She was diagnosed with bipolar. She was discharged. She discontinued the medication. She doesn't like to take medication. She questioned the bipolar diagnosis. So I'm not sure if that reflects when she was at Nicolay or what she's telling Dr. Lucetta. I'll go, and you think it was Dr. Lucetta, so that's okay because she's done that. Sometimes she will say, this is Miss Schabusiness, yeah, I've been
So we have another horrible note taker?
diagnosed with bipolar. Other times
I wish I could see the notes myself. What to say?
she will say, I don't think I've got it. I don't like taking medications. It varies. It does vary. So let's just agree that this is what she's telling Dr. Lucetta, but it's a little hazy there.
And I guess the point, Doctor, in any event, the sentence I read, those were the statements of Ms. Schabusiness regarding the bipolar diagnosis.
Right, regardless if she's telling Dr. Lucetta or the treaters at Nicolay. She questioned it. Not unusual.
Sure. One. What is the diagnostic criteria for bipolar 1?
When a person has, by definition, they have to have had at least one what's called a manic episode, which is extremely elevated mood, and it can be with psychosis, thought disorder, or not, but they have to have at least one prior or current manic episode. By two things. It's either you go from depression, really bad depression with bipolar 1, super duper suicidal type, real depression, and then they have to have it in their history at least one of these real super duper elevated moods. And it's bizarre when you see it. It's pretty bizarre. Yeah, so that's basically it.
So you need at least one manic episode.
Yes, I believe that's in the diagnosis.
And in order to diagnose a manic episode, there are 4 criteria, aren't there?
We look at the mood, a very elevated, exceptionally elevated mood, and then some other, usually there's these other behaviors that go along with it. Again, the person can be psychotic, not necessarily, but they can be psychotic in this very elevated mood. And then there usually are some other behaviors. They can stay up for 3-4 days. They wildly spend, sometimes gamble away, hypersexual, energy, feeling super energetic.
So there are 4 criteria, right?
I don't have my DSM book in front of me, but
So the DSM-5 that you referenced, what is that?
that's the American Psychiatric, MD's Psychiatric Association Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, the 5th edition. I think out in about 2015, I think it was, put out, and it's used in this country for mental health diagnoses and billing.
Oh,
You would
cool.
agree it's
Thanks for the
pretty
links.
commonly used and widely accepted.
In the United States, yes.
Oh, shit.
So for bipolar 1 diagnosis, the first criteria is that there's a distinct period of abnormally and persistently elevated behavior. Is that fair?
Yes.
And that period has to last, quote, at least 1 week and present most of the day, nearly every day. Does that sound right?
Yes.
So it's not just a manic episode that is an hour, right? It's a long period of time that somebody's manic,
Right.
in a heightened state. Is that
Yes,
fair?
yes.
And then the second criteria is some of those symptoms, mood disturbances. You mentioned gambling, things like that are exhibited.
Yes.
And that mood disturbance, the third criteria, also has to cause an impairment of some kind, right?
A what?
An impairment of some kind?
Yes, an impairment, yes.
And then the fourth criteria for a bipolar 1 diagnosis is that the manic episode is not attributable to the physiological effects of a substance,
Yes.
i.e. a drug,
Yes.
such as methamphetamine.
Exactly.
So
Or LSD.
Sure.
Something.
So if you're observing a
Sorry, I
manic
missed that
episode,
chunk really
it's
quick.
abnormally and persistently elevated behavior. Is that fair?
Yes.
And that period has to last, quote, at least 1 week and present most of the day, nearly every day. Does that sound right?
Yes.
So it's not just a manic episode that is an hour, right? It's a long period of time that's manic,
Right.
In a heightened state. Is that
Yes,
fair?
yes.
And then the second criteria is some of those symptoms, mood disturbances. You mentioned gambling, things like that are exhibited.
Yes.
And that mood disturbance, the third criteria, also has to cause an impairment of some kind, right?
A what?
An impairment of some kind?
Yes, an impairment, yes.
And then the fourth criteria for a bipolar 1 diagnosis is that the manic episode is not attributable to the physiological effects of a substance,
Yes.
i.e. a drug,
Yes.
such as methamphetamine.
Exactly.
So
Or LSD.
Sure.
Something.
So if you're observing a manic episode, but you have information
Yeah, the
that
first
there's
article
recent
was the article that I
methamphetamine
was
use, that would be a
reading earlier,
concern for
I think.
bipolar 1 diagnosis.
Yes, without further information or more observations.
Oh, no, I was reading a different article.
Doctor, I then want to ask some questions about your report. I believe it's Exhibit 6. Is that still in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. Is that Exhibit 6?
Yes, that's the most recent
Okay.
exhibit.
So your report and your opinions that you're testifying to today regarding NGI rely in part based on your observations of Ms. Schabusiness on June 19th, right?
Correct. Yes.
And actually, as a result of that interview, based on your observations, you had a concern about her present competency in that moment, didn't you?
Yes.
And in fact, your report that you're referencing in Exhibit 6 is sort of a combination NGI report and competency.
Yes, that's what I was asked to do.
And those legally are different concepts, right?
They are.
Competency is sort of in the moment.
Yes.
And NGI obviously refers to the date of the offense.
Exact the time of the offense.
Okay, so during your interview with Ms. Schabusiness, you had concern about her competency.
Yes.
Objection,
Yeah.
relevance. Move to strike.
Yet you're using her statements to form your NGI opinion.
her statements, my observations, but not just that 2-hour interview. It was the entire information I had about the case. But yes, you're right. During the interview, it helped me to form my opinions because I submitted a mini report months before that where I couldn't make an opinion because I hadn't been able to interview her. That was both competency and NGI.
Thank you. So then I want to ask about malingering. What does that mean to you?
Malingering is intentional faking of symptoms. Could be about anything, any symptoms, but in the psychiatric profession, malingering is intentional faking of mental health system. You know.
Is that sort of a synonym for feigning or something like that?
Yeah, that's a fan. Yeah, malingering, feigning. Yeah, faking. I simplify it. Faking.
Sure.
Intentional faking.
Right. And you would agree that's been a concern for evaluators who have met with Ms. Schabusiness.
Yes.
Dr. Seipel had that concern, did he not?
I think he concluded. If my memory's right, I think he concluded that's it. Yes.
I think you're right. Dr. Seipel concluded she was faking, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
And it was a concern raised by Dr. Lucetta, was it not?
Yes, definitely.
And again, she was a expert retained by the defendant.
Yes.
And that.
So what happened to Dr. Lucetta? So she was obtained by the defense team, and then where'd she go? Did she just like fucked off or something?
She suggested these potential for feigning should be explored further.
Exactly.
And in fact,
Inpatient.
And in fact, in your field, there are tools that can be used to help determine if somebody is accurately providing you information, right?
Yes.
One of those is the MMPI.
Yes.
And those, have you used those before?
Oh, yeah.
And they're helpful for you to know if a patient is providing you accurate information.
But.
I'm sorry.
Yes, but you have to take that. It's one part of the clinical evaluation, but you got to evaluate it with other information to decide if it's an accurate test result.
Sure. But you need that information to then know if it's accurate, right?
You need what information?
You need to perform the test.
You don't have to perform. I don't have to perform fancy 500, 300. I don't have to do that. That's not a requirement. Psychiatrists don't do psychological testing. So sometimes I might do it, but I've done many evaluations without that when I have enough other information.
I guess like my question is, if she knew that like another doctor had already said that like she's malingering, and then another one that was hired by the defense that she may be malingering, and that was like, that was a concern, and that like they need further evaluations. Why wouldn't she just perform the test just to be like, hey, I did the test and it showed that she wasn't malingering? That's my question, because I feel like that would just look better for the defense. Like, yes, like she doesn't have to do it because she says she knows that like, you know, Taylor's not malingering, but like, why not just do it anyways, I guess? Because she's going up against, you know, other experts. Why not just do it?
No, you're not required. There's nothing that says you're a psychologist, you got to do MMPI. No, you don't have to do that. But I've done it.
Unless it's something that like, I don't know, the court has to approve and they wouldn't approve and that's why they couldn't do it or something. Then that's like, okay, I understand the explanation, but then they should bring that up, right? Like, oh, I tried to do the test, but you know, the court wouldn't approve it or something like that.
Many times.
And Doctor, I wasn't suggesting that. What I was suggesting.
Because I would just fucking do it just to be thorough, you know, just in case. Like, hey, just do it anyways. And then like she can discuss her findings and then she can talk about like, you know, like how she, like why she thinks that Taylor's not malingering. And then maybe that will further like, you know, convince the jury. Cause like that's her job, right? I don't know. That's what I'm thinking, but I'm a normal person. I don't know if like, maybe there's something I don't know because I'm not a psychologist.
The thing is, you mentioned that.
Yeah. And I also think that like when you have an expert, when they have that sort of like tone and that, I don't know, I feel like usually doesn't really go well, you know? I feel like you kind of would just keep it professional, you know? And she's all like, she seems like she got really offended there.
You need to take that test into account and see if it's accurate, essentially, right?
If you've done the test, sure. Or if somebody else, like in this case, it had been done by all these other people, so I consider that information. And that they found that, yes, she had, you know, the other thing, she had over-presented, we call it the test, can detect. When you're over-presenting a symptom, like, oh my God, I really got a bad headache, really super, you know, like that, you over-present it. It basically, again, it could be faking, but it's just an exaggeration. That's another term we use.
Sure. So, but in your report, again, Exhibit 6, I think you quote, psychological testing by other evaluators found signs of possible malingering or intentional faking of mental disorder symptoms.
Like, and I think it would also be acceptable if she said that, like, she tried to administer that test, but then, like, you know, Taylor Schabusiness wasn't being cooperative. You know, I think that would have been, like, an okay answer, too.
Is that a fair summary of what you wrote in your report?
Yes.
All right. And at the end of your report...
Sorry, what's a marzipan again? Marzipan. I feel like marzipan always sounds good, then I look it up and I'm like, ooh, marzipan looks all right. What's a marzipan? Marzipan. Sugar, honey, and almond meal. What the hell is a marzipan? It just looks like dough. Oh, they have like little fruit things. Oh, interesting. I think in Thailand there's a version of this. I don't really like it. Thai fruit dessert confection. You guys know what I'm talking about? Sorry, this is a complete change of topic because you guys are talking about marzipan. Oh, this one. But it's like disgusting. It looks so good, but it's so nasty. Is that what a marzipan is? Sorry. I was lighting up the topic for a second. This thing. This looks like marzipan, right? It's gross. It's nasty. It's like sweet and it's like bleh, dry. Ugh.
It says, quote, testing can reveal attempts to fake a mental disorder, end quote. Did I quote that accurately? It's on page 9 of your report, doctor. Last sentence.
Right, yes.
And so what attempts did you make to use some of those tests to determine if Ms. Schabusiness was faking?
Yeah, good question. I looked at the other psychologist's test results, plus another evaluator done concerning her baby, Child Protective Services. I think he did testing too. So I look at those results. Yes, they show exactly what you're saying, but then I take that in the context of the rest of the evaluation and my experience and training.
So, doctor, you did not conduct any of those tests with Ms. Schabusiness on June 19th?
Yes. Or is that no? Which way do I answer that one? I did not conduct any of those tests, right, on whenever I...
Even
But
though those
why?
tests can be helpful to determine if a patient is providing you accurate information.
Yes.
And you didn't utilize any of those tests in this case?
No.
That's an answered objection.
I mean, in my opinion, I think she should have done it. Just because the other experts are going to be like, oh yeah, she's malingering, blah 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 blah. You know, like okay, then do your own test, and then that's how you can kind of go like head to head with that. But I don't know. I don't think that will look good to the jury. If it tastes like the Thai
Thank you,
version,
doctor. I
it's
have nothing
nasty.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you want to take a break or should I ask some questions? Okay.
All right, if I see marzipan, I'll buy. Is it expensive?
With regards to your report and evaluation of my client, did you get a sense that she was feigning or faking?
At times with me, or not with me during our interview, I didn't think that was, or my interview, I didn't think that was faking at all.
Okay.
No. But with other evaluators, and again, the test results, it's my based on my education, my training in this field, my impression was that if there was any, I don't think there was intentional faking, period. I think we're dealing with, my opinion is we're dealing with a genuine mentally ill person who occasionally is treated, takes medications. I don't think she's intentionally faking symptoms, even in the test results. The test results show that she was exaggerating symptoms of a mental illness. However, Dr. Tracy Lucetta, in her report, I believe it's in her writer report, she points out that the majority of people with those feigning, malingering test results, they're later found out not to have been intentionally faking.
When, in your experience,
What is it called again? The malingering. What was it? MM what now? Okay. How long does it take to do the MMPI? Girl, 60 to 90 minutes. If you're taking but there's another version though. 35 to 50 minutes. Listen. Do we think that Taylor would have been able to take the MMPI? Maybe not. You know, maybe she would have been really distracted and stuff like that. But at least she could, but you know what? I attempted it. I think she should have just went that route. Like, I attempted to, but, shit just didn't go that way.
in your training, do people sometimes who are going through a psychological evaluation or some kind of an assessment tend to overpresent? They want to put themselves in a good light?
Sometimes I've done those tests, yeah. And every forensic evaluation, I assess a person for
Amber did
malingering.
it. Yeah, she did the
Everyone, I do.
MMPI.
I don't necessarily give all the tests. Occasionally I do, but we have even other tests for just faking. And I sometimes use that, but yeah, sometimes people do that for various reasons.
With regards to Dr. Lucetta, you read the whole report, correct?
Yes.
And she had recommended transfer to one of the state psychiatric facilities like Mendota Mental Health or Winnebago, correct?
Right, for testing,
Can we find out
neuropsychological
what happened to
testing,
Dr.
and
Lucetta?
medications, yes.
And before you wrote your July 3rd, 2023 report, you did consider all of the information, the interview on June 19th, the interviews in February, is that true?
Yes,
And all the records, correct?
yes.
And you're indicating to the court that you did review some of the video clipped information between Ms. Schabusiness and the detectives?
Yes,
So you considered all of that information, correct?
Yes.
Your opinions aren't just based off of what happened on June 19th, correct?
no.
Wait, hold on, did Dr. Don Hughes like fill it out for her or something? Hold on, I remember there was something wonky about that. It was like she either filled it out for her or she either like read it to her and then like, what was it again? I don't remember. Or like, was she there next to her, like helping her fill it out or something?
And as it relates to the DSM-5 manual, the diagnostic statistical manual that psychologists use, you're familiar with the elements for bipolar 1?
Yes.
And did Taylor Schabusiness exhibit some of those elements based on what you saw?
Yes. And she confirmed she had had those experiences in the past,
Hey,
too.
Chiro.
And
Too hot over
oftentimes
there?
when psychologists do testing, they would do the MMPI, the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, correct?
Yes.
It's a series of questions, correct?
The short version is 300.
And then you gotta answer these questions, and then you gather information from that. Fair?
Yeah, it's put into it. Nowadays, it's put into a computer. And yeah.
It's a computer test, right?
Well, I don't know.
Did Letitia take an MMPI? I don't remember.
I don't have the computer version. I don't know if it's all. I don't know how that works.
Let me ask you this: with the other test, the other gold standard test for psychologists is the MCMI, correct?
Yeah.
The Milan Clinical Multi-Axial Inventory Test.
Yes.
Is that another written test?
It is.
Okay. Was it your understanding that Dr. Matthew Seipel did not use the MMPI or the MCMI?
No, he didn't use them.
Other psychologists had already done that, correct?
You're right.
And you reviewed those reports.
Wait, Dr. Seipel didn't administer the MMPI? Wait, hold on. Do we have an issue with the other guy too? Wait, so he's saying that she's malingering, but he didn't even bother administrating the test? Or did he try to and she didn't want to do it? Hold up a second. What's up with these psychologists, man?
No, I don't have the computer version. I don't know if it's all. I don't know how that works.
Let me ask you this: with the other test, the other gold standard test for psychologists is the MCMI, correct?
Yeah.
The Milan Clinical Multi-Axial Inventory Test.
Yes.
Is that another written test?
It is.
Okay. Was it your understanding that Dr. Matthew Seipel did not use the MMPI or the MCMI?
No, he didn't use them.
Other psychologists had already done that, correct?
Okay, so maybe I know. Maybe that's why she didn't do it. She's like, you know what? They didn't fucking do it. I ain't doing it then. Ain't nobody gonna do it.
You're right.
And you reviewed those reports, correct?
Yes.
So you went right to it and got the materials and analyzed things from a psychological standpoint, correct?
Right. I didn't think there was any utility, any use to giving her the whole test again when she had it, I don't know, 3-4 times.
Oh, she already had it 3-4 times. Okay, we're getting to the explanation. This is good. This is good. Okay.
Wasn't necessary, is that fair?
I
This is
didn't
what
think so.
redirect
no.
is for.
In some of these records from Bellin, did you see that she was huffing nail polish in 2013?
Yeah.
Jack, this is outside the scope of cross.
It's in the exhibit. It's in Exhibit 8. I can grab the exhibit, Your Honor.
Okay, I take it back. So she didn't administer it because she said that Taylor had already taken that test, and she's like, "There's no point." And her adversary didn't even do it, so she's like, "I ain't got to do it either." Now I can kind of understand her reasoning. I think she should have done it, but I understand now. Okay. That's what a redirect is for, y'all.
That's true, right? She admitted to huffing nail polish in 2013.
About then, yes.
Ooh, nail polish nasty.
Discharge summary. It does indicate psychiatric center. Her discharge summary. It does indicate Access 1 that she had a mood disorder, correct?
I believe so, yes. Was that from the 2012?
Yes.
Yeah, what year are
Yes.
we in? Come on now.
And at least at that time, it did talk about hallucinations, correct?
Yes, and when she came in, they.
Doctor, if you
Oh,
just
yes.
focus on his question, he asked if you referenced it, okay?
Yes.
It did. Okay. And Exhibit 9 here, the Nicolay Psychiatric Center Inpatient Mental Health Unit. The initial evaluation did
It wasn't specified, but maybe we'll get to it later on. Yeah, we don't know when it was administered and by who.
indicate on the bottom, diagnosis was bipolar disorder, correct?
Yes.
Unless I missed it. Did I miss it?
And on the Exhibit
Joe's
10,
getting hungry.
fair to say that the final summary for Nicolay Psychiatric Center for Taylor Schabusiness, she was admitted 3/22 of 2021, admitted with a diagnosis of bipolar disorder, correct? That was one of them?
Yes.
And then she was discharged April 12th of 2021, again with bipolar disorder as one of the discharge diagnoses, correct?
Yes.
Now I'm just confused about the whole bipolar thing.
And then on admission, that her thought content showed that she appeared to be having auditory hallucinations and delusions of persecution, correct?
Yes.
And suicidal ideation.
I believe so, yes. Oh, yes.
And is it fair to say that based on what you,
But I mean, you could still have bipolar disorder, but then still know at the time that the crime took place that it was wrong.
understood that Ms. Schabusiness did not take her medications after she was released from Nicolay Psychiatric Center in April of 2021?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And that, at least according to that document, her affect was flat?
Yes.
What does that mean, her affect was flat?
Darlene, thank you for the 99.
That means that, I mean,
Appreciate your support. Thank you. Thank you.
facial expression is just emotionless, flat emotions.
Wait, is that a headstone? Can't tell what that is. Whose is that?
As it relates to these other exhibits, Exhibit 9, she was prescribed Abilify for mood stabilization, is that correct?
Yes, and what was that one from? Is it?
The date of service, it indicates 3/23 of 21.
So that was Nicolay?
Yes.
Yeah, she was prescribed, yes. Prescribed. The first she was on Abilify, I think when she came in, and then they switched her to the longer acting injected medicine just to make it easier. But then she didn't like it because it hurt. The injection hurt.
And at least at Nicolay, she was brought in on an EM1 petition because she was hearing voices, correct?
Yes.
And she was seeing people who were not there, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, no other questions, thank you.
Mr. Saunders, any further questions?
Just very briefly, the question about having a flat affect, about the reported hallucinations, about
Oh, for your daughter. I'm sorry to hear about that. She was a stillborn. Oh, that's so
being brought in
sad.
on a Chapter 51, that was upon admission into Nicolay, right?
Yes.
When
Yeah,
she
that's
was
so
testing positive for
devastating.
methamphetamine and other substances.
Right, substance use.
Thank you, Doctor.
No, Your Honor,
Shit,
thank you.
sorry, I completely missed that.
That was upon admission into Nicolay, right?
Yes.
When she was testing positive for methamphetamine and other substances.
Right, substance use.
Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, so say it keeps pivoting back to like drug use, okay?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. You're excused.
I think I did forget to move 7, 8, 9, and 10.
Any objections to 7, 8, 9, and 10?
No objection.
Those will be received.
Thank you.
Your Honor, can I just make sure, a lot of things are going on in my head, were all my exhibits offered and accepted?
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 5, if it's not, I'll offer it.
You know what? I think she did okay. I don't think she was like, dude, Dr. Lewis. Dr. Lewis, I was just rolling my eyes the entire time during testimony. I thought she was okay.
The objection 5. Mr. Saunders.
No.
5 is received.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to
I don't think Dr. What was her name again? Shit. Dr. Litton? Dr. Litton? I don't think she's a Don Hughes, Dr. Smeagol, Dr. Lewis, or... well, not a Dr. Curry, because Dr. Curry's on her own little level. But, yeah.
take our lunch break now. It is 5 after 12. I'm going to ask that you be back in the jury room no later.
Okay, so they're going to break for an hour and 15 minutes. We're only going to get 2 minutes, all right? Get up, stretch, use the bathroom, and I'm going to turn on my AC, man. It's hot over here. I'll be right back. Hot, Shiro? It's hot. Open my door. I can't find a fly. I'm sorry. Ah. Dr. Lewis. She's just I don't know what to say about Dr. Lewis. Maybe she needed that paycheck or something. He was looking at Instagram? No, I didn't hear that. Okay, you guys get up, stretch. Oh, I forgot to brush my hair. Shit. You missed it. I don't know if my YouTube channel has a video of Dr. Lewis. No, I think so. Letitia Stout, Dr. Lewis, yeah. But the Letitia Stout case, you kind of needed to follow the entire case because by the time you got to Dr. Lewis, you're just like, what? IG's Instagram. All right, y'all. Sorry. Short break for you guys. And I think it might be the state's turn. Okay, defense rests. I think the state's going to go. And I think the state, I wonder who they're going to call. They keep bringing up Dr. Seipel. So I think that's the one that was hired by the state court to evaluate her. Let's see why he did administer the MMPI.
Mr. Lizet or Mr. Saunders, who's going to be questioning the first witness? So, Mr. Lizet, your first witness?
Your Honor, the state calls Dr. Matthew Seipel.
Okay. Dr. Seipel, if you want to step forward here. And
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter, now before the court?
How do you
so
spell
help you God.
Seipel?
Please have a seat and state your name for the
Seipel?
record.
Staple?
Matthew Seipel. My last name is spelled S-E-I-P-E-L.
the witness is yours, Mr. Lizet.
Good afternoon, Dr. Seipel.
Good afternoon.
How are you currently employed?
I am employed as a licensed psychologist with Behavioral Consultants Incorporated and the Wisconsin Forensic Unit, where I perform forensic mental health assessments on a full-time basis.
How long have you been with the Wisconsin Forensic Unit?
I began with the Behavioral Consultants and the Forensic Unit in
Can we change the camera? What is this? See you, Paul.
September of 2020 as a postdoctoral forensic psychology fellow, and I've continued with those organizations since February 2022 when I obtained psychology licensure in the state of Wisconsin.
And you indicated that your full-time duties is to perform forensic evaluations, is that right?
Yes.
What types of evaluations do you typically perform?
I complete competency to proceed examinations, mental responsibility or NGI evaluations, evaluations of people who are petitioning for conditional release from the state mental health institutes, as well as legal guardianship, and several types of juvenile evaluations.
You indicated that is your full-time employment. Do you know about how many of each of those evaluations you might perform in a calendar year?
And so I would say in total, I've completed over the past 3 years roughly 1,000 across those types of evaluations. So in a calendar year, it would break down to typically at least 300 evaluations. About 3/4 of those would be competency evaluations. And then roughly, I would say another 10 to 20% would be NGI evaluations.
You indicated that you are a licensed psychologist in the state of Wisconsin?
Yes.
What does that process entail?
And so to become a licensed psychologist, one needs to complete a doctorate in psychology from an institution that is either accredited by the American Psychological Association or determined to meet equivalency of those accreditation standards.
Okay, he actually talks really fast. I'm impressed.
And then at the time that I obtained licensure, 1 year of full-time postdoctoral supervised practice was required. I believe that standard has changed, but that was the standard for licensure at the time that I gained my license.
And you indicated that you must have that doctoral degree.
Gwen.
Where did you obtain that degree?
That was from Iowa State University.
And do you have, can you just go through briefly your education prior to that degree?
I completed a bachelor's degree in psychology from Cardinal Stritch University, as well as a Master of Science in Clinical Mental Health Counseling from Marquette University before completing my doctorate at Iowa State.
Dr. Smeagol is who they refer as who was Dr. Smeagol? Was he a psychologist or a psychiatrist? I don't remember. But he was one of Amber Heard's expert witnesses. The one that was like, he had like some very interesting tics and would make very interesting facial expressions that were like very bizarre at times. And it was very defensive, very unprofessional in my opinion as well.
Through your professional work at the
He was
Wisconsin
entertaining.
Forensic Unit, did you have an opportunity to work on the present case, State of Wisconsin versus Taylor Schabusiness?
Yes, I did.
How did you become involved in that case?
And so I was requested to complete 2 court-ordered competency evaluations in this matter.
Okay.
When you say court-ordered, does that mean that the court is the party that retained you rather than either the state or the defense?
Correct.
Yeah, and when was that first evaluation, when was the first report filed?
That was in November of 2022.
And when was the second report filed?
That was earlier this month, in July of 2023.
Can you, you mentioned that you were retained by the court to do a competency
What was the other
evaluation, and earlier you also mentioned that you do NGI evaluations. Can you explain for the jury the difference between those two types of evaluations?
Yeah, so those are 2 entirely different types of evaluations that are guided by 2 different state statutes. And so competency pertains to a defendant's current mental status. It is independent of the mental state at the time of the alleged offenses, and it pertains to whether or not the defendant presently has substantial mental capacity to understand the pending proceedings or to meaningfully assist in their defense. Whereas the state statute for NGI dictates it is about the defendant's mental state at the time of the alleged offenses, and specifically, was there a qualifying mental disease or defect that contributed to a substantial lack of capacity to appreciate wrongfulness of conduct or to conform conduct to the standards of the law.
And you indicate that you have substantial present experience in both of those types of evaluations. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, they are different evaluations with different standards. However, are the materials used to evaluate those often similar?
I would say that collateral records are critical in both evaluations, although in competency, those records would focus most heavily on the present time and present functioning, whereas for NGI, it would be focused upon functioning at the time of the alleged offenses.
And can you talk about the records that you reviewed regarding Ms. Schabusiness for each of the two competency evaluations that you performed?
Yes, and so I reviewed the criminal complaint for the underlying matter. I reviewed all previous psychological evaluations that were completed in reference to this case, including competency and NGI reports from multiple examiners. At both times, I reviewed her contemporary treatment records from the Brown County Jail. And during the most recent evaluation, I also had the opportunity to review a discharge summary from a treatment episode at the Nicolay Psychiatric Center in 2021.
Did you, subsequent to the evaluation, were you also provided with copies of materials from an inpatient stay at Bell
I think it just might be like intense or like nervous or something.
and Psychiatric, or two different inpatient stays at Bell and Psychiatric?
Intense, I would
Yes,
say.
after submitting my most recent report, defense counsel provided me discharge summaries pertaining to those two episodes of inpatient care.
And were all of those records taken into consideration when you either rendered your opinion or provided testimony at competency hearings in this case?
I would say that all of the sources that I mentioned initially were considered in reaching my opinion in my report, and then those Bellin records I did consider in preparing for testimony, but they did not alter any of the opinions offered in my report.
And in addition to reviewing collateral records, did you conduct personal interviews with Ms. Schabusiness?
Yes, I did.
And what were the dates of those interviews?
And so the most recent interview, I'm just referencing my report here, was on July 12th of 2023. And for the initial interview, I would reference to refresh my memory, that report from November of 2022, the date of the interview was November 17th, 2022.
And were both of those in-person interviews?
Yes.
And can you estimate approximately how long you met with Ms. Schabusiness in those interviews?
On both occasions, it was roughly 90 minutes, perhaps give or take a few minutes.
Doctor, when you were reviewing the records and ultimately when you had to come to an opinion in this case, had you encountered prior diagnoses that had been assigned to Ms. Schabusiness at various points in time?
Yes.
Were you aware that at some point in time she had received a bipolar diagnosis?
Yes.
And do you recall where that came from?
That was during her inpatient treatment at the Nicolay Psychiatric Center in 2021.
And Doctor, what did you note with respect to that particular diagnosis? Were there any concerns when you saw that?
Yes, a concern I had with that diagnosis is that for one to be diagnosed with bipolar disorder, and specifically within the diagnostic criteria for that condition, that the symptoms cannot occur exclusively in the course of substance intoxication. And I noted that there's multiple collateral sources suggesting that she was abusing methamphetamine very extensively leading up to that treatment episode. So I was unable to really see how the treatment providers could have parsed out to what extent any psychiatric instability derived from the methamphetamine use versus an actual underlying mental illness.
Did you have an opportunity to review the discharge summary from Nicolay Psychiatric?
Yes.
And in that discharge summary, is there a discussion of how she presented upon arrival compared to how she presented upon her release 21 days later?
Yes, it was noted that there was a remarkable difference and that psychotic symptoms were evident upon admission, including hallucinations and very disorganized behavior, although those symptoms were determined to be largely resolved by the end of that treatment episode.
Does that suggest anything to you with respect to the substance abuse that was indicated at the outset?
And so it's, again, difficult to disentangle to what extent that improved mental status resulted from any medication she received in the facility versus her mere forced abstinence from intoxicants.
Based on your professional education and experience of the types of symptoms that were noted upon arrival at Nicolay Psychiatric, can those symptoms also be associated with the methamphetamine use solely?
Yes.
So it's possible for someone to manifest those symptoms solely based on meth use without having any underlying mental health illness?
Objection
Yes.
calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Yes.
You indicated that you had the opportunity to review reports from other evaluators who met with Ms. Schabusiness and provided opinions in this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, random. Did you guys watch the new Willy Wonka trailer with Timothy Chalamet? What do you guys think of it?
Did you note whether or not any of the other evaluators shared similar concerns about the bipolar diagnosis assigned to her by Nicolay Psychiatric?
Yes, I noted that in Dr. Engen's mental responsibility evaluation, she took most specific and direct issue with the basis for that diagnosis, and she ultimately, in her report, offered that she did not see sufficient support to assign a diagnosis of bipolar disorder. I also noted that, for example, in Dr. Lucetta's competency report, while she did not necessarily completely rule out bipolar disorder, she also noted again that the substance abuse was a significant factor leading up to that diagnosis, and she merely essentially sought to rule out that diagnosis but did not assign it.
So I want to just sort of speak generally about bipolar. Can you describe for the jury what bipolar is and what is required to diagnose such a disorder?
Yes, and so there are two different types of bipolar disorder.
He
There's
is very
bipolar 1
thorough.
disorder, which is a more severe condition.
Like I would say, like very thorough and very easy to like listen to, not like kind of like confusing and like jumbled. I guess.
And that is the diagnosis that has appeared in some of the records in this case. Bipolar 1 disorder is characterized predominantly by manic episodes, which are periods of it lasting at least a week, where more often than not the individual has a significantly elevated mood. They may behave impulsively, erratically, have a decreased need for sleep.
I do wonder though, because like I wonder if he's only going to focus on the bipolar diagnosis that the other doctor thinks that Taylor has. But what are his comments about, like, you know, the stuff that she was experiencing when she was like at a younger age, like, you know, 7 to 14, or when she was like, I don't know, 16, 17 and stuff like that. I wonder what his comments are going to be about for that, or if he's just going to strictly just like stick to the bipolar thing.
And in some instances with bipolar 1, that is alternated by depressive episodes, which typically last at least 2 weeks and are largely the opposite of mania. That means there's a persistently low mood, low energy, feelings of worthlessness, guilt, or hopelessness, things of that like. Whereas bipolar 2 disorder has hypomanic episodes, which are not as prolonged or severe as a manic episode. And by diagnostic criteria, someone must also experience depression in order to qualify for bipolar 2 disorder.
So is it fair to say that to diagnose someone with bipolar 1, we would have that expectation of seeing those prolonged manic episodes, at least one instance of a prolonged manic episode?
Yes, and it would need to occur outside voluntary substance intoxication.
Is it possible for a person who has been diagnosed with a bipolar disorder, is that the type of condition that could occasionally wax and wane over the course of someone's lifetime?
To the extent that someone does indeed meet diagnostic criteria for bipolar disorder, yes, there certainly can be a waxing or waning or a cyclical pattern of symptoms.
I also want to harken back to the fact that you have done NGI evaluations, is that correct?
Yes.
And is bipolar a condition that can sometimes contribute to an opinion that someone does meet NGI criteria?
Yes, it certainly can.
And under what circumstances might you expect to see that?
Yes, and so in order to reach an opinion of supporting an NGI plea in the context of bipolar disorder, one, there would need to be a firmly established diagnosis of bipolar disorder, again, in the absence of substance intoxication, and there would need to be a very direct linkage between the symptoms of that mental illness at the time of the alleged offenses and the substantial lack of capacity to either appreciate wrongfulness or to conform conduct to the requirements of the law. It's not enough for the defendant to simply be symptomatic, but that linkage needs to be established with the lack of capacity.
When you talk about establishing that linkage between the crimes alleged and the mental illness that's been assigned to an individual, what sorts of facts or circumstances do you consider when you do NGI evaluations?
And so there would need to be converging data sources indicating that indeed the defendant was symptomatic of that legitimate mental illness at the time, and there would need to be, conceptually, it would need to make sense for the alleged misconduct. There would need to be some sort of reason that mania, for instance, would have caused that behavior. There would need to be evidence to suggest that the person was fundamentally unable to control their behavior. And so again, that would typically comprise a pattern that extends beyond that one momentary act, but it would need to be a broader pattern encompassing that time frame.
So if you were evaluating whether someone's bipolar disorder might be causal of the criminal offenses, would it be significant to you to evaluate the defendant's symptoms or how someone presents immediately before and immediately after the alleged offenses?
Yes, those would be critical time frames in which to gather as much data as possible.
Is that because one would expect that someone with bipolar wouldn't manifest those symptoms solely for a short period of time, but typically over a much longer period?
Yes, that is correct.
Objection calls for speculation.
I think it calls for his professional opinion.
Overruled.
Yes, it would be expected to see, again, a symptom duration longer than just the mere moments of committing a criminal offense.
Doctor, I want to quickly return back to some of the other records that had been mentioned. You indicated that you did have an opportunity to review the medical records from Bell and Health from two different stays that Ms. Schabusiness had, one in 2012 and one in 2014.
Yes.
And I'll first call your attention to the 2012 records, if you recall those. Do you remember if Ms. Schabusiness was assigned a diagnosis by the treatment providers at Bell and Health at the outset of her stay in 2012?
She was assigned a diagnosis of mood disorder not otherwise specified.
So she was not assigned a bipolar diagnosis at that time, is that correct?
Correct.
And then in 2014, did she likewise have some sort of diagnosis following her 3-day stay in Bellin?
She was again assigned a diagnosis of mood disorder not otherwise specified, and they did add, which is not a diagnosis per se, but they noted alongside the diagnosis a history of psychosis. But in looking closer at the records, that history of psychosis derived squarely from an adverse medication reaction, which prompted the initial inpatient stay. So she was prescribed sertraline, and then only after that did she begin to have psychotic symptoms. And those.
Okay, so just some notes for the previous lawyer and the psychologist. I know they're not watching my stream right now, but maybe they will in the future. But I think that's what needed to be done. I think that the lawyer needed to kind of like take control of the timeline, and then like he'll answer. So the lawyer takes control and kind of like helps navigate in a very organized manner, and then like psychologist will answer, right? I think what happened with the other one was that the defense lawyer like would ask her a question, and she would just kind of like and just like list out a bunch of stuff, and then like because the timelines were a little bit jumbled for us, we were like pretty confused. We were pretty fucking confused. So I think this is like a really good way of asking your witness questions, because it kind of helps us understand what timeline we're at, and then like we're focusing on one timeline at a time instead of like going back between like 2012 and then saying, oh, 2 years after that, oh, in 2015, and then 5 years after, you know what I mean? Like, or like, I don't know, it was just like all over the place. This is much easier to kind of like digest for us. I like
symptoms
this.
Resolved as soon as that medication was discontinued.
Again, she was not assigned a bipolar diagnosis in 2014 either.
Correct.
Dr. Seipel, you indicated that you did have an opportunity to review Dr. Litton's report from July 3rd of 2023.
Yes, I did.
And what type of report from a forensic standpoint was Dr. Litton's report?
It appeared to be a combined competency and NGI report.
In your experience and training, is it best practice for someone to engage in a combined report of both competency and NGI?
Typically, a separate report would be submitted to address each issue independently.
What are some of the reasons why you might not combine those two reports?
For one, there can be information introduced in the issue of criminal responsibility that might be inappropriate to be contained within a competency report. A competency report is not supposed to contain incriminating information with regard to the alleged offenses, but also
Is he saying she was being lazy?
from a psychological standpoint, it makes it difficult to parse out which data and which arguments are directed at each respective issue.
He isn't doing well. They canceled the rest of the tour with the Hollywood Vampires. Really? I didn't hear about that. I saw that he was doing some like artwork stuff, and like he was like thanking Dior for like always like being by his side and shit. But yeah, what's up with JD?
If they're addressed alongside each other in the same report.
Is it particularly concerning if you come to a conclusion that a person is not presently competent, that you would also rely on that information to form an NGI opinion?
I would say that it's not inappropriate if that's a data point that is considered, but that there should not be a strong linkage in that reasoning, as again, it's two different legal issues pertaining to two different time points.
Doctor, when you looked at that report as it relates to NGI and Dr. Litton's report, I'm just going to ask you generally, did you have any concerns with the methodology that was shown in that particular report?
Some are done really well, enjoyed a few, but a lot of them just lazy rehashes. Yeah, remakes are, I don't know, sometimes remakes are really good. Like, I really enjoy them, and sometimes the remakes are just like, ugh. Like, what did I watch recently that was, like, really good? Remake. What's that futuristic one? It has, like, numbers in it. What was it called? Who was in it? Was it Ryan Reynolds? Or the guy that looked like Ryan Reynolds? Oh, Ryan Gosling. Was it Blade Runner? And it had like numbers after it. I don't know. I watched that and I was like, oh, this is really good. I really liked it. Yeah. Sometimes I really like remakes because sometimes like nostalgia is really there. But like if it's like a real, like if it's like a live action remake, I'm like, please, no. Yeah, Blade Runner. Yeah, Blade Runner I thought was really good. Or like remake of like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. I like the original and I love the remake with Johnny Depp in it. It's so fucking funny. But yeah. Okay, and I also like the remake of Aladdin. I know a lot of people don't. Okay, and that's kind of like a hot take, but I like the Aladdin remake. I enjoyed it. Sorry, I was gonna go back to, I don't know. What are your guys' thoughts? What's the best remake movie out there, and then what's the worst remake movie? Go.
I found that it seemed appropriate data sources were consulted, at least that's what the methods section suggested in that report, although there was essentially no discussion or review of the discovery materials that were reviewed, and really no account from a defendant's perspective of the alleged misconduct, which are very critical pieces of information that would always be included in an NGI report.
So those pieces of information that you just discussed, like the account of the offense and the specific discovery materials outlining the offense, why is it important to include that type of information in the report?
Because again, the statute for NGI pertains squarely to the moments of the alleged offense, and that is the data that most directly captures those moments. And so it becomes somewhat of a black box issue if those moments are not discussed in the report and inferences instead are appearing to be made based upon presentation at other time points. That's not sound.
The Parent Trap? Oh, no, I love both. I love the original and I love the remake. Oh, I thought they were both so good.
Professional reasoning with regard to the issue of NGI.
And I want to talk about information being based on other time points. Did it appear to you that Dr. Litton relied very strongly on her personal observations of Ms. Schabusiness in the interview?
I would say it seemed that the symptoms that were portrayed during the moments of that interview seemed to weigh heavily, as well as the mere fact of a bipolar diagnosis being assigned roughly a year before the alleged offenses. Right,
because I think when she was 14 years old, I think initially they diagnosed her with bipolar 1. I think that's what she meant to say. But then when she was discharged, they didn't say that she had bipolar 1. So, like, maybe that's what she meant to say. Like, oh, like, they initially thought she had bipolar 1. And then, like, after when, like, she was done with the 3 days thing, they were like, oh, actually, no, she doesn't have bipolar 1. So I think that's what she meant to say. Yeah, it seems like the bipolar thing wasn't really mentioned, like, solidly mentioned until 2021. But he's saying that, like, well, he doesn't understand how they could have said that she has bipolar if at the time, because if you're going to be diagnosed with bipolar, you also have to have that, like, I don't know, like, I guess, episode without, like, the use of, I have the fucking phrase here. What did he say? Long manic episode, but must occur absent of substance and intoxication. So it seems like during that 2021, she was, like, still on meth and, like, I don't know, maybe some other drugs. I don't know. We're just confused. It's okay. We got each other to help clarify. And he's helping us clarify so much. Thank you, Dr. Seipel.
Were you able to determine whether or not Dr. Litton actually assigned a diagnosis herself?
It seemed implicit in the report that she concurred with the bipolar diagnosis, although it was not explicitly stated. You know, for instance, I am assigning the defendant a diagnosis of bipolar disorder.
Is that typical in your experience to not assign a diagnosis during such an evaluation?
In an NGI evaluation, as the identification of a qualifying mental disease or defect is critical and necessary to support an NGI plea, it would be essential for the diagnosis to be very explicitly indicated.
And that was not done here?
I would say, again, it was not explicit, rather it was more so inferred, being embedded in text.
And Doctor, the report from Dr. Litton, does that include a relatively lengthy or specific discussion of the observations of Dr. Litton from the interview that occurred in June of 2023?
Yes, the greatest detail seemed to pertain to that which would have been her second contact with the defendant.
Oh, I love the original Total Recall. Did I rewatch the new one? I don't know if I watched the new one or not. It might have sucked. The best remakes when they did Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Oh God, they're both so good. I don't know. I love the original and Brotherhood.
And you personally had contact with the defendant within about a month of that particular interview. Is that fair?
It would have been roughly like 3 or 4 weeks for my estimation.
The observations that Dr. Litton is making of the defendant, her actions, her behaviors, her psychotic state, did you witness those same things when you met with Ms. Schabusiness?
I did not notice the evident distraction that was evidently apparent during the interview with Dr. Litton. The defendant easily maintained focus and was able to supply coherent, relevant responses to questioning. She remained behaviorally appropriate and was able to engage in detailed discussion of her legal situation. There was a brief moment in which she referenced claiming to see a supposed green train within the room, which is something that was evidently very distracting during the interview with Dr. Litton. I essentially ignored when that symptom was mentioned, and there was no further mention of it thereafter. And
God damn, he's base. I just ignored it.
There was no evidence that she was in any way distracted by that or any similar psychotic symptom.
I actually have no idea what psychologists are supposed to do. Are they supposed to, like, inquire, like, oh, tell me more about the green train, or just ignore, like, what he did? Jesus. So he met with her in November 2022, I think, and July 2023. And then the other one that they hired, tried to meet in February, but got chair thrown, refused to come interview, and then June 2023. So, I mean, not too far away from each other.
Did you form a conclusion?
Oh, and for Total Recall, I did watch it, actually. I remember I watched it, and I probably just thought it was like, it was okay. Like, I don't think I had, like, Yeah, I don't think I had like a big impression on it or anything. It was okay.
With respect to the psychotic manifestations that Ms. Schabusiness was outwardly claiming to have.
I found that there was not sufficient support for assigning a diagnosis such as bipolar disorder or schizophrenia that could presumably underlie those symptoms.
Did you have any concerns about the validity of the claimed symptoms?
Yes, I did.
And what were those concerns?
And so my concerns were manifold. There has been a remarkable inconsistency in presentation over the pendency of this case in terms of the symptoms the defendant has claimed to forensic examiners versus to clinical providers within the jail, and even during very similar time frames, she's offered contradictory remarks. And apparently, only during the interview with Dr. Lighton has anyone observed her during the pendency of this case to seem to be preoccupied with internal stimuli. That's not something that I have observed, and jail providers have noted that even in the isolated instances where the defendant has endorsed hallucinations, they have viewed no outward indication.
Wait, what? Why are you interrupting?
In the isolated instances where the defendant has endorsed hallucinations, they have viewed no outward indication.
I would object only because that calls for hearsay. I apologize, but
Overruled.
I forgot where you were in your answer, but if you're...
Another question.
Sure. Had other doctors who evaluated the defendant shared concerns that you reported about the possibility of feigning or embellishing symptoms?
Yes.
And who was that?
I noted that first in Dr. Lucetta's competency report as part of a competency instrument that she administered to the defendant. Embedded within that were validity indices. That means that we're testing items which sought to determine the credibility of the defendant's endorsement of psychiatric symptoms.
Oof, and Dr. Lucetta is the one that the defense had originally hired.
Her responses to those items suggested an elevated probability of a non-credible response style with regard to endorsing psychiatric symptoms. And similarly, when Dr. Engen completed her NGI evaluation, she administered the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, or MMPI as it's widely known.
Okay.
And the extent of her invalid responses on that instrument made it where her clinical profile could not be interpreted because her validity skills for that instrument suggested she was grossly exaggerating psychiatric symptoms in a manner that would be extreme and inconsistent even for a patient with legitimate schizophrenia.
And did you note whether or not Dr. Lighton performed any such psychological testing to determine the validity of the symptoms that she was observing from Ms. Schabusiness?
I found no mention of any type of instrument for symptom validity within her report.
Was that surprising to you?
I would say yes, in general, but especially specifically given that those psychotic symptoms really seem to be the crux of her opinion regarding the issues of both competency and criminal responsibility, and especially in light of prior testing data that cast significant doubt over the legitimacy of those symptoms. So under those circumstances, it would be extremely unusual for an examiner to not administer testing.
Now, did you administer testing of Ms. Schabusiness when you met with her?
I was prepared to administer testing upon entering the evaluation, although her clinical presentation suggested such testing would not be necessary to reach an opinion regarding her adjudicative competency.
Can you explain that maybe just in a little more layman's details?
Yes.
Yeah, you're doing layman the entire time.
And so to the extent that the
it down.
defendant would have presented similarly as she did with Dr. Lighton, for instance, presenting herself as very distracted by hallucinations, unable to supply linear or coherent responses, then I would have administered psychological testing to see where the validity lied with such symptoms. Although she did not portray those symptoms and with relative ease was able to discuss her legal situation in a rational manner, so the validity of symptoms became a moot point. The results of that testing would have had no influence on my opinion regarding competency.
So essentially, you didn't need to test the validity of the symptoms because you didn't see the symptoms.
Correct.
Okay. Interesting.
Now, Doctor, you also had an opportunity to review the report of Dr. Engen, which I believe you previously mentioned. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, Dr. Engen's report is a report on NGI and not competency. Is that right?
Yes, it is specifically and solely to the issue of NGI.
Now, some of the shortfalls of Dr. Lighton's report that you already pointed out, did you see those same concerns in the report of Dr. Engen?
I did not.
Can you compare or contrast the methodology that Dr. Engen used to the methodology used by Dr. Lighton?
And so in Dr. Engen's report, I found to be consistent with my training, experience, and my understanding of best practice in the field of forensic psychology, and that she engaged in a thorough review and detailed in her report the discovery materials. She supplied a detailed accounting of the defendant's personal account to her of the index offenses. She reviewed medical records from the Nicolay Psychiatric Treatment Center that, again, would have been in that time period leading up to this offense, and she administered psychological testing to aid in determining the validity of any of the psychiatric symptoms that the defendant claimed during the evaluation.
It's also the presentation too, because like the other doctors started off with like, Taylor Schabusiness having, you know, she was having these issues when she was like as young as like 7 to 14. Then she was talking about the teenage years and then slowly building up to like when Taylor Schabusiness committed the crime. And then afterwards, right? He kind of just went for like, he just started like, I think he did a really good job at like attacking the bipolar angle, because he started with the bipolar angle. And then from then on, he worked like his way down to the other dates and kind of explained those. So I think they both did a pretty good job, but he's definitely better of understanding because he presents information better. And also the lawyer that's talking to him is also doing a really good job at kind of like guiding where like the timeline is and stuff like that.
And so that represented to me a full and comprehensive NGI evaluation.
And in contrast, did Dr. Engen's report specifically tie Ms. Schabusiness's behavior at and around the time of the offense to any mental illness or lack thereof?
Dr. Engen supplied a detailed articulation of why she ultimately did not assign a qualifying mental disease or defect diagnosis to the defendant, and then she in turn articulated why she did not believe there was any support for the conclusion that outside of voluntary substance intoxication, the defendant would have substantially lacked capacity to appreciate wrongfulness or conform her conduct to the requirements of the law.
I think Dr. Litton is probably definitely going to come back on the stand. Yeah, she's definitely going to come back for like redirect, I think.
I think we touched on this earlier as it related to
She has
general
to.
diagnoses of a mental health condition, but can you talk briefly about the impact that acute substance intoxication has on attempting to determine whether or not someone would be NGI?
And so according to the Wisconsin jury instructions, mental disturbance brought on by voluntary substance intoxication is not considered to be a qualifying mental disease or defect. And so to the extent that an examiner cannot rule out the sequelae of that voluntary intoxication as being the primary contributing factor to behavior, then the reason would dictate that an NGI plea cannot be supported.
Thank you, Doctor. No further questions at this time.
Cross-examination.
Sequelae, a condition which is a consequence of a previous disease or injury. The long-term sequelae of infection. All right, guys, new word. Sequelae. Very fancy.
Mr. Freilich?
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Seipel, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You prepared 2 reports concerning Taylor Schabusiness, correct?
Yes.
One in November of 2022 and then one in July of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And you received police reports, correct?
I did not review the police reports.
Did you review the criminal complaint?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review any video footage from the incident on February 22nd or February 23rd of 2022?
I did not.
In this particular case, did you administer the 2 gold standard tests, the MMPI and the MCMI?
I did not administer either of those instruments.
Yet you criticized Dr. Lighton for not doing it, correct?
Yes.
Now, you've been a licensed psychologist since February of 2022, correct?
Yes.
That's when you obtained your license to practice and do evaluations and reports and all of that, correct?
My license enabled me to practice independently, although I performed all of these evaluations under supervision from September 2020 up until that time.
Okay. In September of 2020, that's when you were a fellow?
That's when I began my postdoctoral fellowship in forensic psychology.
Okay. When you've had a chance to review Dr. Lighton's curriculum vitae, correct?
Yes.
You've had a chance to review her evaluation from July 3rd of 2023, correct?
Damn, he's calling you a noob.
Yes.
As far as experience level, she has more experience than you. Is that fair?
I would say she's been a practicing psychologist longer, although the extent to which she has conducted NGI evaluations, I don't know if she has more experience than me.
Good
You
answer.
understand that she worked at Mendota Mental Health in the past, correct?
Yes, and typically NGI evaluations are not performed for patients already within the State Mental Health Institute.
And with regards to Dr. Christina Engine, she works in the Wisconsin Forensic Unit as well.
Yes, she is employed by behavioral consultants in the Wisconsin Forensic Unit.
Would she be a colleague or a coworker of yours?
I would say we are similarly employed, although we practice typically in different areas of the state and have pretty minimal contact with each other.
And the two of you are aligned as far as opinions in this particular case, is that fair?
Well, we opined on different issues, so I would not agree with that statement.
But the ultimate recommendation is the same, correct?
I guess I'm not sure what you're asking, sir.
That you and her both find insufficient evidence to support the special plea, the NGI plea.
I would say I did not offer an opinion with regard to NGI, so again, I can't agree with that statement.
Okay. You've had a chance to review Brown County jail records, correct?
Yes.
You reviewed Bell and Health records that I sent, correct?
Yes.
You had a chance to review the Nicolay Psychiatric Center records through Brown County, correct?
Yes.
You reviewed a lot of mental health records, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say that Taylor Denise Schabusiness does have a mental health history. Would that be fair?
I would say in general terms, yes, she has had contact with mental health treatment.
And
She's had contact.
fair to say that she was the subject of a civil commitment in 2021, correct?
Yes, it is my understanding that she became subject to a 6-month civil commitment during the course of her inpatient treatment in 2021.
And she was found by a court of law to be mentally ill, at least in 2021. Is that fair?
According to that court order, it would suggest that, yes.
And then she was on a medication order, in order to take psychotropic medications for that same period of time, correct?
Yes, it is my understanding she was court ordered to medication compliance.
A lot of different doctors evaluated and took a look at Ms. Schabusiness, correct?
Hey, Snow.
With respect to the pendency of this case or more generally?
Just with respect to the pendency of this case.
Yes, I would say there have been a handful of us that have completed evaluations.
Dr. Deborah Collins? Yes?
Yes.
Dr. Tracy Lucetta?
Yes.
Dr. Diane Lighton?
Yes.
Yourself?
Yes.
Dr. Christina Engine?
Yes.
Seems like all the other doctors were female except for him, maybe. Sorry, someone made a comment about maybe Taylor has problems communicating with other women.
With regards to Ms. Schabusiness's treatment at Nicolay Psychiatric Center, was she diagnosed over there in May of 2021 with bipolar disorder, current episode manic severe with psychotic features?
Yes, that was the diagnosis those providers assigned.
She was prescribed medications, correct?
Yes, I believe it was an antipsychotic medication that was prescribed.
Do you know if that was Aristata?
I would have to consult the records to refresh my memory.
Was it your understanding that she was prescribed a medication that would be by injection?
To the extent that it is Abilify or Astana, yes, that is a long-acting injectable medication.
It's an antipsychotic medication, correct?
Yes, with mood-stabilizing properties as well.
When I hear the word opine, I think of pine cones. So every time I hear that word, I just see like pine cones in my head. Damn pine cones, stepping on them.
And fair to say that through Brown County, through Nicolay, that Ms. Schabusiness was given a diagnosis of bipolar disorder.
Yes.
He says the reason why he didn't administer the MMPI, he said he was planning to when he first met with her, but then he didn't see any of the symptoms, so there's no need to administer the MMPI. That was his reasoning. While the other doctor, well, she got real animated. I think she just got really offended at maybe what she thought the state was implying.
Nicolay for about a month, correct?
I believe it was roughly 3 weeks.
A couple weeks. And then she was discharged?
Yes.
She was discharged, after she had her baby?
What was the question, sir?
I'm sorry.
Wait, so when she was pregnant, you think she was clean? You think she was doing drugs when she was pregnant? She probably was doing drugs, right? I wonder how her kid is. Is she on meds now? The other doctor mentioned that she's like prescribed what's called olazapine, but she wasn't compliant. So meaning like she's like maybe taking it sometimes or maybe just not really taking it at all.
Do you know if she was discharged after she had her baby?
I do not believe she gave birth during the course of that hospitalization.
Subsequent to that, she gave birth, correct?
I would again have to consult the records for the dates on that.
Yeah, he's got like calculated responses, but I think he's just like naturally that way. Damn, wish I can be like that.
When you looked at all these records, did you come to find that there were some references to Ms. Schabusiness suffering from paranoia?
That word was mentioned in the records on some occasions, yes.
And was it mentioned that she had experienced some delusional thoughts?
Again, that was a word that has been used in the records, yes.
And was it mentioned in some of these records that we're talking about that she did suffer from distractions, inability to focus or concentrate?
Yes, there were some notations of those concerns as well.
Was it such that, in gleaning through the records, analyzing them, that she had auditory or visual hallucinations on occasion?
Yes, and most specifically that first admission to Bellin, as well as the admission to the Nicolay Psychiatric Center, where I saw the hallucinations mentioned.
Was that mentioned in 2021?
Yes, upon her admission.
Ooh, she just gave us a little Well, eyebrow raise right there.
Nicolay when she had heavily been abusing methamphetamine recently.
You've been a doctor for some time. You've got a PhD. You've had a lot of education. You've had experience with different kinds of patients, correct?
Yes, many, many different kinds.
With all different sorts of problems, correct?
Yes.
And you've dealt with people who have had drug addictions and things of that sort, correct?
Yes.
You've gone to seminars with regards to how substances can affect the brain, correct?
Yes, and I taught an undergraduate course regarding the effect of substances on psychology as well.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that substances can impact the brain, can cause organic brain damage?
I would say there can certainly cause some functional abnormalities in the brain, although the notion that drug use permanently damages the brain really is not consistently bore out in the literature the way that it is in kind of the public conception of drug use.
Really?
Drug use can also exacerbate mental health problems, correct?
It can exacerbate them or cause them of their own accord, yes.
Drug usage?
Certainly if there has been recent and especially significant drug use, yes, that can affect various neurocognitive capacities, including memory functioning.
How about traumatic events like loss of a mother?
I would say that can cause some difficulties with concentration, though typically would not cause amnesia in and of itself.
Is PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, is that a mental health condition?
Yes, it is.
Can that get worse over time if untreated?
It can, yes.
If someone has a mood disorder, is that a mental health issue?
Yes.
It's a mental defect or a mental disease?
I would say it could meet criteria as a mental disease or defect according to Wisconsin state statutes, yes.
And can that get worse over time, the mood disorder, if it's left untreated?
It can, yes.
People are not subjected to a civil commitment order unless they have a mental health condition, correct? Is that fair?
It would require a clinician to opine that they have a mental illness, yes.
I saw some records in Brown County, I believe it relates to the Nicolay Psychiatric Center records, that there was a problem addressed, risk for self-injury related to delusional thought process vague. Do you know what that references to?
I believe I recall seeing that verbiage in the records, but I wouldn't be able to supply context without reviewing those records.
Do you know if Ms. Schabusiness had problems or issues with a delusional thought process?
At that time, it was noted that that was a symptom she was displaying upon admission to the facility, yes.
Did you have occasion to, when you met with her, to observe that she had a tangential thought disorder?
During my meetings with the defendant?
Yes.
I did not note signs of a clinically significant thought disorder, no.
How about, was that bore out with Dr. Engine or Dr. Collins?
I would say there was, again, no indications of clinically significant impairment in maintaining linear thought during those evaluations.
Psychiatric Center. Did it have references to Ms. Schabusiness
Misha business.
identifying demons in her life?
In terms of the Nicolay psychiatric records?
Yes.
I do believe there was mention of some commentary of that sort, yes.
And was there commentary that her affect appeared to be labile and inappropriate throughout group, and that she had mood changes and inappropriate facial expressions or laughing?
Yes, I did see that bore out in those records.
Did you see that when you talked with her in November of 2022 or July of
I like this
year?
question.
I did note that there were some moments of some inappropriate grinning or perhaps very brief isolated instances of laughter, although those were short-lived and did not impair capacity for us to have a linear and meaningful discussion.
In July when you met with her, you said 90 minutes, give or take. Was it cut off for any reason? Was your interview cut off?
No, they were able to be completed on both occasions to their natural course.
Okay. In some of the records, did you note that it indicated her affect was flat when approached?
Yes, there were some indications of a relatively flat or diminished expression in her emotional presentation, yes.
What does that stem from, do you know?
That's again something that can have manifold causes and could simply be someone's baseline emotional presentation as well.
Could it be related to a mental health defect or disease?
It is possible, although again it could also be due to many other factors.
Also in these progress notes, did you indicate or did you review, excuse me, that
Is he
she
from New
was
York
feeling
City?
as though different bodies were going in and out of her person?
I do believe I read that in the Nicolay notes as well, yes.
Did she talk about having pressure in her head or having her head hurt?
Yes, that is a complaint that she has made at different occasions across time, yes.
And did she also indicate that she had problems with eye twitching and that her PTSD was triggered from loud noises?
I do believe I recall seeing those symptoms mentioned in the records as well.
Did you, at least in some of the, either the jail records or the Brown County records from Nicolay, that she talked about wanting to die and go to heaven to see her mom?
Yes, I do recall seeing such comments made.
And in reviewing these records, because there were a lot of them, did she indicate, at least in the records when she was at Brown County at Nicolay, that she was hearing voices that would get heavier at night?
I do believe, yes, there was a pattern of time of day seeming to impact symptoms at that time, yes.
And the time of day would be more at night, they'd be more pronounced at night than the daytime?
Per my recollection of the records, I do believe that was the pattern that was mentioned.
And she was encouraged to connect with a dual therapist to address mental health and her AODA issues. Is that fair?
Yeah, consistently over time, she has been referred for substance abuse treatment, yes.
And in those records from Nicolay, it also talked about that she would have racing thoughts that would get overwhelmed and that she'd hear voices in her head.
Yes, those are symptoms I do recall seeing in the records.
I wonder if Sarah Boone would have liked this lawyer. Oh yeah, congrats, Paul.
And it's true, right, that there were discussions about her getting this Aristata injection every 4 weeks to help her?
Yes, that is the typical course in which that medication is administered, and per my recollection, I do believe that's what was ultimately prescribed.
Then there was some discussion about whether she would take the pill or take the injection, correct?
Yes, I do believe that the means of administration was discussed amongst our clinical team.
Even in the notes, it talked about, in the notes from Brown County, from Nicolay Psychiatric Center, it talked about how Ms. Schabusiness would have agitation, anxiety, correct?
Yes.
And that there was a discussion about giving her Haldol, correct?
Yes, that would be another antipsychotic medication with pretty heavily sedative properties.
Do you know if that was ever given to her?
I would again have to refresh my recollection with the records.
And even in the Nicolay records, it talked about that it was a struggle to decipher what is a genuine psychiatric symptom and what is otherwise talked about as gaminess, correct?
Yes, I do believe that was a term that was employed in the records.
There were just a lot of records to review, and you have a good memory. But it also talked about Zoloft, correct?
He does have good memory.
Yes, that was mentioned specifically in her adolescent treatment records.
And Ms. Schabusiness,
I think this guy's got like photographic memory or something. Jesus, he talks like a textbook. Whew. I think he only mentioned it once, where he like might need to refresh in his memory by looking at his notes. For the most, he's just like, I know everything. Let's go.
this was given
Hey,
apparently at
Madison.
Nicolay, from what you reviewed in these notes. What are her coping skills, and what does she want to do to make progress with mental health? Is that
I haven't
fair?
heard anything about head
I don't
injuries.
recall that specific information.
With regards to Dr. Lighton, she says that she believes that my client, Ms. Schabusiness, qualifies for the NGI plea based on a diagnosis of a serious mental disorder. You understand that?
Yes, that's what she wrote in her report.
And she opines that her serious mental disorder affected Ms. Schabusiness's ability to know right from wrong at the time of the offense, correct?
I would say it was relatively tersely worded, although that was what was suggested, yes.
And she also said that it affected her ability to control her behaviors. Is that fair?
Yes, that was the opinion that she reached.
Okay, that was a
You have
jab.
a diabolically opposed opinion compared to Dr. Lighton, correct?
Again, I did not opine on the NGI issue.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Nothing further.
Redirect.
Just briefly, I think you were asked a great deal again about the records from Nicolay and the specific symptoms that were manifesting at that time at Nicolay. And do you know if Nicolay actually administered a blood test to determine whether or not there were substances in her system at the time she entered Nicolay?
There was either urine or blood screening performed for toxicology purposes, yes.
And she did test positive for methamphetamine?
It was methamphetamine and I believe also amphetamines and THC as well.
And did the Nicolay records show a marked improvement in her symptoms in the 3-week stay there?
Yes, there was a relatively linear trend over time towards psychiatric stability.
And while that might potentially be attributed to taking psychiatric medications, it might also be attributed to
Judge just looked
weaning
over
off
at Taylor
of the illicit
Schabusiness.
substances.
I would say it's fundamentally impossible to
The judge is just distracted for a second
While
there.
that might potentially be attributed to taking psychiatric medications, it might also be attributed to weaning off of the illicit substances.
I would say it's fundamentally impossible to disentangle to what extent precisely the improvement would have derived from those sources.
And you were asked questions about at points in time, did Ms. Schabusiness have potentially paranoia or hallucinations or things that could potentially be associated with psychiatric conditions or psychosis? Did anyone in any of the records that you saw make such an opinion on or around February 22nd and 23rd of 2022?
In terms of those symptoms or diagnoses applying at the time of the alleged misconduct?
Correct.
I would say that from what I saw, Dr. Lighton was the only one that.
You just kicked my
and again,
camera,
it wasn't
sir.
really directly discussed, though at least seemed to imply that those symptoms were at play at the time of the incident.
Now, none of the mental health records that you saw were from February of 2022, is that correct?
I did not see any indication of her being actively involved in psychiatric treatment, so there was no reliable collateral source to corroborate those symptoms at that time.
And again, just to clarify, I think you've done a good job of this, but you were not asked to opine on the issue of whether or not an NGI offense or an NGI defense is appropriate for Ms. Schabusiness in this case.
That is correct. I was only ordered as a competency examiner.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
On those topics, Mr. Freilich?
No, Your Honor. Thank you, Dr. Slade.
You can step down.
Damn, that was a pretty darn good expert witness. Just answered the question straight up
State's next witness?
and wasn't like sleepy to listen to.
He calls Christina Engine.
Yeah, that was Shiro. Shiro's been sleeping behind my wall. It's like between the wall and my computer, it's like a little sliver. And the thing is, he's like right next to my computer, so all the hot air is blowing at him. But he's scared of the flies, you know, because it's like buzzing around his big old ears. And I try to kill them, but there's this one fly that's like fuckering around. I can't kill it. I can't find it. Okay, who's next? I think we have another. Oh, Christina Engine. Oh, I think was Dr. Engine the one that administered the MMPI? Possibly. All right, here we go. Another psychologist. Wait, let's get up and stretch. Oh, yeah, she's 25 years old. Born 1997. Oh.
Engen, Christianaengen.
Mr. Saunders, the witness is yours.
All right, doctor, how are you employed?
As a psychologist with behavioral consultants,
And how long have you been employed with behavioral consultants?
12 years.
And do you have any degrees?
I do. I have a PhD in counseling psychology from UW-Madison, which I earned in 2010.
All right. And I guess what do you do as a psychologist with behavioral consultants?
I conduct almost exclusively criminal forensic evaluations.
And we've heard that term a few times. What is forensic evaluations? What does that mean?
The court principals will approach a psychologist with a psycho-legal question, so a psychological question that applies to the legal situation, and our job is to help answer that and to provide information to the trier of fact, the judge or the jury, to help them answer that question.
Are some of those evaluations that you're asked to conduct what are referred to as NGI evaluations?
Yes.
And I guess what does NGI refer to?
It's for the plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. It's an evaluation of criminal responsibility.
And you have performed those evaluations in the past?
Yes.
Are you able to approximate how many NGI evaluations you've completed in your career?
Like her
Over the course
outfit?
of 12 years, approximately 250 NGI evaluations.
And are those typically done at the request of a court?
Yes.
Have you, in your career, in those 250 evaluations, reached an opinion that somebody would be appropriate for an NGI plea?
Yes.
And contrary, have you formed the opinion that they are not, they don't fit for the NGI plea?
Yes.
All right. And Dr.
Yeah, she had the like bold makeup.
Do you maintain
Like the Jersey Shore
curriculum
makeup or
with respect
something.
to your educational background and qualifications?
Yes.
All right. Showing us the mark exhibit 12. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
It is my curriculum vitae.
Does that appear to be up to date?
Yes,
All right. That's a document that you prepared?
it is.
I'd move 12. Any objection? No objection.
12 will be received.
Psychology in the state of Wisconsin.
And are you also board certified?
I am.
What does that mean?
I'm board certified by the American Board of Professional Psychology. Applicants can specialize in several different areas of psychology. My area of specialty is forensic psychology.
And do you maintain any professional memberships?
Yes.
And what are some of those?
With the
Oh, we're already
American
doing closing arguments.
Psychological Association and the Wisconsin Psychological Association.
In addition to your employment, do you also, or have you had any teaching experience in this role?
Yes.
All right, what are some of those?
I've provided guest lectures for Marquette Law School, for trainees at Mendota Mental Health Institute, once for the Department of Correction psychologists.
Doctor, then I want to ask you about this case. Did you become...
Oh, dude, and what's even crazier, like, in my opinion, I think it's the fucking filters, man. Oh my God. I know some like really pretty girls that are like super fucking pretty, but then like when I see their pictures on Instagram, I'm like, bitch, this ain't you. Like, I don't know why, but they like super filter their face. They do the thing where it's like they make their head bump a little bit higher or something, make their forehead bigger, make their eyes really like nice and large, and then you do like the V-shape thing. Like, I don't know, it's so much, but they look so different. I'm like, you're really pretty. Like, you don't need the filters. Makeup, I understand. You know, people like makeup and stuff, but the filters are like, oh, I don't know, that shit's fucking creepy as hell.
or asked to become involved in an NGI evaluation of Taylor Schabusiness?
Yes.
And how did you become involved in that?
I was court ordered to conduct an NGI evaluation.
Were you retained by the state of Wisconsin?
Appointed by the court.
By the court, but not the district attorney's office?
Correct.
And you weren't retained by the defense either?
Correct.
And it's the case that most of the evaluations you perform are at the request of the court?
That is correct.
And did you ultimately prepare a report with respect to your findings regarding that NGI evaluation?
Yes.
Doctor, I'll show you Exhibit 13. Move 13. Objection.
So a meeting with Ms. Schabusiness. I also conducted a full discovery review, so review of all of the police reports, videos, documents of that. And then I also, in this case, reviewed her available medical records, which included a prior competency evaluation, records generated through Brown County, and then in this case, I did administer psychological testing.
Okay. So I want to first start with the clinical interview that you mentioned conducting. What date was the date that you met with Ms. Schabusiness?
So I attempted to meet with her first on October 12, 2022. However, because of her security status in the jail.
What is it? Weird golden filter that makes her look like C-3PO? What is C-3PO? Like a fucking Star Wars character or something?
I was not able to meet with her confidentially. So I returned on October 21, 2022, and we met in a conference room. That's when I conducted the interview.
Oh, it's an actor.
And psychological testing.
Oh, yeah, C-3PO. Oh, it is. It's the Star Wars robot, the gold one. Oh, my God.
And October 21st, 2022, would that have been about 8 months after the offense that she was charged with?
Yes.
Okay. And you also mentioned you conducted a full discovery review, and that included reviewing videos. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Was one of those interviews that you reviewed an interview of Ms. Schabusiness from February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
Was that a rather lengthy interview?
It was.
Did you review the entirety of it?
To the best of my recollection, I believe that I reviewed the vast majority of it. If I would say the majority of it.
All right. Were there a lot of dead parts in the middle of it?
There were, but I thought it was important to review that video footage to listen for comments that Ms. Schabusiness would have made in the room by herself to observe her behaviors and the like.
So it wasn't just the comments that were made to law enforcement that you were looking for, but also her independent behaviors?
Correct.
And you also mentioned you reviewed the police reports and other various attachments that were part of the case?
Yes.
The medical records that you reviewed, you mentioned their prior competency evaluations, but also Brown County Health Services records, is that right?
Correct.
Was that in reference to a stay at Nicolay Psychiatric?
Correct.
All right, and when was that?
That spanned March of 2021 to April 2021.
All right. And you then indicated you also conducted a, I guess, personality test, or what was the fourth collateral source you reviewed?
I administered an objective personality test. It's called the Minnesota Multiphasic
Oh, she froze.
Personality Inventory, 3rd edition. The acronym is MMPI-3.
When did she
So I
administer
want
this?
to go through your report, if that's okay, Doctor. Beginning on page 2. So one of the things you start with is called relevant history. Do you see that section of the report?
Yes.
And I guess why is it important to review the history as part of your NGI evaluation?
When gathering history about a defendant, we are touching on topics that are potentially relevant to the issue of criminal responsibility. things like early childhood events, history of mental health treatment, substance use, any learning difficulties, difficulty working. All of this can potentially inform the issue of criminal responsibility.
Yeah, I was
And,
surprised
as
to
part
see
of
that she was able
did
to
you
hold her
review,
jobs.
Ms. Business's employment history?
Yes.
And I guess what did you note with respect to her employment history?
What I recall is that she has worked primarily in factory settings. Relevant to this evaluation was that she was working up until about a week before the underlying offenses.
Why is one's employment history relevant to an NGI evaluation?
It speaks to the prong of behavioral control. So later on, when we discuss the prongs of the NGI plea, one of them has to do with one's ability to conform their behavior with the requirements of the law. It's a capacity issue, so can a person do that under normal circumstances? And one's ability to work, maintain employment, show up, perform their job duties, that speaks to an individual's capacity to conform their behavior and meet the demands of daily living.
And you noted employment history fairly consistently up to about, I think you said a week before the offense?
Correct.
And you also reviewed Ms. Business's mental health history as well?
Yes.
As we talked about. As well, did you review her, during the course of your clinical interview with Ms. Business, her current presentation?
Yes.
And I guess what is the importance of kind of noting, as you do, the current clinical presentation of a patient?
So that's another piece of information that informs the diagnosis that is required of the evaluation.
Okay. As part of the clinical interview with Ms. Business, do you get a narrative from her about the alleged offense?
To the extent that I was able, I did. Ms. Business recalled the time period leading up to the offenses, but then she reported that she had no memory for the offenses themselves, and she did not. She reported she did not regain memory until after her arrest.
Okay. With
Wait,
respect
really?
to Ms. Business recalling the time period leading up,
Because I remember she said she blacked out, but like I don't know. I feel like they didn't really dive into that, so I was like really confused. Did she say she blacked out when she was doing it, or what? But so she's saying that she blacked out, but until she got arrested, she remembered what happened.
to the offense, what sort of information did she provide?
What I learned was that she had been living in Texas.
That's the
and returned
that's
to
the tweet that I found.
Wisconsin, in early 2022 to tend to legal matters. She made a court appearance. I believe she was sentenced to 5 years probation. She was making arrangements to have her community supervision transferred to Texas so that she could resume caring for her newborn baby, who was in the care of her grandparents. She was working. She had started Suboxone treatment to maintain sobriety, and I understand that she struggled during this time period, was feeling what sounded like to me some alienation in the workplace, not feeling like she was connecting with her coworkers, and then began to, she reported to me she was hearing voices that were telling her to relapse on methamphetamine.
Okay. And some of those, you mentioned, employment, you mentioned some arrangements with respect to child care. Why are some of those acts kind of relevant from an NGI evaluation standpoint?
Again, it speaks to the issue of one's capacity to conform their behavior. So all of those are very goal-directed tasks.
And those were all kind of leading up to the date of the offense.
Correct.
With respect to February 21st, 2022 specifically, did she have a narrative about sort of the timeline of events leading up to the offense?
Yes, on February 21st, 2022, she recalled that she was socializing with friends. They had come to the residence she was staying in.
Sure,
I
pick my
believe they
camera.
were smoking marijuana. She expressed an interest in finding methamphetamine, and so she said that she went on a, quote, meth hunt, unquote.
Did she indicate whether she had ingested methamphetamine leading up to the homicide?
Yes, she told me that she took 52 hits of methamphetamine.
Did she also refer that amount as, quote, a lot?
Yes.
All right.
Jeez.
And did she indicate at some point that night meeting up with the crime victim, Mr. Therian?
Yes.
And then you indicated around the time of the
What's
alleged
for dinner
offense,
today?
she reported having no memory of that time.
Correct.
Did she, and then you indicated she regained her memory sort of in speaking with law enforcement.
Yes.
Was that professed amnesia of a concern to you?
It was notable. As I indicated in my report, I found her self-reported amnesia to be inconsistent with my review of the discovery material. So specifically, I observed her describe in great detail to the detective the details of that evening. So that stands in contrast to her self-reported amnesia in the present or at the time of the October interview.
You also indicated during the interview with Ms. Business you performed some psychological testing, is that right?
Yes.
What testing did you administer?
It was the MMPI-3.
What is the MMPI-3?
It's a very well-established psychological instrument dating back to the 1940s, very well researched and respected. So this test can provide indication of different types of psychopathology or different types of mental illness. It also contains a number of validity indices to help psychologists understand the response style of the test taker.
So the validity indices, I think I said that right, that you mentioned, I guess, what does that mean?
What that means is that built into the test are several items that, when they're all combined at the end, they'll indicate if a person is answering questions in a forthright manner, if they're minimizing their symptoms, or potentially if they're exaggerating their symptoms.
So is this test like a true-false questions, or how does the test administered?
Correct. It's a true-false instrument.
And I guess what were some of your findings with respect to Ms. Schabusiness's performance on the MMPI test?
Well, first, let me be clear that the test does not say anything about Ms. Schabusiness's functioning in February of 2022. It only provides information about her functioning at the time of the test. So what was relevant from that was that there was indication of symptom exaggeration. She responded to items, she endorsed a number of symptoms that individuals with genuine mental illness would not endorse. The frequency, number of unusual symptoms that she acknowledged was greater than those with genuine mental illness. And then there was also indication of non-credible memory impairment built into those, the results of those validity indices.
Non-credible and
So I just
memory
wanna go back a little
impairment?
bit. And that's a good point. So this testing is sort of in the moment as you're meeting with Ms. Schabusiness, is that right?
Correct.
But why is it still something you administer in the course of an NGI evaluation?
So getting back to that term of response style, that's very important to understand if the individual is being forthright in their account of information that they provide to me. And what I found with these elevated indices indicating the exaggerated descriptions of mental illness, unusual descriptions of mental illness, is that the information that was being reported to me needed to be interpreted with caution. Ms. Schabusiness's self-report could not be taken at face value.
And I think you state that anything that's not objectively observed should be closely scrutinized. Is that right?
Correct. So then it would be important to find other sources of information that would support what she's telling me versus relying just exclusively on her self-report.
And one of the phrases you used was endorsed symptoms. What does that mean?
For example, I'm just making this test example up, but I feel depressed. A true response would be an endorsement of that symptom.
So an endorsement is something somebody's telling you.
Yes.
All right. So based on the interview you had with Ms. Schabusiness, your review of some of those collateral sources of information, were you able to offer an opinion with respect to whether Ms. Schabusiness was suffering from a mental disease or defect?
Yes.
And what was, I guess, that opinion?
I reached the opinion that while she did have a mental health conditions, these did not appear to qualify as mental diseases and defects.
In your report, you outlined, I guess, 3 mental health conditions. Is that right?
Correct.
What are those?
The diagnoses that I offered were methamphetamine-related use disorder, and that was applied in acknowledgement of Ms. Schabusiness's general use of methamphetamine in that time period. The diagnosis of methamphetamine intoxication was applied because she was using methamphetamine at the time of the crime. And then the final diagnosis I gave was methamphetamine-induced psychotic disorder, and I offered that one because Ms. Schabusiness was describing, and the records contained indication of paranoia. I think she made a comment about muscle rebuilding during the homicide, and this indicated to me the presence of psychotic symptoms, which I attributed to the recent methamphetamine use.
So, and that's a question I have. So mental health conditions, in your opinion, are different from mental diseases or defect?
Correct.
And the 3 diagnoses you offered, you stated those are not mental diseases or defects.
That is my understanding.
And why is that?
Because, excuse me. So if one ingests an intoxicant voluntarily, so they took it of their own volition, and if they were not naive to its effects, that would mean it's my understanding, based on the case law, that the defendant would be subsequently responsible for all alterations of thinking, judgment, behavior related to that intoxication.
I guess, were you aware of any information in the materials you reviewed that Ms. Schabusiness's methamphetamine use was anything but voluntary?
No.
And that obviously she reported a history of using methamphetamine to you?
Yes.
So I guess, were you aware of any information in the materials you reviewed that Ms. Schabusiness's methamphetamine use was anything but voluntary?
No.
And that obviously she reported a history of using methamphetamine to you?
Yes.
So I guess, were you of the opinion that she was not naive to its effect?
Correct. Yes. And I'm also aware that she had psychotic symptoms in the context of methamphetamine use the year prior. So certainly she was aware of its effects, broadly speaking, to include psychosis.
So I want to pause just here. Methamphetamine use in general, I guess, in your experience and in your education training, are you aware of some of the symptoms that may manifest as a result of that?
Yes.
What are some of those?
So excessive energy, decreased need for sleep, and then oftentimes we see in the field of forensic psychology that it can induce psychotic symptoms, so misperceptions of reality and paranoia.
You also mentioned a year prior there was a a diagnosis of at the Nicolay Psychiatric Center. Is that right?
Yes,
And did you consider, I guess, the applicability or the appropriateness of a bipolar 1 disorder?
I did.
And what was your conclusion with respect to that propriety of that diagnosis?
After considering the diagnosis of bipolar 1 disorder, I did rule it out because I am aware that being intoxicated or having a methamphetamine-induced psychosis can look virtually similar or indistinguishable from a manic episode with psychosis. So the two look similar. And so what I would be looking for if I were to support a bipolar 1 disorder diagnosis is the presence of that the psychosis and the mood elevation when there's no methamphetamine use present.
And are you aware of any of those symptoms absent in the context of methamphetamine use?
I'm not aware of a time ever that Ms. Schabusiness displayed psychotic symptoms or elevated mood outside of the methamphetamine use.
Yes, you are aware, though, that bipolar 1 diagnosis was applied to Ms. Schabusiness in April of 2021.
Yes.
Are you aware, though, that there was concerns about recent methamphetamine use around that same time?
Yes, I believe that she tested positive for several drugs, including methamphetamine at that time.
So that's why that's not a diagnosis you are willing to give to Ms. Schabusiness.
Objection leading.
Just clarifying the testimony. I'm just clarifying the testimony.
Overruled.
Thank you. So I guess in sum then, is there any mental disease or defect that you would diagnose Ms. Schabusiness with?
Yes, also offered at Nicolay, or Nicolette, I'm not sure the pronunciation. There was a diagnosis of, I believe it was polysubstance abuse or something to that effect, meaning multiple substances were being abused at that time. I believe that's an appropriate diagnosis for her. I do believe I believe firmly in the diagnoses that I offered in my report.
Okay. But those are not diagnoses that I guess are mental diseases or defect.
Correct.
Okay. Did you also then reach an opinion with respect to the second question or the second part of the NGI evaluation, whether she was responsible for the conduct?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that opinion?
I found insufficient support for the conclusion that as a result of a mental disease or defect that she either A, was unable to conform her behavior to the requirements of the law, or B, was unable to appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct.
What are some of the reasons you reached that conclusion?
Well, first, and most importantly, I was not able to find support for a diagnosis that would qualify as a mental disease or defect. So really, at that point, then the analysis could end. That's a requirement of the plea. But I found in my report, I outlined various different factors, but focusing on the two issues, one's ability to conform their behavior to the requirements of the law and one's ability to appreciate wrongfulness. First of all, I did pull from her behavior outside of the moments of her known intoxication to observe that she was able to engage in very goal-directed behavior. So I assumed that any alterations in her behavioral control were directly related to the methamphetamine use. So that was the first issue. And the second issue having to do with wrongfulness, it was my opinion that she did demonstrate appreciation of wrongfulness. There were several comments that were made to law enforcement expressing apologies to the victim's sister, indication that she was trying to conceal the body was dismembered because she wanted to conceal it. These all speak to awareness of consequences, appreciation of wrongfulness, that she grasped wrongdoing had occurred.
And did you also consider, I guess, the...
Damn, I thought the defense's psychologist is pretty okay, but I feel like the last two, I don't know. Oh man, they're slam dunking.
validity of the professed amnesia for the time surrounding the offense?
Yes, I did not find the self-reported amnesia to be credible. First of all, there was that disconnect between what she was reporting to me in the interview as compared to the recollection she had during an interview with the detective immediately thereafter. And then I also found indication in the results of the MMPI-3 that she was not, that she was reporting non-credible memory impairment.
At that time, have you had the chance to review any other NGI evaluations conducted in this case?
Yes.
And who authored those reports?
Diane Litton.
Okay. And in your review of Dr. Litton's report, did any of her findings or conclusions alter your opinion from November of 2022?
No,
I guess the same opinions you're testifying here to today?
it did not alter my opinion.
And then all of the opinions that you're offering here today, are they to a reasonable degree of professional certainty?
Yes.
Thank you, doctor. Nothing further on.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Would we be able to take a break right now or not?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen,
I like how Mr. Froelich is always making sure we're taking breaks. Thank you, Mr. Froelich.
we'll take a 10-minute break and we'll resume. All rise for the jury.
Cross-examination.
No. Okay. Very good. I'll add that one word in, and then we'll discuss the order of the instruction appropriate for how the evidence is.
Wait, wait, what? No cross-examination? Hold on. Did I go too forward? Get up and stretch. Drink some water. Hydrate. Ooh. let's see your back, shoulder, anything issues? Get up and stretch.
Before we bring the jury out, just briefly, I've had distributed to you a set of instructions and a proposal.
Oh, never mind. It's jury instructions. Okay. Wait for the jury to come back. Come on, jury.
Is that part of the Wisconsin Forensic Unit?
Wisconsin Forensic Unit is a division of behavioral consultants.
Okay. And with regards to this case, you did not do a competency evaluation. You did an NGI evaluation?
Correct.
You met with...
Yeah, so interesting thing that I thought from her testimony was mental condition is different than mental disease or defect. If you ingest intoxication of your own volition, your defendant is responsible for all these alterations that happen to you. So you're responsible for your actions. Use of previous meth, so she's not naive of its effects. Meth-induced psychosis, that's what she thinks happened. It looks like manic episode with psychosis, but like she was able to differentiate that it was like meth-induced psychosis. And then she agreed with the diagnosis of polysubstance abuse, not the bipolar one.
Schabusiness, correct?
Yes.
You recognize her here?
I do.
Taylor
And,
Schabusiness.
Ma'am, you met with her at the Brown County Jail on October 12th and October 21st of 2022?
Yes.
Have you met with her since?
No.
So it's been, is it fair to say that it's been about 9 months since you've seen her, correct?
Yes.
The first time that you tried to see her, there was some sort of a security issue going on and you were not allowed to see her, is that correct?
I was allowed to see her, but only cell side, and I thought that would be inappropriate to conduct an interview cell side.
As far as the things that you did to put your report together, you relied on the 2 clinical contacts on October 12th and October 21st of 2022, correct?
Yes.
You administered the MMPI, the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory 3, correct?
Yes.
I see that number changes oftentimes. Has it changed?
Actually, I can't recall how long it was the MMPI 2, but it was that edition for several decades, and the MMPI 3 was based on 2017 population estimate, so it's a relatively recent edition.
And it gets updated and upgraded every few years, is that fair?
No, it was many decades before it was updated.
Okay. And it's essentially a true-false test?
That's the response format. It's more complicated than that.
Okay. What kind of questions are on this MMPI?
So I provided, an example that I made up, but there's various statements, and the respondent is asked to respond true or false if they agree or mostly agree with the statement, or disagree or mostly disagree with the statement.
Strongly disagree?
I can't recall the test instructions, but something to that effect.
Do people that have, education issues or lack of education, do they struggle with the MMPI?
There is a reading level that's required to administer the MMPI. I don't recall it off the top of my head.
Okay. How many questions are on the MMPI?
About 335.
Okay. How long does it take to get through the test?
In the case of Ms. Schabusiness, I believe it was completed within about 90 minutes, maybe an hour and 45 minutes.
Sometimes longer if you have difficulty reading?
Could be.
So that was done. You reviewed some police reports in this case?
Yes.
A criminal complaint and some video footage, is that fair?
Yes.
Photographs?
Yes.
Oh, I thought he was
How do
going
you
to
get
go
that
somewhere with that, no?
It was provided as part of the entire file. That's standard. It comes along when we receive a referral for an NGI evaluation.
Was it sent to you by the district attorney's
I thought he was going to say she has like reading comprehension issues or something.
office?
My office would have taken care of that. I received it from my office.
Maybe he was just trying to
And
hint
then you
it.
looked up some information on CCAP, the Circuit Court Access Program?
Yes.
Basically a search on the internet of her background?
Correct.
Specifically her prior record?
Yes.
And then you looked at some Brown County Human Services records?
Yes.
Would that be the Nicolay Psychiatric Center records?
Yes.
Okay. So you looked at those?
Yes.
And then you looked at some jail records?
I did not. I requested the jail records, but they had not been received.
And was there a request to see some Purveyor Health records?
Yes.
Did you get to see those?
No.
Okay. Did you review any Bellin Health records?
No.
Was it your understanding that Taylor Schabusiness had some treatment stays at Bellin Health in the past?
Yes, I understood that she attempted suicide at age 14, resulting in the admission to Bellin.
And what about at Purveyor? Was it your understanding that she had gone there for some mental health treatment as well?
Yes, outpatient treatment.
Okay. So you were missing the Bellin records and the Purveyor records, correct?
Correct.
Now, you got some relevant history, some background information about my client, correct?
Yes.
You found out that she was born in Chicago, correct?
Yes.
She was raised in Lindenhurst, Illinois, is that fair?
Yes.
And then she moved to Green Bay in 2009 at maybe age 11?
Yes.
And that same year her mother passed away?
Yes.
Was it your understanding that her mother died in the house when she was there?
I don't know those details.
Was it your understanding then that she was raised by her father, Arturo Coronado?
Yes.
Okay.
And then did she also relate to you that she moved to Cotulla, Texas when she was 16 to live with her grandparents?
Yes.
And that she had a series of moves. She lived in Cotulla and Alice, Texas, and Jackson, Mississippi,
Yes.
and then came back to Green Bay?
Yes.
That's kind of the progression, is that fair?
Correct.
You found out that she was also married in February of 2020?
Yes.
Okay.
And when you were involved, had she given birth to her child?
Yes, that was October 2021.
Ultimately, the child went to live with the grandparents, correct?
Yes.
In Texas?
Yes.
Did you garner information that she was in an abusive marriage with her husband?
What I gathered was that she was married. There was discord within the marital relationship, which led Ms. Schabusiness to rekindle her friendship and romance with the victim in this case, and that would have been in 2020. I can't speculate beyond that. The nature of the
Interesting.
relationship.
Did you get any information that her husband was hitting her in the head?
Objection
No.
asked and answered. She doesn't know.
No, that's a different question.
Overruled.
No.
Okay. So you got some background regarding her life, correct?
Yes.
Did you find out that she went to middle school in Green Bay and went to Bayport High School as well?
I don't recall that specific detail. I know that she graduated high school in Texas.
As part of the educational, assessment, as part of your report, did she report a history of some learning disabilities or difficulties?
She did. She attributed them to a diagnosis of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
And was it such that she had some issues with school, suspensions, ultimate expulsion?
Yes, she was expelled, the result of fighting.
2022 report, it's somewhat stale. Is that fair?
I would disagree with that.
It is from last year, though, correct?
Correct.
Nobody gave you any reports from Bell and Health to review, correct?
Correct.
You could have, Doctor, upgraded your report by looking at additional records, Bellin Health, and the Purveyor records. Is that fair?
Where I left my report, as indicated on the last page, is that I would be happy to receive any additional records that I was unable to obtain, and I would update my report once received if it changed my opinion. I received no additional records after submission of this report.
Your colleague in the field is Dr. Matthew Seipel, correct?
Yes.
And did you confer with him?
Man, could you imagine her and Dr. Seipel like communicating to each other? I don't know. Maybe they're different when they're off the witness stand, but like I just imagine them talking to each other very straightforward, straight face, no emotion.
Him with regards to, your opinions, your assessment, your evaluation?
No.
Did you share any information with him?
I did provide him a copy of my records that I obtained from Brown County at his request, and that's a common practice among evaluators.
Sure. But fair to say that he did not send you, he didn't reciprocate by sending you the Bellin Health records that he had?
No, he did not.
Okay. That is something that could have been done, correct?
If I was not alerted that those were part of our practice, I wouldn't have known to request those, and it's not clear to me that Dr. Seipel would know that I was looking for those. Typically, what will happen is that I will receive additional records from one of the court principals with an indication that they would like a second review of the issue.
Does it surprise you that, as far as Dr. Seipel is concerned, I provided the Bellin Health records to him for his evaluation and that he didn't send them to you?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Does it surprise you that, I sent the Bellin Health records to Dr. Seipel and he didn't send them to you?
That would not surprise.
I feel like she could be like, well, why didn't you send it to me then? You could have just sent it to me. Ooh, right back at you.
Me because unless he had instruction to provide them to me, that would not be common practice.
Okay. You don't share information then, correct?
Only upon request, if it's appropriate, if it would be appropriate and permissible and specifically requested, but we don't, as a general practice, pass records between doctors.
Okay. If you had received these records, you could have done a supplemental report. Is that fair?
If it changed my opinion, if I felt that it was relevant and added meaningfully to this evaluation, I would have, yes.
Psychiatric Center. You had a chance to look at all those records, correct?
Yes.
And was it your understanding that Taylor Schabusiness was committed and she was sent to that facility for mental health treatment, correct?
Yes.
And you were aware, tell me if you were you aware of an order for civil commitment for her?
I was not.
Okay. Had you ever been made aware that she was under an order to take psychotropic medications?
No.
If I told you that she was civilly committed in April of 2021, where the court of law determined that she was mentally ill, would that cause you to have any concerns?
It would certainly be relevant, but it does fit with the information I already had that Ms. Schabusiness was discharged from that facility to outpatient treatment with the goal of receiving substance use treatment.
And did you know when she was at the Nicolay Psychiatric Center that she was under an order to take medication?
No.
Did you know that she was required to take antipsychotic medication?
Yes, I was aware that she was prescribed Abilify, an antipsychotic.
Injectable antipsychotic?
Initially oral, later injectable.
Now, during your 2 contacts with her in October of 2022, did you get a sense that she was suffering from any kind of auditory or other hallucinations?
She reported that to me, but her behavioral presentation to me was inconsistent with her self-report. And the quality of her self-report was not consistent with genuine psychosis.
So I guess the reason why we have 2 psychologists right now that are testifying is because the other guy, Dr. Seipel, I guess he was the one that determined competency. And then she's the one that determines the NGI evaluation thing, whether or not it's like not guilty by reason of insanity.
Did
Right?
you
Do I have
gain
it
any
right?
information that she was suffering from a mood disorder when you met with her?
Oh my God, the cross-examination is always such a snooze with this guy.
Her emotional expression was odd when I met with her, but I would. She did not present as acutely depressed or hypomanic, let alone manic. So I wasn't seeing significant indication of a major mood disorder.
You did see in the Nicolay records that there was a diagnosis for her of bipolar 1, correct?
Yes.
With psychotic features, is that correct?
I don't recall that qualifier, but certainly the record does indicate that she was experiencing psychotic symptoms at that time.
That was 2021.
That is a qualifiable mental disease or mental defect, correct?
Yes.
Do you agree that if someone has an underlying mental health disorder, that using or abusing drugs can exacerbate that mental health disease or defect or condition?
I would agree with that statement.
Whatever topics of discussion.
Where I found that she provided a sufficiently detailed history. Where she was lacking was when I asked her to describe her recollection of the underlying offenses.
Did you note her to have memory loss or memory impairment?
I did not, aside from that self-reported amnesia, I did not detect memory loss.
How much time did you spend with her on October 12th of 2022? Do you know?
I would estimate about 15 minutes.
15?
Yes.
Okay. And then, doctor, on October 21st, 2022, how much time did you spend with her then?
I can't recall. My best estimate would be about 3 hours, but again, that's 9 months old.
Long time ago, right?
9 months, yes.
Do you agree?
It does have that potential.
And how about adolescent long-term marijuana use? Same thing?
I'm less certain about that.
Certainly, if you're using heroin or cocaine or drugs like that, that can cause brain damage as well.
Yes.
And that she exhibited some psychotic symptoms, is that fair?
No.
Recommendation for her to be on Haldol?
No. And then to be clear with your last question, I did not personally observe psychotic symptoms during the moments of my evaluation of Ms. Schabusiness, but I did see in the record indication of past psychotic symptoms, to be clear.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Did you see in the records there was a recommendation for her to be on Haldol?
No, I don't recall that.
Dr. Seipel was asked to opine on the competency issue, correct?
That is correct.
We're not talking about competency, we're talking about NGI. Is that fair?
Yes.
The entire report, and you're familiar with Dr. Layton's opinions, correct?
Yes.
And do you agree with her findings?
No. Well, it was authored more recently, but the authoring of the report has little to do with its relevancy because we were both doing an evaluation that was retrospective. So if you're looking at it, my evaluation would be more current than Dr. Layton's because mine was in closer proximity to the alleged offenses. So that's another way to look at it.
But another way to look at it is your, with due respect, your report is lacking because you haven't reviewed the Bell and Health records, correct?
It is missing that piece of information, but I would like to point out that it's not common for me as an evaluator when I'm looking at an offense that occurred in 2022 to be requesting records from when one was a teenager. Those would not be, they're certainly generally relevant, but they say little about what was going on in 2022.
Did Taylor Schabusiness tell you that she had no memory of the alleged offense?
She did.
Did she tell you that on both dates? October 12th and October 21st?
I did not ask her about the offenses on the first date. I only asked her on the second date, which is when she reported the amnesia.
That was on October 21st of 2022.
Yes.
Did the jury go and did they deliberate
reviewing
yet?
those Nicolay records, it's true that she was hospitalized, correct?
Yes.
For about a month, right?
Jury deliberation? I think they deliberate right now.
Somewhere between a couple of weeks and a month.
Okay. And that she was prescribed
Do you think their deliberation today is going to be longer than the guilt phase deliberation?
some medication for nightmares?
I believe that she was prescribed Abilify.
And,
I can
go ahead.
refresh my recollection.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm
And
just
was
skipping
it
around.
Such that when you talked with Taylor Schabusiness, that she was actively hearing voices, those were the comments that she made to you?
Yes.
Did she indicate to you that she was hearing voices, in her cell?
Yes.
Who were they of?
I think she was less clear. They were very vague. She may have suggested that she was hearing voices of her coworkers, pejorative in nature. She also said that she was hearing a voice saying, "I love you." I don't know who she said was saying, "I love you."
Can you help me with this? What is a manic symptom?
That would be extreme mood elevation, increased goal-directed activity, decreased need for sleep, decreased risk appraisal. Those are some primary characteristics.
Extreme mood, like throwing a chair at a doctor?
What I gather that you're referring to is the evaluation of Dr. Lighton of
Yes.
Ms. Schabusiness. I'm hesitant to characterize that as a product of a manic episode.
As far as you understand, it happened out of the blue, correct?
Yes.
Did you have the occasion to review the report from Dr. Tracy Lucetta?
No.
Yes or no? You could have gone back to see Ms. Schabusiness after October 21st of 2022. Is that correct?
If you're looking for a yes or no answer, I'm not able to answer that in a yes or no fashion.
The fact is you didn't, correct?
That is correct.
Did you see, when you met with her in October, did you see her use odd or unusual facial expressions?
Hello.
Yes, I believe there were instances of her smiling inappropriately.
That it didn't track or it didn't follow, correct? It was out of context, is that fair?
Yes.
Mr. Saunders.
Doctor, I want to pick up on questions towards the end there.
No, redirect.
You were asked to describe what a manic episode or manic symptoms are. Is that right?
Yes.
With respect to a bipolar 1 diagnosis, one of the requirements is a manic episode, right?
Yes.
And how long do those typically last?
They can last for quite a long time, and then that would be based on my experience that they can last as long as months.
Holy shit! Really?
Oftentimes until treatment is administered.
Oh wow! I thought it was weeks. I didn't know it'd be months.
Criteria sort of requires there to be a week of manic episodes. Is that fair?
I would need to look at the DSM, but that would make sense.
All right. So you said that you were hesitant to say the instance of chair throwing was a manic episode. Is that what you said?
Yes.
And can you explain why?
There are many reasons for a person to throw a chair. One of them could be due to a manic episode. But before I would make that conclusion, I would want to have compelling evidence that such a diagnosis is appropriate, and that would need to include objective evidence, meaning observation over time when a person is not being thinking that they're being viewed, things of that nature.
So I guess then would some of that objective evidence be to consider time periods both before and subsequent to the manic episode that you're observing?
Yes.
Why would that be helpful to know?
It would speak to consistency of behavior. There's a lot of information that can be gathered by looking at behavior over time. When is the onset? Does it happen? I mentioned this earlier. Does it happen when people are not being when they do not know that they're being observed? Things like that. And then there's more. The more objective evidence there is, the more credible that diagnosis can be.
So I guess in general, if you're attempting to determine whether somebody is actively having a legitimate manic episode, you sort of look at the time frame both before and after.
Yes.
You were asked some questions about your interactions with Ms. Schabusiness about her reporting or endorsing that she was hearing voices.
Oh my
You
God,
remember
it's so
those questions?
fucking hot in
And,
here.
you
Jesus
indicated,
Christ.
Sort of her response to those were sort of vague in terms of what she was experiencing.
Correct.
In your opinion, did that appear to be consistent with genuine psychosis?
No.
Why is that?
To me, my take on them was that they were represented some social anxiety, some rumination, her thinking about her circumstances. They seemed like more of an internal dialogue versus an actual auditory hallucination. Which
Oh,
which
she was
tend
also
to
in
be,
Abilify?
More bizarre. You also will see behavioral indication that a person is responding to internal stimuli or the auditory hallucination. So you'll see indication. Maybe the person won't even say that they are experiencing these voices, but they'll be distracted, have a difficult time completing their thoughts. It's a lot more subtle of an expression than simply saying, "I hear
Oh
voices."
wow,
None of
damn.
the sort of other things you are trained to look for, you observed in Ms. Schabusiness?
Correct.
In addition, you've already testified to concerns about exaggerating symptoms.
Yes.
Yeah, my mom has a not my mom. My friend's mom also has I always forget what it is. I don't know if it's like a type of schizophrenia or bipolar. Don't remember. But I know that she takes care of her mom, and she's been taking care of her mom since she was like a teenager. And yeah, that shit is like really, really rough, to the point where like I think the mom now lives with her. Like it would be like on and off whether or not the mom lives with her, you know. But I think now the mom lives with her, and like, yeah, it could still be really tough, especially when they're like alone, and like, you know, they're not taking their medication and stuff like that.
You were asked questions about review of certain records, particularly the Bell and Health records. You were aware that there was a prior attempt of self-harm previous in Ms. Schabusiness' history?
Yes, at age 14.
Okay.
It's one of the
And
medications that Taylor
records
was
from
on.
that age, 10 years or so from prior to the date of the offense that you're attempting to determine here. Do you believe anything in those records would substantially change the opinions you're testifying here to today?
As I know it, there's not anything that would speak specifically to the issue of the NGI plea. But as I indicated, I would have been happy to receive those records if they had been made available to me. I felt, though, that for me, one of the main issues was Ms. Schabusiness's use of methamphetamine at the time of these offenses, and I don't think that information generated 10 years prior would change that. So in sum, no, I do not believe those records would change my opinion.
Okay. And then I'll sort of pick up on the methamphetamine you brought up, because you were asking questions about that, about psychotic symptoms that you had observed in Ms. Schabusiness's records in the past. Is that fair?
Yes.
And are you aware of any of those symptoms that were reported absent the context of methamphetamine use?
No, I am not.
And so concepts like psychosis or meth-induced psychosis, I think you mentioned, those are as a result of methamphetamine use.
Yes, my review of the record indicates that all of the psychosis observed objectively occurred in the context of methamphetamine use.
Then finally, you were asking questions about the MMPI. I think there was a question about lack of education and if that can impact that. Is that, you remember that question?
Yes.
All right. Is there any information you're aware of any cognitive deficit for the defendant?
No, my understanding was that she attributed her learning difficulties to ADHD. She did not have an individual education program or IEP that would signify learning deficits, and she has a high school diploma, which indicates she had sufficient reading level to take the MMPI 3.
Thank you, Doctor. Nothing further.
Anything on those topics, Mr. Fraley?
Did she say that she had concentration issues?
I don't recall that.
When you talked to her, she was very quiet, correct?
She was soft-spoken.
Didn't give a lot of information, correct?
It's
I disagree with that.
reprocessing.
I obtained a reasonable history from her.
Okay. It wasn't like she gave one-word answers,
No,
but the responses were short. Is that fair?
no.
Okay. Nothing further.
Anything on that?
No.
Thank you, Dr. Yuka.
Oh, wow. Only came out with bumps and bruises. Had lung cancer at the end? Oh.
For a reason.
Cancer
And
sucks.
concluded in that, I'm proposing that I give a modified 460 just before the jurors leave. So after closings, I give a modified 460. 460 is the instruction. I'm having my judicial assistant draft that up. That's the one that says something as follows. And I know you gentlemen have heard it before. Now, members of the jury, the duties of counsel in the court have been performed. The case has been argued by counsel. It's that instruction.
Okay. Let's go to closing arguments. I think the jury's in deliberation right now. Yeah, they're in deliberation still. All right, we're at closing arguments, guys, for phase 2 of the trial. If you're confused why there's closing arguments yesterday and closing arguments today, it's because this trial split into 2 phases. For the past, first 3 days, that was the guilt phase, to determine whether or not she was guilty of the crime. They found out she was guilty for all 3 charges. And today was for the, I don't know, I call it the insanity phase, whether or not she was mentally insane. What's the phrase they use? Mentally incapacitated during the time of the crime. So whether or not she be responsible. The defense is going to go first, and he's going to give his closing argument. Closing argument. Mr. Froelich, where are you at? All right, I'll do 1-5.
Please the court, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Mr. Saunders, Mr. Lissay. I want to thank you again for your attention. I know that you've been thinking and analyzing and listening very attentively to the testimony from these experts in phase 2 of this trial. Now, the question is whether or not Taylor D. Schabusiness is legally responsible for the crimes that she's been convicted of. And in this case, Taylor Schabusiness has elected not to testify. That's her right.
Your mom had to do that? Well, I'm glad that she was able to decide that. Mom had to get your aunt to get her out of the house, as well as all the knives, and kept hearing voices about harming me. Yeah, I'm glad that your mom did that for you.
You are not to use that against her in any way, shape, or form. This case is a battle of the experts.
Yep.
We have Dr. Seipel, we have Dr. Engine, and we have Dr. Lighton.
Hey, Stephanie.
The case started off
We're finishing up
by,
soon, I think. Closing
my
arguments.
client's father, Arturo Coronado, who came in and he testified that his daughter had some problems, some mental health problems, growing up as an adolescent, and that he got her some treatment, some counseling, some professional help, that he helped her at Nicolay Psychiatric Center, and that my client lived with him for a period of time. So he provided the framework and the background for some of the issues that this young lady has. And we heard about the fact that her mother died in the home, and she was there. And that was I would submit that was a pivotal event in her life because she loved her mother.
Oh, really, Toy Box?
Then we moved on to Dr.
Why?
Diane Lighton, PhD, a doctor, forensic psychologist. And she provided testimony as to her extensive background, her training and experience and she provided testimony that she worked at UW-Madison as a scientist, that she completed over 3,000 hours of postdoctoral training at Mendota Mental Health Institution, a well-known institution that treats people with mental health problems, and that she became a licensed psychologist in 1993. She worked there doing competency evaluations, NGI evaluations, many other evaluations. And then in 1997, she went and became an independent forensic psychologist where she conducted hundreds of forensic evaluations, including competency, NGI, not guilty by reason of insanity or not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. We call it NGI. Evidence-based sentencings and guardianship.
That's
And
where
so she testified about her background and her resume. Lawyers call it a curriculum vitae, her CV, bores out all of the experience that she has working in this field, technical field. And she went on to testify about the fact that she met with Taylor Schabusiness in February of 2023 at the Brown County Jail, and Ms. Schabusiness was nonverbal, non-responsive, apparently threw a chair. She tried another approach where Dr. Lighton, met with her behind glass and didn't really get any response. Then we heard about the fact that she did meet with Ms. Schabusiness in June of this year, and she was able to conduct her interview and glean and garner information with regards to her mental status and this report that she was tasked with. And I submit that Dr. Lighton testified that she didn't have to do an MMPI, a Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory. She was able to gather enough information from reviewing all of the other materials and information that she had. Interviews, consults with the prior attorney, with me, reviewing all of the other doctors' reports, Dr. Lucetta, Dr. Seipel, Dr. Collins, and other doctors that have been involved in this case. She reviewed police reports, looked at interviews, looked at the criminal complaint, looked at Brown County Jail records, looked at Nicolay Psychiatric Center records when my client was inpatient there, looked at her school records, looked at the Bellin Health records, looked at a lot of information. Basically what we have here is Dr. Lighton, who's very experienced. She did the NGI evaluation. You heard from Dr. Seipel, Matthew Seipel, that he did a competency evaluation. He did not do the NGI evaluation. Dr. Christina Engine, she's the one that did the NGI evaluation.
We shouldn't have the complete records. Is that what it's going to say?
Now, as it relates to Dr. Lighton, she is of the opinion, to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty, she testified that Ms. Schabusiness, Taylor Schabusiness, qualifies for the NGI plea based on her diagnosis of a serious mental disorder. The serious, she opines, she concludes, that the serious mental disorder affected Taylor Schabusiness's ability to know right from wrong at the time of the alleged offense, dating back to February of 2022, and affected her ability to control her behaviors. And she finds and opines that Taylor has been diagnosed with bipolar disorder for at least several years. And that was confirmed in the records from Bellin Health.
Show my mom I love her by not visiting her. We get along way better via text and saying actual words to each other. Yeah, my mom, I don't know, she drives me nuts sometimes. I think she's okay now because we keep our communications and interactions very minimal. But oh my God, when we were younger, dude, she fucking drove me nuts. I fucking hated her so much.
She also says and opines that Ms. Schabusiness continues to have prominent psychotic symptoms and has not used substances for at least 1 year. There was some talk about the feigning, the faking, the malingering. Feigning means faking.
I think it has to be unanimous.
About that topic. And Dr. Lighton indicated that it was her opinion that my client was psychotic at the time of the alleged offense, and it wasn't simply due to drug use. It's clear that Taylor Schabusiness had a problem with methamphetamine, with drugs, marijuana, other drugs maybe. Dr. Lighton says that Ms. Schabusiness had a very strange presentation, had facial expressions that can appear inconsistent with the context. If you're talking to her about something, she might smile or grin, and it may not be the appropriate time for that. But she opines that her assessment finds that Taylor Schabusiness has a genuine mental disorder of a psychotic nature, which is most likely bipolar I disorder. Now, in this case, you heard that Dr. Engine, and with respect to her, she didn't know that my client was under a civil commitment order for Brown County by Judge Lee Joyce. Taylor Schabusiness was found by the court to to be the subject of a civil commitment, and that's why she went to Nicolay Psychiatric Center. My client was also the subject of an order for voluntary medication. She had to take medications ordered by the court. No ifs, ands, or buts. Why? Because she was deemed to be having a mental illness. So that's something, ladies and gentlemen, that you should really strongly, seriously take into account, that in April of 2021, for a 6-month period, she was under a civil commitment order because she was mentally ill. When you look at, the report from Dr. Seipel, or you heard about his testimony, I would argue that, his focus is on competency, and competency and NGI are two legal theories, two legal issues that have to be determined separately. But his focus is on competency, and that I would argue that his testimony is not relevant, not germane to the issues that you are tasked with.
Oh, well,
That
it's
is
already
to
4
determine
o'clock. What the
if,
heck?
My client is NGI, if she meets that criteria.
You know what? I feel like the jury, they're definitely going to decide today, right? Because do they really want to come back on a Friday?
Dr. Seipel, although he's a PhD, his training and experience is much less than Dr. Leighton's. But his focus was competency, and that's not why we're here. Dr. Engen, she testified, and she met with my client on October 12th, 2022, and then again on October 21st, 2022. It appeared that on October 12th of 2022, there was some security issues, so she wasn't necessarily able to meet with my client. But she did meet with my client on October 21st of 2022 and had a 3-hour interview with my client. That's 9 months ago. It's a long time ago. I would argue and submit to you that her report is stale. She didn't receive the Bellin records. She didn't look at those records. Someone
Why
else
didn't
could
you
have
give
given
it to her?
records. Maybe Dr. Seipel, he's on the same letterhead. And Dr. Seipel knew that he was doing his evaluation. There was a disconnect. There was no communication between the two doctors, which is something you should consider. There was no connectivity there. Also, with due respect, Dr. Engen, didn't trek from Milwaukee to the Brown County Jail to meet with Ms. Schabusiness to do further assessments or supplements. Didn't do anything to supplement the report. So that's something you should take into account as well. There's a instruction, I believe the judge already gave it to you, but it indicates chronic use of drugs or alcohol may produce a condition that can constitute a mental disease or defect if the condition has become permanent. Something to take into account here. We believe that Dr. Leighton was very clear that Taylor Schabusiness has bipolar 1 disorder, that she has psychiatric symptoms. She has mental health problems. And she made that clear. She talked about the fact that Taylor Schabusiness heard the train, heard the whistle, that Miss Schabusiness lacked volitional control, lacked the ability to control herself, that she is a psychotic person off the scale, that she has a very unusual presentation. And she testified that Taylor Schabusiness, when she interacted with Dr. Litton, that Taylor tried really hard to answer her questions. But Ms. Schabusiness was distracted by internal stimuli, the clock, the cord, voices telling her to hang herself, the train with the whistle that got louder and louder. Talked about 007 and James Bond when she was asked about her mood. Dr. Litton talked about hypersexuality, and that was a concern for Dr. Litton. And about OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder, where Ms. Schabusiness was washing her hands 30 to 40 times or
They
touching
have a
her
funny
hair.
thumbnail.
Things that
Let me see.
were a cause for concern. Wisconsin law, we all have to follow the law, and Wisconsin law is such that the defense and a defendant must satisfy you jurors to a reasonable certainty by the greater weight of the credible evidence that at the time the
Is
crime
your
was
dad a
committed,
reporter?
that Ms. Schabusiness had a mental disease or mental defect, and that as a result, she lacked the substantial capacity to either appreciate the wrongfulness of the conduct or conform her conduct to the requirements of the law. And you're going to be given some jury verdicts basically questions. Not many, just 2, I believe. One is, at the time the crime was committed, did the defendant have a mental disease or mental defect? I would submit that the answer would be yes. That's my argument. That's my request that you consider that, and that it was bipolar 1 disorder, based on the testimony from Dr. Litton. Then number 2, you'll have to consider, as a result of the mental disease or mental defect, did Taylor Schabusiness lack the substantial capacity either to appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct or conform her conduct to the requirements of the
What
law?
was a homicide?
And you'll have to consider that as well. I would submit that it would be a yes. And I know you know this, but I want to make sure the only issue at this hearing, at this phase 2, the second phase of the trial, is Taylor Schabusiness's mental condition at the time of the offense. So take that into account. It's a difficult case. It's a very complex case. Deals with law, deals with psychology, deals with mental health. A lot of things going on. But I would ask that you take all of this into account when rendering your decision. Thank you very much.
I don't know. Like, let's say if she was in a psychiatric ward and then she got treatment and they released her after 5 years. I just don't know if I would feel comfortable with that.
I think it was the dope. I blame it on being on drugs and the come down. I barely do drugs, then months go by, then I do drugs. Admitting on multiple occasions, both to evaluators and to law enforcement, about consuming a significant amount of methamphetamine for these offenses, admitting that she and Chad were toking methamphetamine beforehand. She even talked about how she was still tweaking on meth during the dismemberment process. Ultimately, that's what this case comes down to, right? Because as we heard from, I think, every doctor, it's difficult to parse out psychotic symptoms versus drug use. So when we're talking about whether somebody has a mental disease or defect and they're voluntarily ingesting methamphetamine, it's really hard to say that that's due to some other underlying mental health issue, right? And that kind of makes sense in our common sense. But ultimately, that's what this case comes down to. It's the defendant's own words that this was fueled by meth, and now it's, no, it's bipolar. It's something else, some diagnosis from way before this offense. And that's not the standard you are to apply. Okay, so first, 2 questions you'll have.
Oh, stop moving around.
Was Ms. Schabusiness suffering from a mental disease or defect at the time of the offense? Not in 2012, not in 2014, not in April of 2021, not in June of 2023 when she's meeting with Dr. Litton, or in July with the other doctor, Dr. Seipel. The relevant question is at the time of the offense. Okay? And I disagree with
Ken.
counsel. And you all sat through Dr. Litton's testimony. I don't think it's clear at all that she's diagnosing the defendant with bipolar 1. She said most likely, seemingly based on the prior diagnosis. But there's never a firm diagnosis, and we heard Dr. Seipel comment on that as well. And you also heard about what bipolar entails, right? What's required? What are some diagnostic criteria, right? We heard about these manic episodes that last a week or thereabout, or even longer, where there's this heightened and manic state followed by a depressive state. You've heard none of that. What part of the interview the defendant gave to law enforcement on February 23rd indicates that she's still going through some manic episode? What part of all of the witnesses and evidence you've heard about the time in the night of February 21st indicates that she's going through some manic episode? You've heard none of that. So this idea that this manic episode arose and dissipated in a flash, just happening to be around the 5 minutes where she's actually strangling him and then the day that she dismembered Chad, it's utter farce. There's no basis for that. Instead, we're relying on a bipolar 1 diagnosis from April of 2021. It's a year before the offense. And you heard from Dr. Seipel and Dr. Engen, both of whom are court-appointed. The state didn't hire them to come. They're the court's appointed experts. Both of them have issues with that initial diagnosis. You heard why, about the concurrent methamphetamine use around the time of the Nicolay admission. And that's the same story we're seeing now, right? It's the same thing. Methamphetamine use exhibiting psychosis, and that's unfortunately what led to Chad's death.
Joshua Knapp and others killed this guy, Sean Coke, over misplaced pills. They shot him and didn't kill him. He tried swimming away because they were going to dump his body in the river. Oh, but they had him struggling and stabbed him to death. They were all messed up. Jesus.
In this case, it's the same thing.
Yeah, link the article.
This concept of a civil commitment and the judge ordered voluntary medication, it's not relevant. It's not consistent with the other evidence you saw in this case. What did you see that led you to think the defendant was going through a manic episode, to have bipolar 1 at the time of the offense? That's what's relevant. You're told what a mental disease or defect is. It's something that substantially affects the mental process. That's something else you heard nothing about, right? People can have bipolar 1.
Oh, hell, long cry. What? Oh no, they did her so wrong. What is with that thumbnail? Yikes. Lola murder trial. Oh, this is the one that you're talking about. Okay, I was like, wait, who's this?
And not have their
Yeah,
mental
they
state
did her
substantially
wrong.
affected.
That
You heard
screenshot,
nothing
man.
from Dr. Litton to tie that diagnosis, even if we'll give the benefit of the doubt and say she did diagnose bipolar 1, despite the testimony. You heard nothing to tie that into it being a mental disease
did.
or a defect. You're instructed that, as we talked about in opening, it's not just because somebody does something really abhorrent and really awful, unnatural. That's not a mental disease or defect. That'd be a perverse incentive to sort of reward people to do more deranged things, right? That's not enough. It's not a voluntarily induced intoxicated state. That's what we have here. Mental disease or defect is not a mental state brought about by the ingestion of a controlled substance. When we heard about meth-induced psychosis, right? Again, that's something that's being brought about by a controlled substance. Those aren't mental diseases or defects. You're responsible in this state for anything you do because you choose to ingest methamphetamine. That's the law. You heard nothing in this case about there being some permanent condition. None of the doctors diagnosed the defendant from suffering from any brain disease because of methamphetamine use or some other substance. Not even her doctors will say that. So when the defense argues that chronic use of drugs or alcohol may produce a condition that can constitute a mental disease or defect, if the condition has become permanent, nobody is testifying to that in this case. That's not any evidence that you heard. You heard and saw the defendant in the time almost immediately before and immediately after this offense, right? We heard from Dr. Seipel about that, and I think the defense fundamentally misunderstands why the state called Dr. Seipel. Obviously, he didn't do an NGI evaluation. We asked him about that. The relevance is because he highlights flaws in Dr. Litton's report, in her opinion. And that's the sole opinion the defendant's relying on to meet her burden. We heard about why, when you're considering, a bipolar diagnosis, particularly in the NGI context, it's really important to look as close as you can to the proximity of the offense, right? And that makes sense, right? It helps validate if this is actually some manic episode or something that would be throwing a chair randomly at a person, right? But there's a difference between those two things.
Oh yeah, if you're new here, join the Discord. We have a true crime channel.
None of that from Dr. Litton, did we? We heard a lot about mental diseases and illnesses that she thinks happened way before,
Does this work?
after. And yeah, she reviewed a lot of material. But Dr. Litton tied none of it into February 22nd,
I have to update those commands.
No testimony about, well, okay, so if somebody has bipolar 1, how is that manifesting? How is that utterly inhibiting the defendant from her awareness of what's going on, her ability to inform conduct? Right? We heard none of that. We heard a statement at the end that, well, I think she's NGI. I would support the plea. And you heard no analysis, right? No analysis of, well, I considered the defendant's actions the night of the incident, and that's raised this concern for me. That would support my opinion. We heard none of that, right? And it's their burden to do so. You heard none of that from Dr. Litton. She's, yes, qualified, experienced. We heard about that. But there are real issues with her methodology in this case. Based largely, her opinion is, on her interactions with Ms. Schabusiness on June 19th of 2023. And we heard ample reason why that should be a red flag. People who actually administered personality tests to kind of determine feigning and over-exaggerating of symptoms, including experts hired by the defense, have raised that concern for the defendant, that she over-reports symptoms, that she exaggerates symptoms. And Dr. Seipel is exactly right. And you heard the testimony from Dr. Litton. Most of her opinion is based on her interactions with the defendant and this bizarre behavior that she's observing. Incidentally, bizarre behavior you haven't observed for 1 second during this trial. For the last 4 days, there's no throwing chairs, there's no outbursts, there's no staring or off, right? So this idea that Dr. Litton's opinion, based on her interactions with the defendant and some old bipolar diagnosis, there's nothing tying it together. There's nothing showing you that would allow you to agree with her opinion that the defendant had a mental disease or defect on the date of the offense, which is the relevant question you have to answer. You have reported behaviors by Dr. Litton that aren't in any other reports that are observed by doctors. Dr. Seipel meets with her in really close proximity, isn't reporting any of these behaviors. And again, one of the questions you have is capacity, right? Substantial capacity to do things. And there's a big difference between capacity and desire to do so, with volition, with choice, right? The capacity to go skydiving. I don't have the volition to go skydiving. I have the volition to dunk a basketball. I probably don't have the capacity to dunk a basketball, right? Those are different concepts. And the information you heard about in the records from the testimony is that it's something that the defendant can control to some extent, right? There's no outbursts or any of the behavior Dr. Litton's talking about that Dr. Seipel observes, that the court-appointed expert Dr. Engen observes. None of that, right? To the contrary, you have Dr. Engen doing scientific tests to determine about the validity of some of the observations and determining the opposite, right? And sure, Dr. Litton was under no requirement to do that sort of testing. But when she said she just looked at the prior results and relied on those, well, what she should have been relying on is
my
that the
foot is
information the
numb.
defendant's telling her isn't accurate. That's the only prior analysis that we heard about. So again, there's real methodological issues with Dr. Litton's report. Most importantly, none of it ties together with the date of the offense. Her testimony, for the better part of this morning, maybe 2 or 3 questions dealt with the date of the offense, tying it together. Dr. Litton, how are you able to tell this jury that Ms. Schabusiness was unable to conform her conduct, was not aware of what's going on? You heard none of that. She didn't even review the entire video, the recorded interview that you observed, to see firsthand, really close proximity to the date of this offense, what the defendant's behaviors were. She reviewed a transcript. And she said she may have reviewed 90 minutes of it or something like that. Didn't review the second interview, which incidentally, as you observed, and you heard from Detective Graff, the same behavior, same mannerism, same lack of outbursts or anything like that throughout this.
He's very animated.
This manic episode that was allegedly occurring. You observed that over several days and didn't observe any of that. So that's the concern with Dr. Litton's testimony, and that's the
All right, wrap it up.
Dr. Seifel's testimony. He points out some of these issues. As he interacted with the defendant as well. Didn't observe any of that on multiple occasions as a court-appointed expert. Again, not hired by the state to come in and say that, report that. So you have the report from Dr. Engen, the court's expert, and you heard the testimony. And if you review the report, it
Oh,
jives
she
with
just
common sense,
drooled.
right? There's no mental disease or defect that she talks about. The mental illnesses,
You okay, Taylor?
there seem to be,
Falling
are all
asleep over there?
substance abuse related. And again, the law of this state says that's not enough. That's not a mental disease or defect. So sure, there's I think amphetamine disorders and methamphetamine intoxication. She says, yeah, I would support these illnesses. Those aren't mental disease or defect. Mm-hmm. She considered bipolar 1 disorder and rejected it for the reasons we talked about. Given the concurrent use of methamphetamine, it seems like the doctors that the court appointed agree that you're using meth. You're not psychotic. Any psychotic symptoms you're exhibiting are because you took meth, not because you have some diagnosis or have a mental disease or defect. So when you're asked the first question, when you see the verdict form, that question should be answered no. You've heard insufficient evidence that the defendant suffered from a mental disease or defect on February 22nd, 2022. Okay. If you answer that question yes, and only if you answer that question yes, you get to the second question. Second question asks sort of a compound question. As a result of that mental disease or defect, did the defendant lack substantial capacity, again, capacity, to understand the seriousness of her conduct or to conform her conduct to the requirements of law, right? So understanding and conformity, kind of the 2 things there. So let's talk about that.
Oh, my God. How long is your closing statement,
We
sir?
obviously heard from Dr. Engen about that, about how she does not support that. She does not believe that she lacked substantial capacity to have either of those 2 things, right?
Okay.
And her reasoning makes sense. And really, it's kind of reasoning you probably would have gotten to without her testifying in some respects. It helps that this expert, the court appointed, comes in and tells you that too. But it jives with common sense, right? Because you heard all this evidence for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
I feel like he's repeating himself a little.
About the defendant's
much.
conduct on February 22nd, 21st, and into the 23rd. She's aware of the wrongfulness of her conduct, and she's telling you as much, right? She tells law enforcement, I took these Clorox wipes and I was wiping up, right? Specifically, even accurately remembering it's Clorox wipes and where she put them in the bags. Detective Scanlon on February 28th asks her, hey, we saw some wiping pattern on the floor. And what was going on with that? And she was like, yeah, I was cleaning up. And they're like, well, did you move the bed over? She said yes. And why did she say it? Why did she say she did that? She was covering it up. Right? And that's why we ask those questions about the blood that we saw on the floor under the mattress. Isn't coming seeping through the mattress. It's coming because the defendant moved the bed over it, because she's trying to cover up her crime. And now they want you to believe that she's not aware of the wrongfulness of her conduct? She's telling law enforcement, how am I going to get away with this? That was her motivation for dismembering his body for a lengthy period of time after the fact, hearing footsteps upstairs, worrying mom was going to find him. She's telling you she's aware of the wrongfulness of her conduct, and she's exhibiting action and volition to clean up. Everything you're objectively seeing evidence-wise in this case shows you that she knows exactly what's going on. She even remembers details about this night. And now that we hear this professed amnesia in her comments to Dr. Engen about this offense, and you saw the interview, she had every detail down to the T. She could have drawn that entire basement for you from memory. Everything was located. She's telling you where the meth is located, where the dildo is located, what color the dildo was. She's aware of what's going on, even with the meth use. You have her memory of the incident.
Pretty good closing.
You're hearing about how she's describing, you could probably infer from the nature of the offense how blood was going everywhere in the course of the conduct, yet you heard about the condition of that basement, right? It was pretty spotless, pretty clean, especially considering what happened down there. Because she cleaned up. Because she was aware of the wrongfulness of what she did. She didn't just massacre somebody, dismember him, and leave a war zone down in that basement. No, she cleaned up. Because she knew what was going on. Then you get to the second part, right? If she's able to conform her conduct to the requirements of law. And again, you heard nothing from Dr. Litton to kind of help you with that, right? Like, Okay, if I'll accept she has this bipolar diagnosis, well, tell me, Dr. Lynn, how is she unable, because of that diagnosis, to conform her conduct on February 22nd? And you heard none of that. To the contrary, as Dr. Engen points out, you have a lot of information to tell you she's able to conform her conduct pretty well. Right? She's employed. We heard about court cases that she was dealing with. We heard about paternity things she was arranging in the time leading up to the offense. We heard about, after the fact, we saw the contact with law enforcement, right? She's ordered to take her hands out of her pockets for officers. She does that. Ordered to put her hands behind her back. She does that. Complying with orders, complying with commands, complying with questions. She's conforming her conduct pretty well, right? She's following the law enforcement's commands. In her interview with law enforcement, for a lengthy period of time, she's conforming her conduct. She's not exhibiting any mental symptoms. She's not
Look at her
exhibiting any
face.
symptoms.
She's making weird faces.
There's just nothing in this case to show that she's not able to conform her conduct. To the contrary, you heard a lot of evidence that not only did she not lack that ability to conform her conduct, that what she did to Shad was volitional, was a choice. She liked it. She was aroused by it, right? She told law enforcement that. She wanted to do this. She did. Because that was a volitional choice. It's not because she lacked substantial capacity to not do so. It's because she wanted to do so.
All right.
She
I
did.
didn't want to use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
You heard about her saying, well, yeah, I knew I was killing him, but, quote, I did it anyway, right? Because that's what she wanted to do. And again, mental disease or defect is not because you may not have a clear understanding of a motive. I would say you should, but that's not a mental disease or defect. Just because what she ultimately did is in some respects, quite disturbing. It's not a mental disease or defect. You have insufficient evidence to support that. And again, it's not the state's burden to disprove an NGI plea. I think we have, but it's the defendant's burden to convince you of the NGI plea, and they've utterly failed in that respect. We heard about the burden of proof, that it's a reasonable certainty by the greater weight of the credible evidence. And you should be, even though it's not a burden, I would say you should be reasonably certain the defendant's not suffering from a mental disease or defect. Again, it's their burden to convince you that you should be reasonably certain by the greater weight of the credible evidence that she does. It's their burden. If they wanted the court's expert to review documents from 10 years prior, they could have done so. They could have provided those materials. If they wanted, hey, please interview my client again, they could have done so. It's their burden. And they chose not to. There was additional jail records. They could have produced those. And actually, Dr. Engen's comments about that make sense. You know, her findings and
Oh,
all the
damn, you
objective
still
evidence
here?
you have is this is a meth-induced crime. That whether she had a civil commitment a year prior, had, I think, a mood disorder 10 years prior, as a 14-year-old, that's not relevant. It wouldn't change anything. I don't understand these arguments about the reports being stale. As Dr. Engen told you, it's a retrospective review, right? We don't really care. You're not asked to decide, does she have mental disease or defect today? That's not important. The proximity to today is irrelevant. It's the proximity to the offense. You should actually be entirely convinced Dr. Engen's report is the more relevant report. It's closer in time to the actual mental state the defendant had on February 22nd.
She doesn't look sane to you?
It's obviously a complex case in some respects, right? It's a serious offense that the defendant was convicted of. It's obviously
Is he filibustering?
the defendant has had experiences in her personal life that nobody should have. Losing parents at a young age, it's something many of us deal with, and it's awful to hear about. It really is. But that doesn't change the law. That doesn't change the standard in the state. Because there's simply no evidence to support she had a mental disease or defect on February 22nd.
It'd be great for a filibuster.
Not only did she not have a mental disease or defect on that day, you have no evidence to say that that mental disease or defect rendered her substantially incapable of conforming her conduct or appreciating the wrongfulness of her conduct. You simply don't have that evidence here. You have ample evidence to the contrary. The defendant is telling you that meth made her do this. She's repeatedly told that to law enforcement. Every objective piece of evidence you have in this case supports that finding, and it's simply the case that that is not enough in this state. That's not a mental disease or defect. So don't let her now try to come in and say this was some other thing. No, now the meth really didn't have anything to do with it. It's important to note, a meth-induced psychotic state is also not a mental disease or defect, as you'll read in the instruction. There's no mental disease or defect. There's no lack of awareness. There's no inability to conform your conduct. You have ample evidence to the contrary. And that leads to one inevitable result, is that she's responsible for what she did to Shad on February 22nd. As a result, you should answer both questions no, or answer the first question no, and don't get to the second question. Thank you.
Yes, I do, Your Honor. Thank you.
Redirect.
Your Honor, again, may it please the court, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Saunders, Mr. Lissay. This case illustrates that this young lady, Taylor Schabusiness, has a lifetime of mental health issues. She has bipolar 1 disorder. That is a mental disease or mental defect. Who is the state fooling? We have a young lady that was under a civil commitment order and a medication order by the Brown County Circuit Court in 2021. So she already had a mental health disorder, a mental defect, I submit a mental disease. That predated the incident that has brought us here to court on February 22nd of 2022. It's clear in this record that Ms. Schabusiness was at the Nicolay Psychiatric Center for 3 weeks or so, maybe a month, in 2021.
Hi, Priscilla. Thanks for
You got to
popping
see
in.
in phase 1 of this trial, Green Bay Police Officer Garth Russell, who parked his squad down quite a ways, and he walked in the dark of night.
I think we're going to read a Sarah Boone letter today. Yeah, I think we're going to read a Sarah Boone letter today. Get ready, folks.
Across the snowy parking lot up to the Eastman Avenue apartment at 2353 Eastman Avenue. And Ms. Schabusiness Officer Russell met her at the door, out on the porch. And you could see on the video her face. You could see her eyes. You could see her demeanor. She didn't look right. I submit to you, she didn't look right. Something was going on. Did
In the
this
police cam
happen
video?
when she was in a manic state or a psychotic state? I submit that, once you have a mental health issue, mental health diagnosis, a mental health issue like bipolar 1 disorder, it's not going away. It follows you for the rest of your life. What we have here is someone who has a very serious mental health issue, mental health disorder. And you pile drugs on top of that. It can constitute a mental disease or defect if the condition has become permanent. I would submit that Taylor has had mental health issues dating back to her early years. She went to Purveya, she went to Bellin, she went to Nicolay, she was under a court order where she had to have injectable antipsychotic medications. She apparently was psychotic when she was at the Nicolay Psychiatric Center. I would submit that it wasn't necessarily from drugs. She's got this underlying issue here.
Yeah, she got one.
She has ongoing mental health issues, and she's only 25 years old. And they've been going on since her youth.
One public defender.
I would argue that the mental health issues that she has caused this whole situation. And that'll be something you have to think about. Is she able to appreciate, or was she able to appreciate, the wrongfulness of her conduct on February 22nd of 2022? Was she able to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law at that particular time? And you saw the video. We all saw it. It was very bizarre, very unusual, very odd, her demeanor. In this case, there are a lot of doctors, but Dr. Engine, she never knew about the civil commitment order. Come on. You didn't know about a court order? And she's a PhD and she deserves respect, but something happened here where it fell through the cracks that she didn't know about this civil commitment order
They're
or
the
this medication
jabs.
order. And then we have Dr. Seipel, he got the Bellin records, got them from me. And, he does a report for this case, and I find it incredible. It's incredible that he doesn't send, with due respect to him, he doesn't send the Bellin records over to Dr. Engine, knowing that she's going to come in here and testify in a court of law.
True. Maybe DB should be Boone's lawyer. Oh my God. You see? No, he's too far though. Boone's in Florida.
In front of you jurors. I find that unbelievable. I don't make the law, but the law, the law because the judge read it to you. You have to consider whether she's responsible because of a mental disease or defect. So you've got to think about all of that. The defense didn't fail. There is a plethora of evidence to show her mental health history. Was her bipolar 1 condition permanent? I submit to you that it was. Did it cause a crazed situation for her on the date of this fatal incident? You heard Detective Groff, who's a very seasoned detective with the Green Bay Police Department. You heard him go through very methodically questions. He was patient. He asked Taylor Schabusiness lots of questions about what was going on. And he testified that the police detectives and the officers, it was an ongoing investigation and they didn't have all the facts. They didn't know all the things that were going on. It was evolving. Detective Scanlon was over on Stony Brook and Detective Groff was at the police department. She told Detective Groff, I didn't intend to do this. Me and Chad were buddies. Words to that effect. So I submit that she did not want to do this.
But
At
her
the time,
impulsivity took over,
was she in
my
a state of
opinion.
psychosis? Who knows? That's for you jurors to decide. But we've presented, the lawyers, Mr. Saunders, Mr. Lissay, and I have given you the information, the evidence for you to wrangle with and think about and analyze and assess.
A poll? Yeah, you do a poll.
I would ask that you consider the fact that Ms. Schabusiness was taking the antipsychotic meds, the injectable meds, when she was at Nicolay Psychiatric. And then once she was released, didn't take it anymore. We all know if you don't take your medications, you're going to have problems, especially if it's a mental health condition. If you don't take your high blood pressure medication, what's going to happen? Your blood pressure is going to go up to the sky and you can have a heart attack or stroke. Same thing rings true for other medications. And in this particular case, Ms. Schabusiness did not take these medications. So I would submit, her mental health problems, her bipolar 1, got worse and worse and worse and worse to the point where it went off the cliff. I would submit that based on everything that's been presented, I'd ask that you consider returning a verdict that she is not responsible for these crimes by reason of mental disease or mental defect as applied with the jury instruction. Thank you very much.
Something's in my eye.
Now, members of the jury, the duties of counsel in the court have been performed. The case has been argued by counsel. The court has instructed you regarding the rules of law which should govern you in your deliberations. The time has now come when the great burden of reaching a fair, just, and conscientious decision of this case is to be thrown wholly upon you, the jurors selected for this important duty. Do not be swayed by sympathy, passion, or prejudice. You will be very careful and deliberate in weighing the evidence. I charge you to keep your duty steadfastly in mind and as upright citizens to render a just and true verdict. As with the case in the prior phase, you will be getting a copy of these instructions with you during your deliberations. With that, I'd ask the bailiffs to step forward to be sworn.
Do you swear that you will, to the utmost of your ability, keep all jurors sworn on this trial in some private and convenient place, subject to the direction of the court, until they have agreed upon their verdict or are discharged by the court, and that you will not, before they render their verdict, communicate to any person the state of their deliberations or the verdict they have agreed upon, so help you God?
I do. All rise for the jury. Anything to bring up before we recess? Mr. Saunders? No. Mr. Fraley?
No, Your Honor.
Right, now I'd ask, as with the situation the other day, I'd ask if everyone remain around for 30 minutes until 6 o'clock or so. After that point, if you want to leave, if you could just leave a cell phone number where we can reach you. And with that, we are in recess. Thank you.
That's the end. Closing arguments. Oh, I was going to forward to the live, but I guess we'll see her exit. A little handshake, a little smile there. Interesting. You know, I think before phase 2 started, I was definitely leaning on that she was definitely responsible. She knew what she was doing. It was just like meth-induced shit. But then when midway through the psychologist's testimony, when she was talking about like the background, the childhood stuff and the history, I was like, oh, okay, you know what? Maybe they have something here. And I just felt like, I thought they had something, but they kind of just didn't, I don't know, it kind of just like the execution of it was just maybe really poor, or maybe they didn't have anything else to really show that during the time of the murders, that Taylor really was like mentally incompetent. So I feel like they didn't really seal it shut for me. And it was their burden to prove that, she's not guilty by insanity. And then when the other people went, I was like, yeah, these are some pretty good expert testimonies. Yeah, I don't know. It's a hard one. But I would probably lean more on that she was competent. Ow, dude. I burned my fucking arm, man. That shit hurts. Oh, we're back. Oh, that was quick. Wow, what timing? This happened yesterday. Will the jury return a verdict that business was insane? I'm going to say no. Ooh, law and crime poll. 74% no, 26% yes. What's on my poll? 25% NGI, 50% competent, 25% hung jury. 13 votes so far. Quick, vote!
Person, is that
Get your
correct?
votes in, get your votes in.
If you could hand your verdict to the bailiff.
a nice relaxation after this. At least it was only 4 days.
Okay. The verdict seems to be in order, and I will read it as follows. Question 1. At the time the crimes were committed, did the defendant have a mental disease or mental defect? Answer, no. There's no answer then for question 2. It is dated this date, July 27, 2023, signed by the foreperson. There were no dissenting jurors. Is there a request by either of the parties to have the jury polled? Mr. Saunders?
No.
What is
Fraley?
sentencing?
Yes. All right. We did this the last time, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to poll you again. I'm going to start in the back. Ma'am, are these your verdicts?
Yes.
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 Sir, are these your verdicts?
Yes.
Ma'am, are these your verdicts?
Yes.
Start down here. Sir, are these your verdicts?
Yes.
Ma'am, are these your verdicts?
Yes.
Sir, are these your verdicts?
Yes.
Sir, are these your verdicts?
Yes.
Ma'am, are these your verdicts?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, your service in this case is now completed. Many jurors ask if they are allowed to discuss the case with others after receipt of the verdict. Because your role in this case is over, you are not prohibited from discussing the case with anyone.
That was quick.
However, you should know that you do not have to discuss the case with anyone or answer any questions about it from anyone other than from the court. This includes the parties, lawyers, the media, or anyone else. If you do decide to discuss this case with anyone, I would suggest you treat any discussion with a degree of solemnity, such that whatever you do say, you would be willing to say in the presence of your fellow jurors or under oath here in open court in the presence of the parties. It is in the public interest that there be the utmost freedom of debate in the jury room, and that jurors be permitted to express their views without fear of incurring the anger of any litigants or criticism of any person. Please respect the privacy of the views of your fellow jurors. Finally, I'd like to address you before you leave, so if you could just wait in the jury room for a few minutes, I'd appreciate that. And you may confer with me at any time before answering any questions from anyone. I wanted you to know that as well. And with that, we excuse the jury. All rise for the jury.
Shiro, you are gonna fucking rip out all my wires. Come here, Shiro. What are you doing, buddy? This little quirky guy. Little quirky guy. Oh, are you shaking? Don't fly here. Come here. Buddy, don't fly.
Be seated. Then, having received this verdict
hi,
as well as the
Steve.
prior two,
Cute little
does the
portrait.
state have a motion regarding the verdicts? Mr. Saunders.
I'd ask the court to accept the verdicts and enter a judgment of conviction. I do have a certified copy of a judgment of conviction.
Can you see Steve behind me?
Case 20 CF 998
Steve.
as the basis of the repeater allegation in counts 1, 2, and 3.
Ooh, you get
Those will be
fajitas? Oh,
received.
delicious.
Mr. Frillick, any response to that request?
Your Honor, I bring a motion for judgment notwithstanding the verdict. I believe there's testimony, ample testimony in the record that my client was suffering from a mental disease or defect at the time of these offenses, and that she lacked the substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct and conform her conduct to the requirements of the law. I'd ask that you consider all of the testimony from Dr. Lighton, who's a seasoned veteran in the field of psychology, and the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I've listened to the entirety of the testimony over these last several days, and specifically regarding today's testimony with regard to the responsibility phase. I'm satisfied that the evidence is sufficient to support the jury's verdict, and I'm going to adjudge the defendant guilty on count 1 of first-degree intentional homicide as a repeater, count 2, mutilating a corpse as a repeater, and count 3, third-degree sexual assault as a repeater. I'm going to revoke bond at this time then, and I'm going to order a pre-sentence investigation report be conducted. I'll order that be released no later than 1 week in advance of sentencing.
Pre-sentence investigation. What's that?
September 19th.
Let's check that out here. I already have a scheduled jury trial on September 19th and 20th, Your Honor.
Busy, busy. Doc from Back to the Future? She looks kind of sad, maybe.
September 26th.
Sometimes it's like that. Sometimes like sentencing doesn't happen until like a month or two out.
I just have an inquiry. Would it be set for the whole day, for half a day? I've got hearings that day, but I could try to move some things around.
I understand, Mr. Fraley, and I'd appreciate it if you could do that. That's 2 months
He
out.
does not look like Dr. Spiegel. Oh my God. No, he does
I
not.
have things on that day too, and you might be getting a phone call. You might be getting a phone call from my office asking if one of these cases can be moved, which will be easy to get permission for me to do that. But I would schedule it for 8:30 in the morning. I don't know how long it's going to take, but I would plan on the matter taking the entirety of the day.
Your Honor, I think I can move everything, but if it could could it start at 9:30?
Sure, I don't have a problem with that. 9:30 in the morning. Mr. Saunders, I see you checking in the back with, I'm assuming with the crime victim.
That. Sure.
Is that an acceptable date to schedule?
Yes, I believe it is.
Okay. September 26th, 9:30 in the morning. I'll have that scheduled for the balance of the day.
She's in La La Land. Yeah, I don't know. She's a weird read.
He asked for it to start at 9:30.
Yes.
All right, very good.
With Lori Vallow, Letitia, Murdoch, when we had like the guilty, and that they're competent, it was like, yes! I don't know, with Taylor Schabusiness, even though that the crime was like extremely gruesome and what she did to Shad was like really, really fucked up, and to his family as well, I don't know. I just, I don't know. I just have like mixed emotions about this one. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I kind of feel bad for her because I think she does have like her issues and stuff. But when I was like, more inclined of like believing her defense, like, I don't know, I just felt like they just didn't really seal it for me. So I would have probably voted what the jury did as well. Like, I don't know, they just didn't seal it for me. It was like almost there, but I don't know. Maybe like 70% wasn't like, there was still like 30% more that needed more to be filled. I don't know what I'm talking about now. But yeah, I don't know.
Anything else before we adjourn, Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
Your Honor, that pre-sentence report, if I only have a week.
Like, don't get me wrong. There were times where I was just really fucking disgusted at like how she was acting and stuff. Like her laughing there, giggling, talking about when they're, trying to decide whether or not the bucket and the head in the bucket was going to be shown, the photos. But like, I don't know. I think there's just something about her that is very off. But I don't know.
I can imagine this one's going to be long. Could I have a little bit more time, maybe get it 10 days before?
I will. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to order that it be released no later than 2 weeks in advance of sentencing. Okay. This hearing is about.
But at the same time, like, would I feel comfortable if she was released to the public like 5 to 10 years from now? Oh man, I don't know. That's a huge burden for the jury to think about too. So I don't know if I would. Maybe if she was like locked up in the mental institution for the rest of her life, but she was getting treatment and medication and all that stuff, then yeah, maybe I would vote for that. But that is not how it works, right? If you get better, if you get better, I believe you just get released. So
2 months out. I didn't count the weeks, but I think we can get it done in that amount of time because they tell us they can get them done in 6 to 8 weeks. So
like, I feel like she's just very
that's well
like
ordered. Okay.
Thank you.
childish, immature.
And with that, the matter is concluded. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I don't know. Or is she just a drug addict, Sentencing? No, that's a judge. Jury's done. They could do their interviews. They done. So for sentencing, I'm assuming they're going to probably have like victim impact statements where Shad's family will probably come in and talk about how she's impacted, their life after what she did. Maybe like some people from her side of the family will talk. I don't know. You think she's beyond help at this point? Yeah, she's probably spent life there too. It's interesting because a number of people do feel bad for her, but you don't. She's one of the few that it's like all her own fault. Yeah, no, I definitely like agree. Like it's like she definitely like fucking did this, but like I don't know. There's just like something about her where it's like I think something's up with her. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Maybe I just have a weak spot because I saw her the way she was communicating with her dad and how she like like communicate with her lawyer just now, and I'm like, oh, she's human. Maybe I don't know. Fuck. It's hard. It's hard, but you know what? The judge, he reminds you when you make your decision, you can't make your decision based on like sympathy, emotions. Okay, you can't do that. You can't be biased. Whenever someone has had a traumatic childhood, people are allowed to feel sympathetic, and I feel like they should have really should have like dived into that more. They were talking about shit like a child, like I don't know, like history of like abuse, sexual abuse in her childhood, but I felt like that wasn't really like talked about. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe the psychologist like just needed to have like another, more like a deeper, in-depth like interview with her, because I think they only met for like 2 hours. So maybe the psychologist could have uncovered more about her, but maybe she wasn't willing to talk. I don't know. Anyways, that's the Taylor Schabusiness Trial. Ended on day 4. This was in Wisconsin. Guilty, and she's found to be mentally competent during the time of the murder, where she brutally murdered her friend, Shatharian. If it 2 hits of meth, that should kill someone. It did, just not her. Oof. The death of her mom, yeah, they talked about that, but I just felt like it was just kind of like glazed over. I don't know. I feel like they should have really like, I don't know, really talked about it more, about like her childhood, her upbringing and stuff like that. It was just kind of like, oh yeah, this happened. It was like the doctor just like sat there and it was like read like from a sheet of paper and then was like jumping around everywhere. So I've observed people that have used meth and other drugs. They show symptoms or signs that very closely resemble mental illness, but knowing their history, you can distinguish between the two. Yeah, I mean, that's basically what the state was saying, right? So they're saying that, like, you know, she decided to use meth, and the reason why her actions happened, or the reason why the murders happened, is because she was, you know, using meth and she just went out of control. What happened? I missed it. Well, the live stream will be up. I changed my YouTube settings, which I didn't know you can do. So now, from now on, in my YouTube settings, my live stream will automatically go live. So it shouldn't like stop if you're like, say if you're watching it from an hour from now. If I end the live stream, I think it just like ends it, and you guys have to refresh it or something. But it should be good now. Wow. You know what? I was gonna read a Sarah Boone letter, but maybe we'll save that for. You want to do that like a different day? I think we'll save Sarah Boone for a different day. I feel like today was a lot. I don't know if you want to end with Sarah Boone. But yeah, we got another Sarah Boone stuff update. Sarah Boone, someone in the chat asked earlier, and I was going to reply, but they were talking. Yeah, her stuff did get pushed back. She's going to have 2 pretrial hearings in September, and her trial is set for October at the time being. I think actually, you know what? I think her trial is set the same time as Koberger, isn't it? Aren't they both set for like October 2nd right now? Let me see. Oh, shit. Yeah. Boone and Koberger's trial are set at the same time. Oh, my God. I mean, I think I think for sure Koberger probably going to get pushed. Maybe even both. Boone, too. She's crazier than a bed bug. Yeah, I think for the Sarah Boone one, when we hear that guilty, that will be satisfying because Sarah Boone is such a piece of shit. Chad Dorman. Yeah, actually. Oh, did I not write in my calendar? I can pull it up really quick. Give me 1 second. Let's see. Chad. Chad Dorman. Oh, there's a lot of Chad Dormans in here. Shit, I should have done criminal search. What the fuck is it? Criminal. Wait, oh, I forgot Chad Dorman, 1991. Jesus. 1991. 1991. Sorry, let me go back to my search really quick. Let's do it by criminal. Aggravated murder. Yeah, fuck Chad Dorman. God, what a piece of shit. But I want to know, why did he do it? What surprised me was that he planned it for months. And I wonder if he planned it for months because was his wife planning on leaving him? And this is basically like a huge fuck you to her. Ugh, what a truly like disgusting person. Sorry, I got distracted. Chad Dorman. I don't see anything. Yeah, I don't see anything on here actually. Let's see. Bond hearing, preliminary hearing, that already happened. Is this like not updated or something? No, I don't know actually. Whew. I'll just try to keep up with tabs with the law and crime and stuff. Court TV. Aren't they still digging stuff on Koberger? I think for Koberger, he might go with the alibi defense. And from what I saw, the state wants to know if he's going to do that, then they want his fucking alibi. So I just looked it up this morning. That's all I saw with Koberger. I think, you know how they put in a motion for a, what's it called again? Stay, right stay? Shit. Basically, you know how Koberger, if you want to do like a speedy trial, you do it within 6 months. They gave him an extension of like sort of 37 days, and the state was like, nope, we don't want that. I think the defense argued back, and I don't think the court has decided yet. Yeah, motion to stay proceedings. So we haven't heard back from the court yet on what they decided. What is this? Notice of hearing. Is that today? On August 18 at 10:30. Oh. State's motion for protective order filed on 16. State's motion for reconsidering order saying, oh, okay. So the next hearing for Koberger is August 18. August 18 at 10:30 a.m. Add it to your calendars. Who is Daryl Brooks? Oh man, that's like a whole nother fucking nut job can of worms. If you Google Daryl Brooks, you'll find some videos with him in it. He's very annoying. What do you think her motive is? Who? Which one are we talking about? Oh, maybe your annoyance with Taylor is that you think that she planned it. Curious what the alibi could be. I mean, I know he had his phone like in airplane mode, or he turned his phone off, or like maybe he left his phone back at like the house or something like that. I mean, it's like 4 a.m. in the morning. I feel like your only alibi would just be like, yeah, I was sleeping at home. Oh, but there was no one there to verify that. So I don't know. Yeah, I feel like Koberger, that's we'll see. Now we will see. Dude, I feel so bad for the family members. I can't imagine having a child that you have to bury and they were just about to start their fucking lives, you know? Like, you know, you raise them from childhood all the way up to like 18. They go off and do their own thing, go to college, and then they fucking get murdered. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna have to murder Koberger myself. I'm just kidding. I don't endorse that. But yeah, I feel so bad for the families. Wasn't Daryl Brooks supposed to have another trial with his ex-girlfriend, right? Did that ever happen? I remember you guys were talking about it, but I never kept track of that. I think Taylor said I think Taylor wanted something from him and he said no. Apparently an 11-year-old girl was in... No way. Well, at least an 11-year-old girl, it's like a little girl though, you know? Carly Russell's like, was she like in her 20s, right? 24? Yeah, Carly Russell. I don't know why she let her parents do a national interview. Why let your parents... That's just so fucked up. I feel so bad for her mom and dad. Yeah, Sheriff Papini got 8 months, so give Carly something. I've been lurk most of the days on the stream. You're from the Green Bay area. Met Taylor a couple times at a party. Hope she gets the help she needs. She definitely was an odd person. Times you saw her at the parties. She on meth, you think? You search the name, there's so many videos. Yeah, I mean, just watch like the, I think Law and Crime did like a really good recap. They have like a bunch of like compilations and stuff. Actually, I might have a video on my channel too where I like react to the compilation. So you can watch that as well if you wanted to. She wanted him to take out her, what? Her husband? Wait, what? Did I miss all of that? Hold on, Kay. Where are you getting this information from? They didn't bring up. They didn't talk about this in the trial. Wait, they arrested an 11-year-old girl? Holy shit! Wait, 11-year-old girl fake No, they did not. Oh shit, they did. I mean, kids don't they like do like don't they? No, they usually run away, don't they? Oh my god! Wait, why was the 11-year-old girl fucking arrested? Oh. Jesus.
The 11-year-old girl in this police body cam video
heck?
is in a whole lot of trouble. She made a fake phone call to 911 saying her friend had been kidnapped. She later told cops she
her friend was kidnapped.
thought it would be funny. They didn't laugh, admonishing her.
Oh, come on. Oh, dude, 11-year-old, you're like, what, in 6th grade? Oh, come on now.
Never do this again. Amber Cagliano reports.
This 11-year-old is in...
Wait, okay. Are they just putting her in handcuffs? Oh, no. Florida says 11-year-old girl texted 911, say her friend was abducted by a stranger in a white van. The next 30 minutes, she gave updates on the supposed kidnapping. Deputies tracked the girl's phone and then went to the parents' house. To their surprise, when they confronted her, they realized she was just 11 years old. According to an arrest report, she stated she got the idea to prank 911 through a YouTube challenge. That'd be funny. Oh, fucking idiot. Oh, my God. Did they arrest her and then just, like, release her or something? Oh, my God. 11 years old. They did to scare her. Jesus. All right, guys. Well, guys, Taylor Schabusiness Trial, done. We have the sentencing coming up. I actually didn't hear what date they chose, but it seems like it's pushed out to, is it September, I think? I heard September. So we'll do the sentencing for that one. However, you know whose sentencing is coming up? Monday, July 31st. We finally have the sentencing for Lori Vallow. Lori Vallow was found guilty of the murders of her children, and I think, what was the exact term? Was it conspiracy to murder for Tammy Daybell? Oof. Wait, was it conspiracy to murder? Hold on. Lori Vallow. Jesus, so many cases. I forget everything. Lori Vallow. Yeah. Murder for 2 children, the conspiracy to murder for Tammy Daybell. God, Lori and Chad. I can't wait for Chad's trial. I want to see if Chad throws Lori under the bus. And I want Lori to find out, and I want her to have her heart broken. And I hope she gets UTI for the rest of her life too, as well. Anyway, so yeah, we'll be back on Monday for the Lori Vallow sentencing, and then I think on Monday that's when we'll read the Sarah Boone stuff. So that's what I got for Monday. I'll see you guys there. Okay. the chosen goddess is gonna go to prison. I mean, she's got a lot of stuff ahead of her. She might have to show up for, I don't know, the supposed, assassination of like her niece's husband. I think she might get dragged into that one. And then also for the murder of her husband, her ex-husband. Or no, they were husband because they were together at the time. Yeah. So you want Chad to get the deep penetration? The DP. So yeah. All right. So I'll see you guys on Monday. I hope you guys have a wonderful weekend. Take care. Friday, I'm gonna try to stream on Twitch because I haven't streamed on Twitch since I've been really busy with the trial stuff. So tomorrow, hopefully, we can just hang out. I can stream on Twitch. If you guys are into gaming stuff or you just want to hang out, then pop in. Same online moniker, Corgi-san with 2 A's. Other than that, thank you for hanging out, and I hope you guys have a wonderful day. Get some beautiful fresh air. Get yourself out of this dark, grim shit that we like to subject ourselves to for hours and hours out of the day. But look at Steve. Look at this little angel behind me. Yeah, I hope you guys have a good one. Give your pets all the love and the hugs from me. Your doggos, your cats, your spiders, your lizards, your snakes, all of them. All right, guys, have a good one. Take care. And actually, where is Shiro? Shiro, where are you? Where'd he go? He was just here. Shiro. Dipped out. Okay, he's gone. Let me go find him. Bye, everyone. Have a good one. If you missed the stream will be posted live. I don't know if I'm going to chop this one up to... Should I chop the videos up? Maybe. I'll consider it. All right. Bye. Have a good one.